treasure chest. Wow, so many goodies inside. Increased drop rate by 200%? Let's equip it now. I'll try it on you. Wow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome everybody to the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is day 2, but before we get into the thick of things, I'm your caster, Moman, and joined with me is the one, the only Faster Bunny on my left. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I mean, like, excited and definitely looking forward even more for day number 2. Day number 1, we've already seen some of the teams that managed to actually move into the brackets of 1-0, whereas those who actually failed, they still have the chance. Those who are still surviving, 32 teams, still have to compete for today. So we're not saying goodbye just yet. But if they do not do their best for today, then that would be the end for them. And we'll be moving in with those who will survive for 2 or even 1-1 for their own bracket. Now, this is also another part whereby yesterday we had the lineups or even the teams that is from Cambodia more for the highlights itself. But back again to the formats itself, I think we've already talked about how started out with day number 1, round 1, for all of the teams to meet up with each other. They have to win the best of 3, and as they move along to day number 2, which is round number 2, they will be divided into 1-0 bracket or 0-1 bracket. Those who lose to 0-1, those who win will go to 1-0. And we've already seen those are the teams that have already stacked on their own brackets, and they're meeting off each other with the teams that also lost, or even those to the teams who are win. So this is also another part of our day number 2 that is also excited, is because the fact that teams who won is going to meet with each other, and surprise, surprise, today we have that opportunity to see the powerful teams to be shown in day number 2.
Yeah, the teams that won yesterday will be showcased today in this English stream, right? The 4 games that we have lined up for you guys are all from this 1-0 bracket that you see. So it's going to be very exciting games. I was already very hyped going into this game today because, yeah, it's going to be Singapore. Evil SG versus RRQ Hoshi. It's going to be hard for them. It's going to be very hard. But the second game, of course, Team Liquid ID versus Evo's Holy Team Liquid ID Indonesia. They are the champions of MPL ID, and going up against Evo's Holy, well, we gotta see whether the Indonesian region they do stand a chance. And Smart Omega, I believe one of these come up teams that did so well yesterday in the PH region, right? They are one of the stronger premium teams that I did see yesterday, but they're up against Team Liquid Academy Indonesia. And lastly, we have Fnatic Onyx PH going up against Rift Esports. I'm sorry, my boys from Rift Esports, but I don't think you guys stand a chance.
Oh, whoa! Just slap it right onto the table. I mean, oh, that was really, not to say harsh, but more to say straight to the point. And I do agree just a little bit, but in my own prediction, not to brag about it, because I think pretty much most of us did manage to win some points. I mean, it doesn't really have any kind of forms of punishment at the end of our prediction, but again, it's actually a little bit of boosting ego for both of us, or even for all of the casters who managed to get the prediction right. So it's very interesting to see. I mean, I think we did put on the strategy wise, whereby Rift Esport, they had amazing run, but this is going to be tough when they beat off with Fnatic on it. But other stream schedules, for those of you guys who want to check out the rest of the teams that is not inside our streams, we got Rebellion meeting off with Valhalla, we got Team Vamos meeting off with RRQ Kaito, we also have Aurora meeting off with Dark Rise Esport, Alter Ego X will also be meeting off with AI Esport on other stream schedules.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very different regions going on the other streams as well. For our stream itself, it will be mostly the Indonesian PH and the Singaporean meta. But for the other teams, I believe AI Esports versus Alter Ego X will be one to watch as well, because I believe AI Esports is one of the up-and-coming teams from Myanmar. But now that we have Team Vamos in this league with RRQ Kaito, that's gonna be a bloodbath of a match to watch. But look at our right side here. Teams to watch for today. Oh, I love it. Team Evil's up there, but I hope they're worth watching. I hope they're worth watching.
It is. I mean, come on, give some credit. This is Singaporean teams. This is where you're from. I mean, the reason why we put them inside the highlight itself, because we've already saw what Rift Esport already portrayed themselves, and it was amazing. 2-0. It's something that is already giving a good idea of portrayal of how the team of Singaporeans are rising their standards now to be at the same level with the rest of the regions, and hopefully Evo will be able to actually close in the gap, as we also talked about it before the production wise as well. And moving on to Team Liquid on the other note, I mean, should we say more? I mean, Team Liquid, they dominate even the first day with 2-0 in a very fashionable style, and this is the teams that definitely be watch out for today in our stream as well. And last but not least, Fnatic Onyx PH, one to be definitely hold on to. I mean, it's the best closing for our stream.
Yeah, it's one of the best teams in the world in one of the best regions. And Team Liquid ID and Fnatic Onyx PH, these two teams are powerhouses in their own regions. But the first game itself, right? Evil is the second seed for MPL SG in the recent playoffs. And they are going up against the second seed of MPL ID, which is going to be RRQ Hoshi. So it's going to be very scary for them. But Team Evil, I mean, yesterday itself, right? They did struggle against Vampire Chaos, right? Vampire Chaos was doing quite well against them in the second game. I believe they ended things at 9 minutes and 37 seconds, which is one of the fastest games in the league. But looking at their stats and their picks, it still seems pretty one-dimensional to me. They will have to up their level of hero pool if they want to go against such a heavy hero pool team like RRQ Hoshi. The combinations that they've been pulling off, they're ridiculous, man. They're ridiculous.
I mean, again, seriously, we're talking about RRQ Hoshi, who has been performing really well. And I like how you point out that both of the teams are runner-up at their own MPL, at their own region. And this is where the fine line of how much of a difference for the runner-ups between the two regions itself, between the teams of Indonesia versus the team of Evil from Singapore. And can they actually have that kind of significant gap between each other? So far right now, Evil-wise, I think from what we saw from yesterday, there was potential, but to compare to the side of the team of Liquid Indonesia, talking about how amazing performance from their side, like 100% of with Hilda to be picked off. I mean, we also saw how amazing they were. We got 323,748 damage was pulled off by Team Liquid ID themselves, and that's phenomenal and amazing performance coming in from the team itself for day one of the Open Finals.
Yeah, they have a very, very flexible team as well. Team Liquid ID, you might know them as the team that came from the lower brackets from MPL ID. And Team Liquid, right? Just the Liquid tag itself, they have this trend of going into lower brackets, and somehow they just end up winning the entire thing. That's what happened in MPL ID. The last two games that they just pulled off in the Indonesian playoffs, the Angeline combo, right? We have to talk about them. This Angeline combo is been so prevalent in the meta, but Team Liquid ID, they pull it off to the highest degree against RRQ Hoshi, who took them out in the upper bracket finals. But still, they managed to pull through, and it was not an easy one. 4-3 really shows the tenacity of Team Liquid Indonesia.
Oh, that's definitely one of the noted cases when it comes to moving into fighting off with Team Liquid ID. I mean, do you think that there's a possibility they're gonna actually repeat it again, try to use that same? And not only that, how will Team Evil respond this? Are they going to actually ban it out, not allowing the usage of the heroes to be given out here for day number 2? And again, those are the teams that are now with a clean plate. They don't have any losses just yet. They still have 2 lifeline to be whole right now to move into the Open Finals. Even though if they lose today, they still have a chance to catch up going into day number 3. But again, this is what we talked about from day number 1 as well. You don't want to actually go down to the lower bracket. It's not even a bracket to begin with. It's just a grouping of those who lost. And even though there are certain teams, and I'm not trying to say CFU Gaming, which we questioned it yesterday, but again, even though it is something that is very peculiar, where you go down into the lower team to meet up with those who probably have less, not to say they are weakling inside the Open Finals, but then again, there's a possibility you're just trying to actually lessen out your lifeline into the game itself.
And now we have Fnatic, Onyx, PH on the board, one of the teams to watch for today as well. And if you take a look at their picks, right, the way that they've been playing, it's very versatile. Like Fnatic, Onyx, PH, you know that they have so much heroes that they can play. Carol, you can put him anything on the gold laner. EXP laner, you can play the Hilda, you can play the Phoveus. Anything that's under the sun in the meta, as long as it works. You saw him pull out the Terizla in PH as well, but now in SPS, now he's swapping over to the Hilda, who has been favored in this meta as of the late, as we move on into the utility jungles. And I believe they pulled out the Yi Sun Shin yesterday as well against Pro Esports. So a very easy 2-0 sweep for them, but this is not yet their final form, right? They're going up against Rift Esports, one of the up-and-coming rising stars of Singapore, albeit they are a very new organization, right? They look very different from MPL SG, and I'm just very worried about them because they're going up against the powerhouses, Fnatic, Onyx, PH. This is a name that never left the scene of MLBB.
I mean, not only that, we're also wondering whether or not can those who are still rising from their own region, because they have experience to be bought still yet, because the fact is Fnatic Onyx has been in the scene for so long in the time process. So this is something that Rift Singapore have to actually be able to encounter moving into this Open Finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, but for this first match that we're gonna see, right? Let's just talk about this first match. RRQ Hoshi versus Team Evil. You were just saying, right? Will Evil try to ban out the heroes that RRQ Hoshi plays? It's very hard because every single one of them, they have their pool of crazy heroes. Like if you just talk about alone, right? They have a very dominant, very clean playstyle. They play the Bane. They play the Suyo as well. So I believe in ID itself, they played around like 5 games of Bane. And yeah, Evil Boyet, the jungler, he likes to play Bane as well. But Susujin on RQ Hoshi, he plays a very mean Bane and Suyo as well. Whether Evil can adapt, that's just a jungle. That's just a jungle, right? We have to talk about the goal laners who is Skylar. He is one of the crazy pilots that a mean Beatrix as well. Evil, they have Marky, yes, an ex-superstar from M3 all the way from Blacklist International, but really, it's very hard for him to deal with the new meta hero pool. Whether he has adapted is going to be very crazy, right?
Agree, definitely. But before we get into our first match, the first series of the day, we're gonna take a short break. Do not go anywhere. Don't miss out the fight between RRQ Hoshi versus Evil Singapore.
Ang secret sa kompletong sarap ng Pasko? Eat and cheese.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry we had to go for a little short break, but of course we are going to be heading into match number 1 where Evil will be heading up against RRQ Hoshi. Hoshi from Indonesia. Evo all the way from Singapore. This is the second seed of MPLSG. But RRQ Hoshi, hailing from the land of Indonesia, one of the stronger regions of MLBB. They've been dominant for so long until PH really came out of nowhere and took them out from their thrones. But now, for the team lineup for RRQ Hoshi, Bunny, can you take it away?
We got Dyron for the EXP, Jin for the jungler, Rince as the mid laner. We got Edok as the roamer, as well as Kyler for the gold lane. Now, you talked about it, RRQ Hoshi, they are not to be messed around. I mean, looking on the stat itself for the day number 1, we got RRQ Hoshi managed to take down Alter Ego X with 2-0 with a really beautiful, fashionable style. I mean, great coming in from MVPs whereby Skyler as well as Dyron. Now, these are the 2 players you guys better watch out. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing extremely well. I mean, if you want to give any one of them the MVP, I'll be like, yeah, it makes sense because every single one of them is so pivotal, and the mid trio itself, they seem very, very synergistic. And really, Evo, they have a lot to answer for, especially since they are off on a rocky start, right? 2-1 yesterday. But for the members of Team Evo, we have Ken on the EXP lane, Boyette on the jungle, Sayla in the mid lane, Powerful on the roam, and Marky on the goal lane. Yes, Marky, this is the same Marky from Blacklist International for Team Evo. Powerful, moving from the jungle to the roam role, so he is still trying to adapt in the roam role. So Evo SG, they have to work out these synergies. It seems like MPLSG, yes, they were trying to work it out, but did not prove themselves against NIP Flash. Now, it's a test of the region's meta. Singapore versus Indonesia. Who do you think is gonna win, Matt?
I mean, going into the prediction coming soon already, pretty much I've seen already how the team of RRQ Hoshi, and in some sort of way, we do feel like because they are here for the upper bracket or even from this 1-0 bracket itself, it shows that these 2 teams are powerful. But I'm gonna give a little bit credit to RRQ Hoshi, definitely. So prediction wise for me, I think we are okay.
I'm the only one.
No. You're the only one. We even saw it from the sheet itself when we compare with the rest of the classes as well, because we also have Sadafa as well as Gideon and Lafel to have their own predictions. Soon they'll be joining us as well inside this open finals. But for now, between you and me, I mean, I give a little bit of heads up to RRQ Hoshi. You know, actually, I wanted to actually go in for 2-0, but I feel like that's too evil for evil, you know? So I ended up...
My brain says it's gonna be RRQ Hoshi for sure. It's easy 2-0. But yeah, I wanna see what Evo has been cooking, right? They are a very hungry team. They are a very hungry team, and they've come a very long way since the start of MPL in Singapore. Since Season 3, they were a community team. Nobody knew them from anywhere at all. They were a community team. They had no coaches. Up until Season 7, they had no coaches. Finally, Season 8, they have coaches. They brought in Marky, they brought in Boyette, and suddenly they look like a completely different team. And I'm just hoping, I'm on so much hopium right now, that RRQ is gonna be one of the teams that they have done their homework against, because yeah, it's very important to do your homework, guys.
I like the fact that you're holding on to hope, and it's okay because I also agree on the note. You got to be a little bit of patriotic for yourself, right? And it's the fact that you want to support more for your own team, and hopefully that will be the case here for the team of Evil from Singapore. But going into the drafting, we do see Chip as well as Angela been banned. Cho is been taken out from the portion itself.
Yeah, and none of the holy trio that we talked about yesterday has been banned yet, right? The Suyo, the Suyo, the Jushin. The chip is there. The chip is there.
Chip is there. We're still waiting for the 2. Oh, that finally Suyo pops out. So now we're wondering if Jushin is going to be in the mix. But so far, we do see 2 have already been taken out. This could be an opportunity for either one of the teams to actually pick the Jushin for themselves. So that could be a case unless they ban it out throughout the drafting phase itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting for these banning phases because it feels like RRQ Hoshi has done their homework, right, on Team Evil. They know that Powerful plays the Cho. They know that Angela is very strong on Sayla. And Evil, likewise, taking out Chip. Yes, Suzujin has been phenomenal on Suyo. Yeah, so you gotta take that out. But still, there is still the Bane in that pool. And Boyet and Suzujin, they play a very scary Bane and Alpha as well. So they both take that out. So no Alpha available. And right now, the Zusin will be on the board. But I'm not too sure about just blind picking a Zusin. Because if, let's say, you don't ban it out for Team Evil, I have a feeling that RQ Hoshi, they might want to snap it up because it's just too strong of a pick right now.
Agree, definitely. And I think pretty much we know that no matter how it is, you will try to counter it. Jushin still be able to actually pick you off. You'll definitely be able to divide yourself from the team fight. So this is something very crucial for Team Evil to try to actually respond it well. Now, looking on the Ben side, still waiting for that one ban out. Is it going to be Jushin? Or will they actually let RQ Hoshi take it out? Oh, they did not. Great move coming in from Evil. That's the Evil that you want to see, at least to give the hope for Moment here today.
Oh man. RQ Hoshi though, I believe they've done the homework. Yeah, they do take the Phobius because Ken is extremely strong on the Phobius. Now, on the EXP lane matchup, the priority is there. You can still go for the Khalid. I haven't seen Ken performing extremely well on the Khalid, but it might be something that he has in his back pocket right now. And if they want to go for the jungle priority for Boyet, it's still available. His signature Hayabusa is still there in the pool. And if they want to go for the Ling, yes, they can, but one half of the Ling is missing because the Angela has already been banned. So they might go for the Bane and the Khalid instead and just focus on the team fight for Team Evil. And yeah, it's potentially taking away the picks from Sutsujin as well because he does play a very scary Bane. He has much more in his pool, I'm sure. He can play a mean Ling as well, but they go for the Fanny and the Hylos on Team Evil. What an opener.
Okay, I like that. I mean, that really strong opening coming in from Evil itself. We've seen even definitely the best mash of Hylos as well as Fanny. Hopefully that will be a really good case. But as the respawn coming in from the side of Arakiyoshi, they picked up Valentina for the mid.
Yeah, it's a very strong pick because Sayla is a very strong Valentina and so is Rin. So having that priority, you pick up that Valentina, you deny it away from Sayla, and now that you have yet to pick up a jungler, right? You can actually forfeit the jungle priority right now. You can go for the lockdown on the Fanny, so there's ample time to respond to the Fanny. So Evil might have shown their hands a bit too early, but they do pick up the Khalid and both the Phobius. Wow.
Wow. Okay. Wisely, when it comes to RQ Hoshi, I like the fact that they're more inclined to actually have as much as sturdy as well as tankier players or even heroes on their side, and they have more of the damage wise coming in from them as well. Evil, now this is where the fine line of how they want to actually counter that, because with all the mechanics wise, they need to actually have something to pull through, making sure that they can actually lessen out the defense mechanism. Now they put out Aurora for their mid lane. I mean, yeah, you can actually slow down the tempo, get a really good CC on the AoE on the areas of RQ Hoshi. Just I hope that would be enough to pull through, at least with the fact that they have Fanny. There's a possibility that Evil has an idea, game plan here coming into this first match.
Yeah, so for Team Evil, right? I mean, they've yet to pick up their goal laner on the side of RQ Hoshi, and yeah, they do take out the Bane because it's a possibility coming in from Tsuzujin, and they've secured the goal laner for themselves already. But still, they have to think a lot about what the goal laner for Skylar is going to be, because he plays a very mean Beatrix, he plays a very scary 1-1, he plays Irithel as well. So yeah, there's a lot of possibilities going in. But yeah, RQ Hoshi going for the Hilda ban instead. But I have a feeling that it's Ken on the EXP lane on the Hylos, because they rarely put Powerful on that Hylos.
Oh, okay, interesting. Tal Hilda being banned off inside the RQ Hoshi. I like the fact that now they're prioritizing more on the side of how they're gonna actually counter evil in the process. But I love the fact that I know that you were saying about ban. They pretty much don't allow either side to actually have that opportunity. But as moving into the ban side, are they gonna actually take more of the options coming in from the gold lane itself, or will they actually prioritize more on the side of themselves instead?
Yeah, I mean, they have yet to pick up the goal laner themselves as well, so I'm very worried for Evo. But if the option for them to come to pick the Harif is there, they will pick up the Harif first. And now for RQ Hoshi, do you ban out the Harif? Because Marquis plays a very strong Harif, right? In the Singapore League, he was one of the strongest Harifs that we've ever seen. I think it's beyond an 80% win rate on that Harif. And yeah, Harif right now, not really performing very well, but it gets boosted by that Hylos with that Glorious Pathway and the Zaman's Force. It has a lot of zones of control. Gato Kacha, a very good ban still, because powerful, he will pick up the Gato Kacha if given the chance.
Oh, and with this fact itself, now knowing that we already have all the heroes been banned out, you talked about how Harith, are they going to allow to be given out to RQ Hoshi, or are they going to actually take it for themselves? That's the question as well for them. And the fact that now we're also thinking about the Romans now. We got the Hylos. Who are they going to actually pick up here in the scene as well for Evil to have that really good backline cover up, or even the front line to cover it up?
Yeah, I mean, right now, just seems like they have to pick up the Harif, just deny it away from RQ Hoshi and pick it for themselves. But right now, I mean, with that Fanny, you want to have that frontliner. Yes, they do go for the Tigreal, still very strong and powerful, but RQ Hoshi, they can just grab a very good team fight for themselves right now. Yeah, they're just lacking a jungler who basically, I mean, Jin, he can play almost anything. Yeah, so it's going to be very scary for them.
Okay, let's see. So far right now, they still have the Harith. If they actually take out the Harith for themselves, that could be a really good opening coming in to fight with Evil as well. So that also lessen out the opportunity of even Marquis having the less premium heroes to be fighting off with RQ Hoshi, but they pick up the Ling.
Yeah, so Jin, I mean, on that Ling, he's going to be very scary. Now we're left with the Skylar pick. They do go for that Moscow. But I feel that, yeah, RQ Hoshi, as much as their draft is very solid, it has a very late game timing, right? It's very greedy for farm. Ling requires a lot of farm. Moskov requires a lot of farm. Khalid as well. So it's gonna be, where's the damage coming from in this early to mid stages of the game? Valentina has to do a lot of work together with the Phoveus, and these two will be the strongest damage utilities coming out. Whether Jin joins with the Ling, it's gonna be very important.
Agree, definitely. So RQ Hoshi, I think that they're playing it a little bit more smart right now. And the fact that we got the last pick from Evil is, I mean, I was expecting of Harith. That could be a really good combo that you talked about, but they ended up picking Naden for their own goal lane. I mean, this could also help that. I think we've also seen that combination, but as the drafting wise between RQ Hoshi as well as Evil, I think right now, for me, very even. Definitely. I'm definitely seeing that whether or not the choices of how they actually put out their front line as well as the back line has been covered up. They have a really good solid ground. The question is, can that drafting be persecuted properly into the game itself?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of jumping the back line, RQ Hoshi, they do have the Ling available, right? So it's going to be very scary for Aurora to deal with, but he does have that passive in terms of having that secondary life, but it's gonna be a lot of pressure onto Powerful, given now that their early game is not really there as well. It's all similar to RQ Hoshi's lineup.
Okay, but anyway, we hope that it's gonna be a really good fight here. This is our first series of day number 2, guys. Welcome to the SPS Season 6 of MLBB. You guys are watching the team of RQ Hoshi Indonesia versus the team of Evil Singapore.
Yeah, it's gonna be very scary. That Fanny, I mean, it's the same timing as that Ling. I don't really like the fact that you picked the Ling into the Fanny. I I mean, Fanny counters out the Ling as a hero after all, but it is Sutsujin, so we have to see. But Skylar ready with the first blood on the top lane onto Marky. Wow. What a timing.
Wow, that was really quick. Definitely a really good smooth coming in from the side of RRQ. They want to get it done really quickly. Great composition coming in from the side of RRQ. I mean, who would have actually expected that with first blood straight away at the top lane? I think pretty much RRQ Hoshi, they pretty much prioritize trying to go in, and I think that there's a possibility Evil would try to do the same. They're trying to get in the redemption, the trade-off they require. But then again, it seems that Powerful will be backing off, but Powerful meeting off with EDOC as well in the scene. It seems that EDOC has the information input, and somehow Powerful will try to pull away Skylar, giving some damage to Marquee. Not to worry, Powerful will be there to back things off. So pretty much this little teasing between the two players are not going to be doing anything unless we do see Sutsujin going all out to Ken and almost able to take it out. But here, Boyet comes through, trying to actually finish it up. But this is going to be an overextension where Rince shuts down Boyet immediately.
Very good rotations coming out from RRQ Hoshi. They got the priority of the map really covered very well. They sent the Roamer to the top lane to deal with Marky because he's way easier to deal with Aurora than at level 1 and level 2, right? Because he only has to purify, no flicker, and he's not level 4, no entropy available. So Indonesia really picking their fights very well. And on the bottom lane, they know full well that Boyet is going to take that timing out of Sutsujin. Right now, Infernal Pursuit is being used on Dyron, and Ken, he's just very low at this point.
Oh, no matter how much Ken try to hold out, it's not gonna be easy. So much of the lifeline has already been depleted, and right been taken out. Powerful has to move away as quickly as possible. Flick into the turret, and Skylar, will he actually go in? He goes in, but nope, it's not quick enough as he managed to go right to his own base.
Yeah, I mean, Boyet, he has a lot of space that is being denied away right now by RRQ Hoshi. They went with the executive move of taking the enemy jungle. RRQ Hoshi already trying to secure that early game lead, already 2,000 gold up, but Marky in a lot of trouble though.
Marky all by himself. Suzuki coming in for a fight. Powerful. A little bit too slow. Try to back things up, but finally managed to actually scare away safely without casualty. Almost close enough for RRQ to get another body for them. But at the same time, right here, we do see that Suzujin will be backing off for a while after that failure attempt.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Evil to fight this early game right now. They will have to rely on the implosion that has yet to be used from Powerful. Yes, he is known for using implosion on just one target alone, so we might see him trying to open things up, and he does use it.
He goes in for a fight, top side right here. Stun comes through. Enoch will be the first one to be taken out by Marky, but Sela also managed to take down Rince. Evil comes through with that 2 trade off, but at the same time, Boyet also was taken out.
Yeah, Boyet is not having a good time in the jungle as all. RQ Hoshi, they fight their battles really carefully. They might have lost the top battle, but they stop the momentum coming in from the Fanny. And that's a very key momentum loss for Team Evil, because this second turtle, this is not going to be able to take in by this Boyet here, because he does not have the purple buff. It's so important for this Fanny to have this purple buff. And now with that out of the picture, right, RQ Hoshi, they really secure that first 6 minutes of the game for themselves before the first Lord spawns, before the second implosion timing. He does get the Blade of the Heptases, yes, but it's not enough damage to chunk through this frontliners coming in from RRQ.
Let's see if they can try to actually get the second turtle. It seems that it is uncontested. Nobody is watching it. Even the fact that Boyet had to move away to the baseline as well. He's been denied every single resources, and second turtle has already been up for the team of RRQ Hoshi, but here on out, Riz comes through to Powerful. Powerful getting damaged a lot coming in, but he managed to come through with Ken backing things up. But Sela now going in for the push with Darren also pushing in. Oh, but they have so much damage. Now Sela will be the one to have a lot of coming in for Skylar to be pushed out. But Susuji comes along with Taylor to be taken out. Even Ken tried to go away to fight it off, to back things up, but it wasn't enough. And now RRQ Hoshi pushing in right to the mid lane. Powerful comes through, will be denying it. Airborne straight away to the side of Edop. At the same time, Ken already having so much damage. Edop takes him down immediately, and Powerful could not do anything to back things up.
Yeah, very good move from RQ Hoshi, but yet they did not get the objective that they wanted. They really wanted that mid tower to secure that positioning for themselves. Evil, they hold on to a small consolation prize. Yes, but at what cost, right? 5 members of RQ Hoshi are running at you, and Skylar, he's joining the fight so early as a Moskov. This is what that is very scary coming in from RQ Hoshi. The macro gaming is immaculate to the sense where even though they are not at their power spike timings, they know that they are stronger than you in terms of just having the farm to just beat you down 5v5.
Agree, definitely. Now, the first turret has already been done, but pushing in straight away. They're denying the explosion coming in from the side of Edot. Edot tried to actually get a hold of the base territory of Evil. So no stealing coming in. Powerful also try to actually hold it out. Skylar coming in from mid. It's going to be Ken, who goes straight away for the path, trying to actually push in Skylar. Skylar backs away, but Rinse comes along, trying to actually connect the thought. But at the same time, it's not going to be enough. This is just a skirmish. Also, try to actually pull away RRQ from the position that they put out into the Evil territory.
Yeah, there's so little map control that Evil has to work with. Right now, the middle turret is down, so basically both buffs, both the orange and the purple, are at risk. And this turtle, I don't think they can fight for it at all. All the team members are not in position. The lane priority for RQ Hoshi, they have shoved out the creeps already to make sure that they have vision of Evil at all times, despite all 5 members being at the turtle. Very well done on the macro sense by RQ Hoshi right now. And really, Evil, they have to go for this magical team fight where this implosion is going to find at least 2 members right now. But RQ Hoshi, knowing their game style, right, they want to go for these pickoffs. They want to find Marky possibly at the back.
Let's see. Boyet still trying to find a way. Edot will tease off. Be powerful first of all. At the same time, they're going in. Here, Boyat comes through, but he doesn't spot anyone. He doesn't get any target that he needed. And this is just a late time coming in. And they did manage to actually get the buff. But here on out, Edot comes in to Ken. And Darren also coming push through. But it's not going to be easy. It's just a little of termination or even try to contest for that buff either side of RRQ as well as Evil.
The way that the Khalid was playing, he wanted to just bait out the entropy so that he cannot join the team fight. So Sejin was endangered, yes, but no entropy, no damage. And now Powerful needs to be on the run here.
Oh, Powerful was taken out by Darren immediately. And now, even despite that, he was trying to actually back up Boyet, he will be the one to be sacrificed. But Marky trying to pull into side of Darren. It's not going to be easy. Marky tried to find a way, but here, Ken as well as Sela trying to find an opening. They try to bait it out. Edot comes into the turret, gets a lot of damage. But Ken coming in. It's not gonna be easy as all the team of RRQ Hoshi tagging off, spamming straight away. But no, Marky getting a lot of damage. Had to pull away from the fight. But here on out, they're pushing in. Boyat comes through. Rinse third away and Ken managed to take down Sujin. But Rinse shuts down Boyat. And they're already having a lot of them taking down. I mean, powerful to through it.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard for Team Evo to just hold on to any form of map space. They're not at the power timings yet, and already RQ Hoshi are 7,000 gold ahead. If RQ Hoshi play this correctly, right, they will start to choke away the map resources, start forcing the lane priorities on Evo's turrets at all times, making sure that they cannot play outside of the base. And the name of the game here is making sure that Evo does not get the space to begin with. Because if Evo, they can get the space, they have a lineup that's suited for this mid to late game stages.
And they got denied all the resources they need. Here on out, every control of the map is already given out to RRQ. Now they're gonna actually go in for the lot already. This is the opportunity for them to even clear out the last layer of the turret itself. And team from the side of Evil, they will actually try to go in for a fight with Skylar instead. They will deny it, try to push in straight away, but no, unfortunately, doesn't manage to pull through. But it's okay. Here on out, Powerful try to actually steal away. Rinse comes in for the backup. Powerful getting so much damage here, pulling through, and they will pull out all the stops to the side of Evil. Even though despite they try to get out to Skylar, ended up now losing Ken as well as Sela and Powerful in the scene, making it more horrible situation here for Team Evil.
Yeah, it was a rock and a hard place now, but yeah, the last one left will get taken out by the Inferno Pursuit, right? Evil wanted to go for that bottom fight. Why? Because Skylar is the only one at the bottom, but Skylar was so aware. He was hiding in the push, waiting for the members of Team Evil to go for him. And he knows that, yeah, Boyette, as a Fanny, he's going to show himself at some point. And they had a vice grip just from the back lines. And there's no way. Only Boyette can get out because he has the cable. But the rest of RQOshi just pile on to Powerful, pile on to Ken. Now they have the Lord. Implosion is being used, though.
Sun straight away to Powerful as well as Salah. Salah almost damaging, tries to go away, and as we see, Boyette coming through, but not all the damage will be able to pull through as two of the players from his side of Evil was taken out. Now leaving off, Boyette coming in, trying to go in for the extension, but doesn't manage to go through. Sila still having a lot of damage, try to go in for a fight, managed to take down Sujin though, but here on out, this is the end. Nothing can be done for Team Evil as the first round goes into the hands of Team RQ Hoshi Indonesia.
And very good identification of just farm advantage coming in from RQ Hoshi right there. Because they knew that, yeah, once we got that first blood onto Marky, right, we accelerate the Moskov so that the Nathan cannot join these team fights, and then they started taking team fights way earlier than their power timing entails. Any normal team, they would have waited for Moskov to have possibly one more item, or having that Holy Trinity, having that Corrosive Scythe. But with one Corrosive Scythe alone, that Spirit of Destruction is enough to join the team fight with enough lane priority, because they know that Marky is unable to join in with the Entropy that early. And RQ, they just use their heroes to the maximum potential. Sujin, as a Ling, he was way more involved in a lot of team fights, and that's what you want to see from the Ling. That's what you want to see from someone who has the invulnerability factor, the iframes from the Tempest of Blades. RQ Hoshi just putting on a clinic right there.
Oh, I mean, it was started out with a really good drafting for both of the side, but when it comes to the knowledge-wise or even the ground cover up by the team of RQ Hoshi was just superbly amazing, to a point that Evil could not do anything. Now, no matter how much they try to give time or even try to actually help Boyette to roam around, try to actually get as much as resources they needed, but it was still not enough. And even so, with Marky try to pull away, try to actually help out on the line, it was just it's just too much of the damage that had been put out by RQ Hoshi that they could not do anything. And I know for a fact that you guys should not be alarmed with this, because there's a possibility that the damage here is a bit confusing. But 42,321 is the total goal. But on the side of the Susujin wise, we do see he is the MVP with 76% of kill participation. I mean, phenomenal usage of Ling itself. Even though you talked about how you don't really necessarily favor how they picked out Ling here, but they used that Ling to a full potential, to a point that there was no way of Evil try to break in and try to shut down one side for the team of RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, for RQ itself, that Khalid pick came in really clutch. I don't think Evil should have leaked out the Khalid and the Phobius to RQ, because these are the two strongest EXP laners that's available, and now one of them can play the roam, right? Khalid is that flexible, but Sutsujin, together with the help of Khalid, they denied away the space that was meant for the Fanny. Fanny needs space. Fanny is similar to Hayabusa, where you require the farm, you require the items, you require the space, because your kit doesn't give you enough if you don't have the items. Meanwhile, he showcased, Sutsujin showcased how a Link can play even without space. Powerful, yes, he did get the implosion. This is a team fight that Evil won with the glorious pathway, these big ultimates, but still, it was not enough to secure the game, because they only have big ultimates. RQ Oshi, they can keep jumping in time and time again, because they cycle the utility away from the members of Team Evil, make sure that implosion is permanently on cooldown. They take the team fights, and you see, Powerful, he does not have the implosion. He's always forced to use it at the worst possible timings. And if you take a look at Team Evil, every single one of the ultimates have been expended. And this is a great cycle utility coming in from RQ Hoshi.
Agreed, definitely. And the fact that this is the first round of our first series, RQ Hoshi with a really good beautiful victory on their side. This is gonna actually put a really precedent on the side of standardized of how it's gonna be like on the second match, how Evil is gonna actually respond. Because so far right now, drafting wise, I think that they could have done much better, because not drafting, more to say how they execute the heroes they already picked, because there were a lot of times that they went into unnecessary fight no matter how much. And you talked about it, how Skylar was trying to be ganked up. He was already waiting, and he knew for a fact that he had all the helps he needed. He will call out the great response coming in from RRQ Hoshi, to a point that no matter how much they try to fight in Skylar, there was always going to be Rins to come through and deny any attempts from the side of Team Evil Singapore.
Yeah, and this was a case where there's not enough powerfuls, right? There's only one powerful. There's only one roamer that can help. And once Edoc, he became so mobile on that lane because he's on the Khalid, is just a way better pick, because you have the mobility to be at the top lane. Then afterwards, 1 minute later, you appear in the enemy jungle where your Fanny is suddenly being threatened together with your Link, so you can work with multiple units at once. This is the beauty of the Khalid right now because of the mobility available. And right now, how do you answer that mobility? Evil, they did have the answers, right? You shut down that mobility by being present on your Aurora, by being present on your Tigreal, but it's very hard to read where Edoc is going, but you have to just play that defense game very well so that he cannot even penetrate your jungle. And Team Evil, they are really needing to go back to that drawing board, really re-examine their strategies, re-examine the drafting patterns if they want to take a series against RRQ.
Agree, definitely. And hopefully Evil will learn from the mistakes, because the fact is, pretty much on the choices that you've made, I know for a fact that you've already taken out Bane, you've already taken out all the Holy Trinity, as well as those who are being given an opportunity to be in the hands of RRQ Hoshi. You definitely don't want to mess it out. But now there comes a question to a point that, are they going to actually allow this combination that was put out by RRQ Hoshi will be continuing on? The question is, are they going to actually take out Khalid? Are they going to actually take out Lin? Either one of them will be denied by Evil moving into the second match.
Yeah, it's just a classic Fanny shutdown, right? There was no space for Boyet to make his moves at all. And already in that early game, I really like Indonesia's mentality going into the game, because they know the key targets identified already at 0 seconds, that this is the target that they're going for, which is Marky, because he's the only one that possibly doesn't have an escape mechanism. He only has a Purify. He does not have a Flicker, no entropy, so that's the weakness of the Nathan. Then afterwards, once we shut down the Nathan, then we go for that Fanny. So yeah, if the Nathan was not touched for that first 1 minute, maybe the game would have looked different, but Indonesia, RRQ, they did not let it happen at all.
Agree, definitely. Aggression right on the start, and this is the start off that boost up the RRQ Hoshi momentum, pushing into Evil. Now, those are the things that we talked about. Moving into Evil though, but we see how Evil have been struggling the most. Can they actually push in for our second match? Before we go in, we're gonna have a short break, so do not go anywhere to continue the storyline, whether or not RRQ Hoshi can clean off with 2-0, or will Evil come back for our first series.
Try Tang's new fruity lemonade twist. Strawberry lemonade and mixed berries lemonade.
Here we go! But don't miss all the little things, 'cause if you're going too fast, you won't hear me sing. Relax. Don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Don't let it get you down. No, no. Relax. Don't worry about it. Take a sec to slow down, yeah. You will see it's all good in the hood. It's all good.
Hoshi versus Team Evil from SG. And really, what a statement from RRQ Hoshi, right? Whoever that watched that first game, there was a complete domination from RRQ Hoshi where they managed to really stomp out the space needed by Team Evil to actually go into the series unharmed.
Agree, definitely. I mean, again, Evil had a rough time despite that it's even out between the drafting wise. But then again, as we move along, the first aggression put out by RQ Hoshi had made it so much difficult movement for Team Evil to respond well. Even despite that, they tried to actually trade off the fight. It ended up still in the favor of RQ Hoshi, and to a point that no matter how much that Boyet tried to actually have a good resources for himself, it was still not enough because it was denied by Ling, it was denied by every single movement that was done by RQ Hoshi. But now, pushing into the second round of our first series, how will Evil try to respond? Now, started out with the ban, we do see that it's gonna be Matilda as well as Angela being picked out. We got our two Holy Trinity has already been banned as well by RQ Hoshi, which is Suyo as well as Chip. So we're not gonna see this two, at least the three, two from the three of the heroes that we've already talked about, how you don't want to have that opportunity, despite that there is an ability for you to counter them, but you don't want to have that odds of it to be giving your enemy that great win rate in their self.
Yeah, and it really speaks to me on how, whether the blue side, you have the first pick, right? So
Yeah.
are you even more advantaged in this situation? Does picks even matter when it becomes like much more inherent in the game decisions for RQ Hoshi and Evil? Because RQ Hoshi, even if you think about it, right, if they didn't get that Khalid pick, they could have went with another mobile roamer and it would have sufficed. It would have done the same things. But now they do take out the Cho. So RRQ Hoshi, they won't have the Cho to work with. But right now, if you think about it, Phoveus, Khalid, Zhu Xin, still in that pool. Hylos, yeah, still there, but I feel that it's a remnant of the previous meta and they ban out the Phoveus. Yeah, he will snap pick that Phoveus if given a chance.
Oh, okay. So Phoveus is already out of the pool, and the fact that I think that despite that team RQ Hoshi is the one who actually had that opportunity, I think that they are gonna go in with a different game plan here for the second match itself. Now, picking wise, Evil has their opportunity and they pick out Juicin for their own usage, and I like the fact that they're responding here because they don't want to actually give that opportunity to RQ Hoshi, because now it's already open for both teams. So at least maybe with Jushin, this could help out for Evil to come through here for the second round.
Yeah, and this is if you pick up a Juicin, this is what you're gonna expect out of RQ Hoshi, right? They're gonna go prioritize the assassin. They're gonna prioritize someone who can segment the fights, take away the fights in the back line. So we're gonna see something along the lines of, yeah, Hilda, yeah, that's really good. And the mid laner secured Eve. So, well, I was expecting something along the lines of possibly picking the Ling again so that you can jump the Juicin when needed, and you don't really need to worry about the Lantern because you have the iframes to begin with. And now you have the Gato Kacha or something else to jump the backlines as well, so that you can split the fight on both ends and Juicin will not be able to land the Lantern on you. But for Team Evil, they're going with the Alpha pick for Boyet. And yeah, this is really strong because you require a utility fighter, someone who does not really disappear from the fight, to work with the Juicin, because you need to protect your utility jungle as your Juicin.
Agree, definitely. And you know for a fact that Alpha will definitely do a great range. And we got Gato Kacha also been picked out here by Evil, but RQ Hoshi responded very quickly straight away, picking up Fanny on the dot. And this is very tricky because the fact is they have all the mobility, all the range that they can cover up, and there's a possibility RQ Hoshi can back things off already.
Yeah, this looks very scary for Team Evil right now. RQ
Yeah.
Hoshi, they have the correct answer to the Zusin, right? The Zusin opener is always to deny away that utility jungle. But when you pick the assassin jungle, when you go against a team that knows how to play the assassins, they know how to fight a different avenue, and it's going to be very scary because that Fanny is not going to be hindered by any members of Team Evil right now. There's no lockdown, if you think about it. Only Spear of Alpha, and that's not going to be enough. Possibly a taunt from Gato Kacha. And that's all skill shots. There's no guaranteed lockdown coming out from Team Evil. And yes, RQ Hoshi very smartly take out the Ruby, the one that can disrupt the Fanny most in the team fight. Make sure to protect that Zusin. They want to take out factors that can protect the Zusin as much as possible. And meanwhile, Evil, they will be on the lookout to take out the gold laners or the EXP laners for RQ Hoshi. But they might not know that Hilda isn't actually going to be the EXP laner.
Okay, that's a good choice as well. Now, Khalid been banned off as well. That's good an idea coming in from Evil. They saw how, when it comes to RQ Hoshi, was able to actually pull through with great composition, how there was so much mobility that was given out when you use Khalid. So, great respawn-wise, but then again, it still portrays a great possibility of RQ Hoshi. But now, as they also ban out Nathan as well as Hylos in the scene, could be an opportunity for at least Evil try to respond back, get anyone to actually hold out to cover the back line, because again, Jushin is still not it's not gonna be easy to actually tackle off. And again, this, oh no, they got the Jawhead in the scene of RQ Hoshi. You got Fanny, and then you also got Jawhead to actually separate you, pick you up against into your own team. Now, Evil, this is getting even more scary to meet off with RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, RQ Hoshi, they are playing to their strengths right now. They want to really segregate the team fights. And yeah, Evil, they have a very good response in going for the Akai pick to try and zone away. But it's all about RQ Hoshi to try and take away that heavy spin as much as possible. And that 1-1 pick, it brings even more to the table, right? There's a lot of iframes. There's going to be so much chaos. And Evil, they want to take a proper structured team fight. For RQ, they will be taking these guerrilla fights where Jawhead is going to combine together with a Fanny or possibly together with the Hilda. And it's going to be a very scary avenue of team fight for RQ Hoshi.
Oh no. I mean, again, going into the pick just now, yes, I do feel like Evil had a really good start out with the Jushin. They know they're going to deny it, but then again, moving into how RQ Hoshi responded, started out with the Hilda as well as Eve. Okay, not too bad, but the moment when Fanny picked out, that was already a scary move. And then as we progress, moving along with the pick-outs, this is where the fine line of how Evil can actually shut down, at least making sure that Sutsujin does not pass through in every single movement to cover out the angle. This is where can Evil be able to have a really good defense mechanism, or will RQ yet again cover every single map into the second round? This is it, guys. Our first series of the day, Team Evil Singapore versus RQ Hoshi Indonesia, round 2.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Team Evil to get a structured team fight, but what's going to be good for them is if they can get an invasion going. But at the same time, Gato Kacha is not really a hero known for jumping the back lines, right? Not a hero really known for invading into that back lane jungle. So it's going to be very scary for Fanny to really get that space. RQ Hoshi, their space is all secured right now. And Sutsujin, he's level 3, he's gonna hit level 4. And Alpha, once you hit that level 4, you don't have that same power spike as a Fanny.
But here and out, Boyet try to actually go in for a 5e dot. It's not going to be enough, but it's just a little bit of push coming in for the side of Evil. So far right now, it's smooth coming in, but at least Boyet will be getting at least the resources that he needs on his side. Will not be able to steal away. There is going to be E-Dot to just cover things up, but there you go. We're going to actually see there's a possibility of the mid. Sayla, try to actually pick one. Does he actually take one out? Nope. Not not gonna have any scrimmage so far just yet. It's already 2 minutes into 2 minutes of our game for this first series second round. So far, the team of Evil try to play with a great timing as well as not allowing RRQ Hoshi to do so much aggression as a did. But mid lane seems that they're stacking off again and again. Turtle might be the contest they want to go in.
Yeah, I mean, both junglers are not there at the moment, but level 4 already has the RWM to begin with. That heavy spin is going to come in pivotal on this first few team fight. If Evo, they can get a structured team fight with the Avatar of the Guardian, which is yet on Powerful. He's not level 4 yet. So it's going to be on whether Powerful hits that level 4, whether that heavy spin can zone away the RWM coming in from Riddance.
And there you go. Finally, Susujin gonna join in the fight. Powerful. Also try to push into Susujin. First of all, Edok comes in to fight with Boyan, but it's coming along. Ken getting a lot of damage, but here comes True. It's gonna be Ken who gives in for a fight. Boyan takes down and steal away the turtle, but at the same time, Edok was shut down and immediately with a trade-off, Ken was taken off as well. But here on out, they continue on to give a lot of pressure to Rain. Powerful doing so much of an extension, but they know for a fact they already had the win they needed. The trade-off and the turtle was already done, but still a little bit of even on the side of both teams. But no! Darren comes along and takes down Sela as well. And here on out, they're gonna actually try to punish Darren for all the overextension. Boyan comes through, but Darren managed to pull away from the side. Unfortunately, there will be no trades off for the team of Evil for now.
Yeah, and there's a lack of lockdowns from Evil, but already in the mid lane, Wan has joined the fight. Powerful is in a lot of danger, and Rins will be able to take him down. And already on the top lane as well, Marky falling extremely low to the Fanny at this point, and he is still yet to be safe, right? Edok, he's finding the spot.
Edok coming in. He's trying to survive it up, but Sela comes along to finish it off. He will be the one to able to take down Edok instead. Oh, great cut timing coming in from Sela with that backup. But Skylar, waiting for the opportunity. Spotted out. He goes in for the closure, but no, it's not going to be easy as there's going to be Skylar to have that denial of Marky to be able to help away moving to the baseline again.
All things said and done, they do not manage to take away the purple buff from Susujin, and now Ken is in a lot of trouble though.
Ken has already been slain straight away. Unfortunately, even despite that they try to actually deny the buff, it's still not going to be easy as RRQ still have a really good ground being covered up for their own maps. The territory is not being slayed off, but still, we do see that Sela try to actually tease off Edok. But somehow, it's not going to be easy as we do see that we have Susujin along the line. They got to be careful here if they want to actually go in for that team fight.
Yeah, and this comes a problem with the playstyle where Evil, they are really focused on that mid-game power spike, and Marky, he won't really join till he has that itemizations going for him, so you're not expecting to see the Spear of Destruction yet, and if he does, it might potentially turn things for Team Evil. That's why I really want to see Marky join the team fights, but already at the top lane, he's been zoned out and just slain away.
Finally gets the kill that he needed, and they even get the second turtle as well. This is a really good composure coming in for the team of Evil. They have a really good cover up now. They do have the resources, but the question is, it's still in the lead for the team of RRQ Hoshi. Susuji takes down Sela immediately as they progress, and here Powerful try to actually shut down the mid lane. But they know for a fact, here on out, Evil will get at least a turret for them to have that win on their side.
And Marky, once again, in a lot of trouble, right? Crossbow tank available and Powerful.
Oh, almost been taken out. He had to pull away, but here on out is going to be having a lot of structure. But they pulled away Skylar, and now they're try to go in for a fight with Edok as well. But Edok meeting up with Ken. Ken stopping his movement and giving a lot of pressure to the side of Edok to move away. And they pick up Edok again, giving denying. Stun comes through, and Poet will be able to take down Edok. But here long, we do see that Darren tried to finish it off, try to actually have up a really good strong move, but Susujin comes along to finish it off. He takes down Powerful first of all, and here on out, we do see a trade comes in for the team of RRQ Hoshi. Still have the better gun, better fight for the team itself.
And within that team fight itself, right, there's a lot of micro details that RRQ Hoshi did correctly to over Team Evil. target prioritization onto Marky because he's the main damage. But look at this, Skylar already down on the top lane, might have overextended himself, thinking that Marky is permanently alone. Yes, that's their usual playstyle, but Boyette has finally joined together with the Sparrow of Alpha to punish Skylar's positioning.
Let's see. Now we do see for a fact now it's definitely a really good composure coming in from Evo. They did manage to actually trade off at least few of those micro winnings for their side, but still not going to be enough. They're pushing it straight to Dairen, going in for up between Dairen and here on out. We do see on the mid here Susujin having a lot of pressure and ended up being taken out, but Boyette will be able to come through with a really good backup by Ken. So that's another trade-off for Evo to get those meaningful win on their side.
Yeah, and it's really going to be that late game where Fanny versus Marky, the Moskov, is going to be one of the key factors into winning any team their game. And it just favors the mobility of that Fanny because of the cables. And Boyette is in a lot of trouble now.
Oh, Boyette will be chased off, but he did manage to actually scoot away. Here on out, they will try to actually contest for the turtle. Boyette comes along, spotted up. Powerful will be able to shut down Reigns first of all. Now pushing in straight to the E-Dog side. E-Dog will be slain off by Marky, and now they're going into the side of Boyette. Boyette has already been traded off by Scarlet, but this comes along right here. Darren will have so much pressure to a point that Powerful takes him down. Susujin, a little bit too slow, goes in for the team fight, ended up giving all the favor for Team Evil to get this turtle for themselves, and he will be prioritizing for the turrets instead, getting at least all the cover on the side of the map on the territory side so that he can have the farm. They have their own win that they're looking forward to, but the turtle will be taken out by Team Evil.
And look at that, right? 3 turtles by Evil, but yet the net worth advantage still on RQ Hoshi. They might have lost the team fight, but yes, this is the name of the game for RQ Hoshi. All they want is that macro gaming going for them because taking on a 5-on-5 team fight is never going to be an advantage, but Ken might be in a lot of trouble here.
Ken going in for the pressure. Skylar comes through, takes down Ken immediately. Powerful also try to go in for the extension. He moves back away, try to survive it out, but at least he pulled through without being a casualty as well. But again, those those trade-off that was done by Arkyoshi, still putting them as the lead, despite that Evil prioritized on the turtle, try to actually gang up, but it's still not enough to be on the same length with the team of Arkyoshi.
Yeah, Spirit of Destruction not finding its mark at this point. Marky not exactly in the best of situations, but he will be at the power spike where the damage he can deal is quite a lot right now. Dairen is not exactly safe. And now Sutsujin, his priority shifts to Marky. He has to find Marky right now. Meanwhile, Team Evil, they will be focusing their sights onto the Eve, onto the RWM users, making sure that the zoning is not there. So Team Evil, the name of the game here, you gotta take out Rins if you want to win a team fight.
Agree, definitely. And Sayla already spotted out Rins. We do see that they actually try to give that buff straight away to Suzujin, but Suzujin spotted out Boyette already in a very low condition. Will he pull through for the kill? Boyette will be shut down immediately, but as time goes by, we do see that Evil coming in for the fight.
Oh, no.
They have so much potential, but then again, they had to pull away. They still managed to steal away Skylar first of all, but at the same time right here, Ken having so much pressure. Marky have to be the one to make a change, but Darren takes him out of the equation, and in the end, Evil only having 2 of the death side on themselves is still not enough, as RQ still in the back with taking down Boyette as well as Marky in the scene.
What a blunder coming out from Team Evil. They had that team fight. They already took out Rins. Yes, Sutsujin went for Boyette in the back line. He did not have enough energy to go for the team fight. And Marky, he thought it was his time to attack Sutsujin, but he just had enough energy for one tiny cable away. And that was all the spacing that he needed just to recall away. And then the rest of the team just collapsed onto Marky because he was at 1/10 of his HP. Now, with the Lord up, the first Lord of the game. I mean, RQOshi, they have the map space to work with, but Evo, can they take this team fight here? They have all their ultimates up, but no flicker yet on Marky, and that's not going to be too important. They have to take out Rins once again.
They have to, and right now we do see Powerful try to actually tease out Rins first of all. We do see Ken overlooking. They will be trying to, but it's going to be E-Dog who picks off Ken straight away. Ken had to back off right right now. He has so much pressure. Sayla also had to be the one to move away, but so much going on with Suzujin as well as Skylar pushing straight away to the side of two players from the side of Evil, and now coming in with Skylar pushing in as well. Now, Suzujin had to back off. There was so much overextension, but it was enough of the wins that was done. 3 players of Evil was down, and now they can be able to finish it off. But Marky comes in. He's going to go in for a fight with Skylar, but there's no much. They couldn't actually take it out. Darren also managed to survive those managed, and in the end, Marky left all alone, could not do anything to pull through for the team of Evil.
That's just micro decision making coming out from Araki Hoshi, right? Taking that segmented team fight, knowing that Marky is on the top lane. Yes, the Spirit Destruction is coming in, but they forced a split position, and the Spirit Destruction completely misses mark. And why Skylar was there? Because he knows that he has the Wind of Nature. There's no damage to be dealt, but look at this. They're going in with a heavy spin right now.
Darren shutting down Sayla, even with the help of the Marquee, but still, it is going to be the turtle in the Lord, the heads of the side of Team RRQ. And even though this is going to be a really good fight, they did manage to take down at least Rins as well as Darren in the process. But RRQ, they're holding on in the side right here, as they know for a fact the teams of RRQ have what it takes to just get it all done with the mark, or with the marching of Team Lot right here into their territory for that last layer of turret.
Yeah, in terms of team fight right now, right, it's going to be looking very scary for Araki Hoshi to just run in to Team Evil. They have a lot of damage on Marky. He has the Wind of Nature complete already. So it has to be Susujin playing this guerrilla tactics. So as long as Evil is aware of Fanny's position, they're secured the game right now.
Okay, let's see. Sela will try to pick up E-Dot first of all, but at the same time, they will be prioritizing to clear out the Lord as well. Now, they know for a fact they're not going to allow any of the extension coming in from top or mid as well as the bottom lane. But here on out mid lane, we do see all of the players of RRQ already stacking themselves. They clear out the second last turret of the mid, and now Diren all by himself fighting off with Ken as well as Boyad. But coming along, we got Edo as well as Rins. Rins try to find a way, try to actually have that space, but Skylar breaks off the last turret, the second last turret pushing in, and they know for a fact Powerful was almost been down on the lifeline, but they still managed to pull through away. Now Susujin right at the top, he's already been spotted out. Will Marquis try to go in for Diren is coming in as well to help things out, but here and out Powerful comes through. The turret has already been left out, and they will try to push in, but Team RRQ, it seems going to be Skylar the one who tried to be marked in. They don't get enough damage they needed. Sayla had to pull away. Even Ken had so much struggle, they had to pull away and retreat, but it's going to be Riz who takes down Ken immediately for the extension, and now Team Evil looking less sturdy to be fighting with RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, that was a clean split coming from RQ Hoshi, right? They're just pressuring all lanes at this point, and Susujin might be overextending right now, but he does find the finish onto Marky here.
He got the overextension he needed. He takes down Marky immediately, and they will be closing off already with shutting down all the turrets. But Sayla will be trying to pick up Skylar, but no, Rins will deny that entrance. And now Boyet left all alone to defend it off. The turret is coming on. He tried to fight it off by Darren, but Darren is a mistake. Darren, Susujin comes in to take down Boyet, but as we do see, Ken try to pull away, try to push all of the players of RRQ, but it's not going to be easy. This is the end as RRQ Hoshi makes the 2-0 on our first series.
Yeah, what a clean game from RQ Hoshi. They just put on a clinic on how you deal with that first pick Juicin, right? When you pick that first pick Juicin, it's really a test of your drafting skills, whether you are able to deal with that pressure of that mid lane coming through. And their response is very simple, yeah? It's always the response where I've always said you want the assassin to jump the backlines to split the fight as much as possible. But having that mobile assassin is not enough. Everybody needs to be mobile, and they double down on that. They bring out the Hilda, they bring out the 1-1. Everybody who is able to take singular team fights and be fine and sustainable by themselves. So they don't need to group up. They can play units of 2, units of 3. They force the split push time and time again, and Diren was a menace in that team fight.
Agree, definitely. I mean, no matter how much they try to attack Darwin, yeah, you did gang up, but you had to fight 2-1 between Ken as well as Boyan to fight alongside to shut down Darwin. But it wasn't enough if you went all out for 1-1, and this is where the fine line of RRQ Hoshi was just better off on their own. They can actually be defending wise. They were so they had a really tanky heroes to a point that Team Evil could not do anything. There was so much that they tried to cover up, but Jin was so amazing picking off those backline to a point that Team Evil was just too open to be taken out.
Yeah, and this is why I don't really like the Akai on the EXP lane. Yes, you have that heavy spin utility for that big team fight, right? But for RQ, it's never about the big team fights. It's about the small little team fights, and they want to take these small little skirmishes. Even if they lose the skirmishes, there is another unit that is doing something else on the map. You saw them losing the mid-turtle fight. Yes, they lost the turtle fight. They lost that 5v4, but Jin took out the mid lane turret at 6 minutes into the game. That was the most important turret, right? We always say that mid turret is that opening towards the enemy jungle, and they got it so early just because of Jin's split push utility. But Skylar, on the other hand, on that 1-1, if you think about it, right, this is not a 1-1 game where he should not be having a good time at all. He should not be able to kill anyone at all, but yet he's able to join all these fights and do all this damage is just because of mechanic skill alone. There's nothing to help him set up. Yes, Jawhead can help him set up, but he should be trying to protect Rins.
Agree, definitely. But the fact that Skylar was on his own, was able to pull through, and even the moment when no matter how much Evil tried to actually go in for those matches, those macro fights, it ended up being in the favor of Skylar because he was controlling every moment. He was really focusing on those fights, and he managed to actually pull through, connecting, carrying out one hero after another to a point that Evil could not do anything. Even with Marky coming into the picture, with the fact that during the starting of the game itself where Marky tried to actually been taken out and 1-1 was denied it off, but at the end of it all, Skyra did manage to get the kill that he needed. And this is the first, the third title that was actually being contested out, and shutdown coming through from Skyla itself to make a really good composure for Team RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and this is the part, right, where he wanted to go for that mid-lane turret, and really, at this point, they were winning that team fight. It was, Rins was taken out, RWM was no longer in that equation. Skylar, he does have that crossbow tank, but does not want to use it onto powerful, right? It latches onto Marky, wants to go for more, but does not matter, because they kind of messed up onto Marky having that low HP. That crossbow tank was too far gone, Spear of Destruction was in, but by the time he went in, the rest of the team was ready to respond. And this is the fight here where powerful, I mean, that Spear of Destruction could not land. Skylar, this is where he brought his MVP. This is the way with that Win of Nature, where it came out and he was just unkillable.
Agree, definitely. I mean, no matter how much Marky tried to help along the line, they were just separated. There was so much of the cover ground that was done by RQ Hoshi that Team Evil could not do anything. And even so, as Ken tried to actually push away all the players, what's been done, the damage is already put out. He could not do anything to defend the crystal, and in the end, this is a 2-0 riding off win comes into the side of RRQ Hoshi for our first series.
Yeah, and this is really a case where a region, I feel, is as strong as its opponents, and the entire league of Indonesia, it's to a point where if you're first, if you're second, if you're third, if you're fourth, they're all contenders in the international league. And even though you might be the second seed of MPLSG, they are very far away from the top seed of Singapore, and this really shows the disparity in mechanics between RRQ and Evil.
Agree, definitely. I mean, was expecting a little bit more from the Evil side. I think that we want at least Evil to have that potential, because we saw how they were when they fought off with MPLSD, and maybe along the line of those timing, they might be able to actually redeem themselves or learn from those mistakes they've done when they fought off with NIP Flash. But coming along here to the SBS Open, unfortunately going off into day number 2. You had to meet up with ROQ Hoshi. They're very prominent from Indonesia themselves as well. So it's not gonna be easy. And I think Evil probably needs to step up, needs to have at least more of the control ways of how they actually played off with their heroes, because pretty much ROQ Hoshi, they know how to get it done. Their gameplay was just much more secure compared to Evil's.
Yeah, and this is a very good litmus test for any other region who wants to be that top international scene player, right? Who wants to beat SRG, who wants to beat AP Bren, who wants to beat Falcons AP Bren, who wants to beat Fnatic Onyx PH. I mean, they have a good area to test themselves right now against the region's meta, because you know how you want to fare against that region. You've never gotten the chance to play against the region. You've only been playing in possibly only Singapore and only in Myanmar, only in Cambodia. Now you're outside in this Swiss system. You can test your theories against the Indonesian region, and this is where it has to be a learning curve for you. You have to be a sponge, soak it up, and make sure that you go stronger for the next game.
Agree, definitely. So for now, we're not saying goodbye to Seat to Evil. They won yesterday, but now they lost for day number 2. So they're still in the lead. They're still inside the Open Finals. The continuing journey on the side of Evil is that now they will be pushed into the 1-1 bracket. They're going to actually meet off with those who might also be having the loss into this day number 2 as well. So we're going to see them again tomorrow, how they're going to be able to actually have that one lifeline less to do the best to survive here into the Open Finals. But this is it. This is the wrap up for ROQ Hoshi versus Evil. Congratulations to ROQ Hoshi. We'll see you guys again tomorrow as well as Evil. For next setup, we're gonna actually have a short break. So don't forget to come back again. Have your snacks, have your breaks, but be right back for our second match of the series.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas, so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a stellar series for match 1, but of course, we will be continuing on the day's events with match. We have Team Liquid ID with Evo's Holy lined up for you guys today. And how are you feeling, Fasifani? How do you feel about this match?
I mean, I feel like really excited because we've already talked about how Team Liquid ID is definitely one of the teams that we have to watch out, and we know how they were really amazingly dominated their own day one on the open finals and stuff yesterday, and we hope to see this also happening against Evo's Holy. But then again, Evo's Holy is now talking about this team as well. They have their own success line as well. They have their own achievement, despite they are the one who had to qualify in the open qualifiers compared to Team Liquid, who are the invited team. So this is the fine line of how do you actually go up against the teams that have so much experience and who has so much great gameplays that we've already seen throughout the series or throughout the scene of MLB itself. Can Evo's Holy can actually do something to be at the same length of Team Liquid ID itself? Going into this, like for the lineup of Team Liquid ID, I mean, we know how it was when it comes to having this great lineup or the rosters of Team Liquid. They are well known. They are very profoundly been performing well throughout their experience life. We got Aran for the EXP. We got Fabian as the jungler. He has Zikil for the mid lane, Witty as the roamer, and Aaron Shiki for the gold lane. I mean, Aaron was performing so well yesterday. I mean, this is something that along the line, they gotta be careful. Those who are meeting off with Team Liquid, Aaron as well as Yezikel, I mean, all of them to be honest, but the control-wise that was done by Team Liquid was just performing that Team Evo's Holy gotta be careful when they meet off with this team.
Yeah, and this is a team where you cannot rely on your drafting. You can't just ban them out, right? They have so many heroes under their belt, and we saw them using the Angeline. We saw yesterday they pulled out the Beatrix, they pulled out the Ixia as well, and they made it work. And one of the methods that actually buffed the Ixia, they pulled the Rafaela out. So Rafaela actually buffs that movement speed, the weak movement speed from Ixia. But on the other side, we have Team Evo's Holy, one of the up-and-coming teams. We have Fluffy on the EXP lane, Maykids on the jungle, Crit, on that mid lane, Ivan on that roam, and Erlan on the gold lane. I believe that yesterday for Evo's Holy, the formula to success really laid in the hands of Fluffy, and he was given the EDIF on the EXP lane 2 games in a row. So I'm not too sure what they still have in their pockets, whether other players are going to step up. And yesterday, I don't think they had a very easy time. They were up against Monster Vicious.
Agree. I mean, again, this is where the fine line of how Team Liquid, they had a really good run. When they fought off with games MY Ace, they had 2-0. Evo's Holy, on the other note, even with the triple usage of Edith and their line, they had trouble on the second match, and that prolonged into best of 1 for Team Evo's Holy versus Monster Vicious. But they did manage to actually pull in. Now, going into the Team Liquid ID versus Evo's Holy prediction-wise between you and me, Moment, I think pretty much, I think we're quite similar. I'm not sure, but for me, I'm pretty much in the favor of Team Liquid ID, because with a really good clean slate serve for yesterday, I would definitely favor more on Team Liquid side compared to Evo's Holy. But I do give them a little bit of credit to at least maybe a potential of 2-1 so that they can pull away that 1 point for themselves. But you, on the other hand, explain yourself, sir.
I mean, they are from the same region, right? Evo's Holy is from Indonesia. And just stats alone, right? Team Liquid ID is the champions of MPL ID. They are the playoff champions, and they are a representative for M6 as well. So Evo's Holy, they have big, heavy shoes to fill if they want to even stand a chance against such a dominant team. Unless, barring a mistake, similar to yesterday, where we saw a champion get taken down by one of the lesser-known teams. It might be happening again, right? It might be happening again. We got to see what Evo's Holy has in their pockets.
Agree, definitely. But I don't think that Team Liquid ID is the kind of team that like to mess around and try to actually try and error when it comes to drafting wise, or even when it comes to the gameplay wise, because we know when it comes to Indonesia, they're very disciplined, and this is the difference on the region side. It's not just Indonesia, it's Philippines, it's also on the side of other regions as well. But no excuses will be given out, because the fact is Team Liquid, they will definitely be a little bit more structured compared to how Evo's Holy is. The question is, now moving in forward, will Evo's Holy be able to actually step out? Because so far, I do know for a fact that they had a struggle with Monster Vicious, and Monster Vicious is a big name inside the scene as well. And if you already have a struggle to meet off with Monster Vicious, let alone to fight off with Team Liquid, who has already been prominently big in MLBB.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of winning Monster Vicious, I would rate Evo's Holy quite highly, right? Because when I went to MPL MY, all the other casters were telling me that, yeah, MV, they are one of the contention for the top 2. They're really strong. And yeah, they really did prove themselves, but they fell a bit short in the playoffs. As regular season, they performed very well. But Evo's Holy, to get a win against MV by being a lesser-known team, I feel that, yeah, it's a win in their books. But right now, they are in the big leagues. They are playing against the big boys. The Team Liquid ID, right? The team that went to the lower bracket had the tenacity to come up to the upper bracket and go against the same team that took them down and take a series win.
Agree, definitely. Now, let's take a look on the drafting side. Seems that Team Liquid ID will be prioritizing to ban out Alpha first of all. I think possibly we do see a lot of the movement coming along for the stepped up, and we do see Jushin, finally one of the Holy Trinity, has already been banned out. Fanny also been taken out from the side of Evo's Holy. They do not allow any movement coming in from the side of Team Liquid. I like the fact that they try to actually shut down, at least mobility wise, those you cannot actually actually shut down, because Team Liquid wise, if you give so much mobility, they will definitely use that to their own advantage.
And it feels to me like Evo's Holy, they go for the similar drafting and banning patterns, right? They will want to take out the Fanny as much as possible. Then afterwards, possibly if the chip is available, take out the chip. Then of course, lastly, if they're on the red side, I think they will want to take out the Suyo if Team Liquid ID do not take it out. But Team Liquid ID, they do not want to go against the Phobias here. I mean, it has to be a
okay.
Suyo, right? It has to be a Suyo. Going from the drafting patterns from yesterday, I'm not too sure whether they are going to change their method of thinking here. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're looking at a Suyo ban.
Definitely, we're going to see the last ban coming in already before we give the opportunity to Team Liquid to get the first pick. So maybe Suyo, maybe, who knows? Because if Evo's Holies give that opportunity to Team Liquid to have that opening site for the first pick, you're gonna actually have a really tough time to respond that. And Suyo is not, should not be in the pool for the choice. And there you go, finally picked off Suyo for the ban off. And now Team Liquid ID. Yeah, you got the Holy Trinity been already put out, but Team Liquid comes back with the Hilda, and we saw the double dosage of Hilda yesterday from Team Liquid ID. And this is where the fine line of how Team Liquid, they were amazing when it comes to the fight all by itself, giving that hard time to the opponent side of Team Liquid to actually pull through. And hope this is a great case, Team Liquid, knowing that the strategy that was already put out, if you're not broken, why fix it? Just use it as much as you could and try to actually shut down your team opponent.
Yeah, and now we want to see whether their jungle priority will be given towards Maykids, where perhaps he might pull out the Lancelot once again. Or, I mean, the Alpha is being taken out, right? Edith is still pretty much an opportunity for them, but it's not too much in the meta. When we talk about meta, yes, there will be things like Eve, there'll be things like Khalid that's still in the pool, and they do go for the Eve and Cho, a very different look from them yesterday.
Okay, Eves and Cho. I mean, yeah, definitely a really good combo coming in from EVOS. Holy possibility they try to actually make sure they have a really good back line as well as front line, so that there's a pull way coming in from the side of EVOS Holies to shut down Team Liquid. Now, how does Team Liquid respond to this? Oh, they pick up Lin and they got Angela.
Yeah,
Now,
I
that's
forgot.
the crucial. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that as well. I mean, like, yeah, they got Rafaela, right? And that was already a really good prominent support coming in from Team Liquid. But with Angela on the side, that's not going to be easy for EVOS Holy.
Yeah, it's a very hard to deal with, and the Fanny is no longer available, so you don't have the ability to kite around the Tempest of Blades anymore. But still, if they're going to play towards the strengths, I mean, a very good pick here would be the 1-1. Then you want to ban out the gold laners for Team Liquid ID, because you have that Cho 1-1 combo that you can do that pick off, you can get that early game going, then you can secure the mid game and end at an earlier timing before Link comes online. But they choose to go with the Khalid instead.
Okay, because choosing Khalid instead is something to be aligned. At least they try to actually make sure the front line will be still covered up. They got a mobility wise on EVOS Holy. They know that this is where you want to mess around a little bit, where links come through. So with Khalid on the side of EVOS Holy, they know for a fact that they want to actually at least shut down any attempts coming in for the side of Liquid ID. But potential coming in from the ban phase wise, this is where you talked about how are they going to actually ban off at least goal side coming in from Evo Soli, denying any options opportunity? It's going to be Harith who will be banned off here for the next ban off.
Yeah, I mean, they don't like playing against Harith for sure. It was a 100% bad pick rate for Evo's Holy yesterday. So yeah, going with the banning drafting patterns, I think it's pretty similar on the side of Evo's Holy. Meanwhile, Team Liquid ID, they can choose to ban away the 1-1 right now, because that's still a potential combo coming out from Evo's Holy. I mean, with the Raging Sandstorm, it adds another layer that they have to worry about. But the Hilda is a very big issue, especially for the jungler. So I want to see Team Liquid ID take away one of the mobile junglers, possibly the Hayabusa being taken out, so that the Hilda can have a great time in the jungle as well.
Oh, that's true. That's definitely one of the... Oh, and you said it. finally, we do see Team Liquid doing what is needed, necessary here. Hayabusa will be picked off straight away, but there's also an opportunity for another jungler to be tagged out. I mean, like, even though with Hayabusa, Fanny is out, they still have a chance to actually have it. But the next ban of phase right now, how they're gonna actually portray at least some of the. I think there's a possibility Evo's Holy still will be prioritizing more on those front side. Front line need to be gutted off, and they don't want to actually have those opportunity for Team Liquid to come true. So Evo's Holy, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, right now, going with the similar patterns, right? They take out the Edith. Okay, I was expecting somewhat on the lines of a Nathan being taken out, but perhaps Evo's Holy, they want to pick it up for themselves, but they have to worry about this mid trio coming in, right? The Angela Ling is going to be a very potent combo, and Harif combined together with Angela, yes, very strong, but Edith with the Angela, maybe not as strong. So I would want to see Evo's Holy, they would have to play their playstyle a lot more faster. They want to play things like perhaps have a Ruby in their lineup, put it on the EXP lane, maybe have a roaming Cho. I'm not too sure where they're going to put the Khalid after that, but they've yet to pit the jungler and the gold laner. So Evo's Holy, wow, it's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard. They lack in frontliners. Do they pick a Fredrin here? I don't know. Like, it's so hard for them right now. Hayabusa has been taken out. So they might go with a Roger.
They might go with a Roger. That could actually help them along the line. At least they have the mobility wise. They need all the damage to secure for them. So could possibly Roger be helping Evo's Holy for now. Even maybe Claude can be helping them. There's a possibility to actually back things off here for Evo's Holy. So who knows? Maybe these two heroes can at least be a really good response from Evo's Holy themselves.
Yeah, if they can play like RQ Hoshi's 1-1, then pick up the 1-1 because now you have the Cho, now you have the RWM. Raging Sandstorm is very good for the guerrilla fights, but they go for the Moskov instead. That late game assurance might be more important for them in case they lose the tempo. So yeah, Team Liquid ID for them, this is pretty straightforward, right? As long as you can enhance that Angel, as long as you can keep shoving forward again and again, their gold laner picks, they can pick almost anyone that they want. They can go for the carry, they can go for the Nathan here. I mean, with that late game assurance, they don't really have to worry about the gold laner here.
Agree, definitely. Pretty much Team Liquid ID, they have all the pulls they need. They ended up picking up Lunox.
Yeah,
okay,
strong.
Picking up Lunox here on out for their goal lane, and we got Gatot Kacha. Look at the combo that coming out from Team Liquid. I think pretty much they've already secured all their front line as well as back line now. Evo's Holy, I mean, late game wise, yeah, you still have Moskos to cover things up, at least dealing with a lot of damage for themselves. But the question is, alongside when it comes to Team Liquid, I think in the mid game itself, they might have a lot of strategy to pull through into Evo's Holy.
Yeah, and they go for joy. Evo's Holy are bringing the pace up by a notch. Yes, we said that they want to play fast, right? Team Liquid ID, they also want to play fast. So within that first 5 to 8 minutes, we will already be deciding who has the momentum of that game already. Because Joy, you need that snowball effect going as much as possible. You want to pair that with that Cho. Yes, but now they have to worry about the hard guard. Can they burst down the hard guard and get a pick before the sustained team fight gets going? Angela thrives in sustained team fights. When you can get a long team fight, you're definitely losing to the Angela.
Oh, agree. Definitely. That's a risk coming in from Evo's Holy, and they don't want to they got to make sure that they don't actually give that opportunity to Team Liquid ID, because with so much potential of Angela moving around, covering off the map and helping off, giving all the support that's needed for Team Liquid ID, Evo's Holy, they got to make sure at least to shut down those opportunities. But here on out, this is it. This is our second series of the day. Evo's Holy Indonesia versus Team Liquid Indonesia for the first round.
Yeah, champions versus one of the rising stars of the region, right? I want to see how this team fares, especially with this niche Joy pick that will be coming through. Team Liquid ID really have to up the tempo here, especially since they have that Khalid, very mobile roamer here. And the EXP laner, Fluffy, he's on the Cho this time. It's not that roaming Cho, right? I expected the Khalid to be on the EXP lane, but yeah, roaming Khalid seems like the meta now.
Okay, looking not the unorthodox fights approach coming in, but here on out we do see that Weedy will be attacked straight away. Ivan doesn't manage to get the damage they needed straight to Weedy, so still Team Liquid ID still looking sturdy, doesn't have that opportunity to pull through. So EVOS Holy, this is just a pick a tease, just a little bit of choosing on try to fight it off. But Fluffy on the scene right now with Fabian doesn't manage to actually get the kill they needed, but they did manage to actually at least get a hold of the comfort zone of the crab. So at least Team Liquid gets a lot of the potential of the cover up for this map.
Yeah, and Erlan ready with the first blood onto Aaron Shiki. And that's a Moskov versus a Lunox. It shouldn't be happening. That was a skill matchup. It's a skill difference.
Oh, but here, Yezikiel will be going for the push right now. Ivan will be taken out immediately by Weedy. And along the line here, they're going to go in for Cryde as well. Cryde pushing through, will be taken out by Fabian. And now they're looking for Makis, the next victim along the line. They know for a fact that Makis is on the lead, but they don't go for the overextension. They have already 2 wins they needed in their hands. They traded off already. So at least the numbers or the resources still stacks up for both sides. Even despite the fact that, yes, Alan was taken out, but Team EVOS Holy was taken also by the denial of Team Liquid ID.
Yeah, Team Liquid ID, once they have that level 4, which is now that hard guard will be available, their pace and their tempo will go up by leaps and bounds. Now their survivability for the team fight gets way more enhanced, and they don't need to be scared anymore as long as one member is going in at a time. As long as they don't take multiple fights on multiple fronts, Team Liquid ID, they are very much secure the next few team fights. And now Makits, he has to find the pickoff of the century, right? If he can find Fabian, if he can find Witty, that would be huge for the side of EVOS Holy.
Let's see. Going in for the contest. Everyone comes through. Fluffy denies all the movement coming in for Weedy's side. Goes in for the push right this instant. Immobilized straight away Weedy, but takes down Makis with the Ezekiel, and Fluffy was also shut down. Aaron pushing in straight to Ivan, leaving only Cryde to defend on his own, and Fabian will be able to take the turtle straight away for the hands of Team Liquid ID. Great push, great denial to a point that Team EVOS Holy could not do anything.
And that's the storyline of going against a Ling and an Angela, right? As long as you cannot burst someone down, you're not going to be able to win that team fight. And Angela just sustaining everybody. Witty was kicked in, but he would not die because he had the revitalization. The hard guard was used on Fabian, mind you, was not on Witty, but the burst was enough to just sustain him through, and he got out of there alive with a minimum HP.
Well, let's see. If this is going to go how EVOS Holy wanted, they gotta actually try to contain all the team fight that was done by Team Liquid ID. I mean, pretty much all the attempts that was done, try to actually push in, was still not in the favor of EVOS Holy.
Yeah,
so far,
they only have that one late game assurance, right?
Yeah.
They only have that Moscow. And the Khalid, yes, it does translate very well into that late game, but yeah, in terms of high ground defense, they can defend the high ground very well with RWM, but they just need to stop taking sustained team fights. They will be forced to turtle, try to trade farm as much as possible, and the problem with Joy is that in that late game, she doesn't scale that hard, but if she has enough farm, then it will be scary.
okay, now going into mid, we do see Fabian and Yezikiel right on the scene. Will not go in for the team fight just yet. It's just them try to actually shut down any momentum that is done by Makis himself. And as time progresses, we do see Fabian will be taking at least some of the gold plate that is needed for the turret itself. Clears out immediately that first layer for the Team Liquid, and pushing on as well for the buff. It seems that Team Liquid will try to steal it, manage to steal away, and now Aaron, is he going to actually have that in contingency because of that overextension? Not to read the buff, still surviving. Aaron pulls away, but no! Ivan Ivan try to actually defend it wise, but still surviving along the line with the help of Weedy. And still, Team Aaron with the help of Yezikel coming along the scene. That buff was just hopeful for the side of Team Liquid, and they managed to move away without any casualty.
Yeah, the fact that Aaron could not die, but luckily consolation prize goes towards Evo's Holy. They do get the turtle for the troubles, but still it's just a very bad look, right? Your next few team fights are telegraphed, where you can't even pick off the Hilda. The Heart Guard was at 110 of his HP like 99% of the time, and you still cannot finish him off. But now Ivan in a lot of trouble.
Ivan finally was taken out by Aaron Shiki immediately. Good company coming in from the side of Team Liquid. Evo Soli Fluffy comes through, taunted out as well as airborne 2 players of Team Liquid, but doesn't manage to get anyone off. So Evo Soli will be backing off from the fight itself, knowing that they don't have the right target they want to mark off here for the fights. Still holding off on that high ground, and we do see that pushing straight away. It's going to be Team Liquid try to pull through. Does he actually get into connection? We do see Aaron giving a lot of extension so that Weedy can finish off the job to carry out that turret. And now finishing off, they move in for the overextension. Doesn't need it much, but Weedy comes along. Cry takes down Weedy immediately, but as we times go, Ivan also denies Aaron Shiki. That overextension was unnecessary, but at least it gives Evo Soli a little bit of the minuscule of win for themselves.
Yeah, that's breathing space for Evo's Holy right now. And this is a litmus test, right? You're ahead and you are fighting the champions of MPL ID Season 14, Team Liquid ID, and Evo's Holy as just another team. How do you stand up? You're from the same region, and this is a very good test for Evo's Holy to really push the limits of themselves, and they are really doing very well. They can scale into the late game very well, but the Raging Sandstorm from Ivan not finding its mark yet, and RWM not available from Craig.
Okay, pulling away, and we do see that Fluffy will be pushing in Aaron. It's not going to do anything as they try to actually hold it out. At least they get the turret as well to trade off for both of their side. But the question is, right here, we do see Evo Soli will be trying to stick together for a while to find the composition of Team Liquid themselves. They will try to get a farm off, and they know for a fact that they want to go in for the next turtle for themselves. And here now, we do see Ivan pushing in straight to Ivan. But at the same time, Fabian managed to pull him off. And Cried, gotta be careful there. A little bit of the exposure might get him into trouble, so he pulled away from the situation. But Fluffy comes along to push into Aaron Shiki, as well as Aaron pushing on Turtle. Won't be able to take off, but at the same time right here, Evo's Holy getting a lot of pressure. Fabian takes down Cried, as well as Willie takes down Fluffy. And double kill comes through with making shuts down Ivan. Try to pull away as fast as possible, but been denied by Ezekiel, making a triple kill, or even a team wiped out in the hands of Team Liquid.
A 5-on-5 team fight is just not in sight for Team Holy right there. Team Evo's Holy, they did not have the required tools. And RWM, yes, it was available, but Cryte's HP was extremely low, right? You see that Cryte's HP already 1/3 of the bar. And once this turtle fight erupts, you see the target prioritization coming out from Team Liquid is to take out their RWM. And you see Ling in that backline, making sure that Cryte is dealt with. That's the main mid-game damage dealer. Once that damage is gone, that sustain coming out from the Angela is just free. Everybody's alive.
Everybody is alive, and the fact that no matter how much they try to go in for the fight, Team Liquid, great marks wise, no matter how much Evo's Holy try to separate things off, is still not enough. Now, with the fact that they got the second turtle in their hands, now they're pushing it straight to Evo's Holy. The over session will be done. Ivan, unfortunately, will be taken out by Arishiki, and they move into Cryde as well. Double kill comes in with Fluffy, and Aaron also been shut down. A minute comes into the side of Joy. They're pushing into Makis as well. It is unstoppable for the side of Team Liquid because they get another team wipeout here into their own side.
Yeah, already a 7,600 gold lead for the side of Team Liquid ID. They want to shove things through, right? They take away that Holy defense on that bottom lane, and Evo's Holy, what do they do to answer here? It's very hard for them to answer back, because even if they do that macro split push that they want to get going. Ling is such a mobile hero, and there's a global presence with the Angela as well. This is the beauty of Team Liquid ID's draft. Aaron Shiki might have died solo to Erlan, but it does not matter in the grand scheme of things.
Hot being taken out. Here on out, we do see that Joy try to push in straight to Aaron. Aaron try to actually survive it out and making a good combo. But at the same time, here comes along with Fabian pushing in straight to Team EVOS Holy. The extension comes through with Hayes. Hayes kill takes down immediately Fluffy. But as the progress, EVOS Holy backs off away, pulls away before they became another casualty in the hands of Team Liquid. But the damage has already been done. Team Liquid got what they needed. Marching on right now at the bottom lane, it's gonna be Lord pushing in straight away. They're gonna clear out the last bits of the turrets needed here for the baseline of Team EVOS Holy.
Yeah, Team EVOS Holy, they have to burst someone down. That's the entire game plan here, and it's just failing, right? It's just one by one. Aaron is not dying. That hard guard wasn't even needed to be used, and he still took so much of the damage. And now Fabian, he's dealing so much damage. He's at the main power spike right now. Whether Erlan, he does have the farm to fight it, is gonna be crucial here.
All right, Joy Kid. This is going to be actually going for a fight, but he pulls away. Unfortunately, he didn't get it. Instead, it's going to be denied by Ezekiel as well. Now, Ivan will be the next victim, as well as Elan was taken out by Fabian. Ivan will be the third one, and now Cry try to do in for the square movement and try to actually push on and do a defense. But unfortunately, Aaron Shiki, just so much potential, able to break off straight away all the defensive mechanism. Cry as the only one to survive it out. He wants to defend it, but unfortunately, this is going to be the end for Team EVOS Holy as the Team Liquid. That's their first win of the series.
And Team Liquid and Deja just show their dominance here. I mean, you give them the Angeling, they show you the Angeling, right? The way that Ezekiel was playing, there is no way that you are going to kill Aaron. There's no way that you're going to kill my Fabian. Fabian, yes, he did die in the last team fight, but it was for the greater good. It was so that they can win the game, and it's totally worth it. Meanwhile, EVOS Holy, I mean, they have a lot of thinking to do, right? They went for the Joy pick, yes, but they did not execute it for the Joy pick. And I feel that, yeah, they had the Khalid, they had the Joy. It was a high-tempo game that was needed to be played by them. But there was a lot of team synergy missing because you have that Cho, and that Cho, it would have been much better to be on that roam-centric role together with the Joy. Then Khalid would have done way better on the EXP lane because you have an Eve who is so defensive.
Agree, definitely. And it keeps on coming to a point that Fluffy tried to actually pick off one, tried to actually find an opening, and it was still not enough though. There was not a lot of the fights or even the game plan that was portrayed on EVOS Holy somehow was not in their favor because they have been making a lot of wrong choices when they put up a fight with Team Liquid themselves. And now looking on the side, MVP right here, Fabian gets it done with the 6 kill and has 888 gold per minute. And Aaron Shiki should also have that mention as well because he was the one who had so much tenacity that nobody from the side of EVOS Holy could pick him up because Aaron Shiki was just so immortal that they could not take him down first of all.
Yeah, and that was the main playmaker from Fabian, right? And Team Liquid ID just seems to me like they're one of the teams that you cannot just ban out. Like, you can take out the chip, you can take out the CEO, you can take out the Sin, yeah, but sooner or later they have something up their belts. They're gonna take the Suyo eventually. They're gonna take the Fanny eventually. They're gonna take that Ling, and that Ling Angela being leaked out into the pool. It just went swinging in their favor because that was their signature playstyle. And Fabian, he just shows us why they won MPL ID.
Great job coming in from Fabian as the MVP with 888. I mean, this is where the fine line where Team Liquid, they go all out, they try to push in. Yes, Make It did manage to get that blood they needed for the side of EVOS Holy, but as they come along, Cry takes down Witty, they try to shut it down. That was the ultimate overextension that was done by Team Liquid that make EVOS Holy look at least they had a space to play around a little bit. But as time goes by, this is where the fine line of Team Liquid didn't even bother. If they lost that overextension, extension, they will pull through with that first lot. And no matter how it is, they try to take down Aaron, even 5N as well. It was not enough because Yezico was just giving all the sustainability that needed for the Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's just a matter of learning how to fight against that Angela. And there's like 3 ways that teams have used to fight against that Angela Link combo. One is to pick off that Angela so that the hard guard is not available. That's only available in the early game, right? Once that Angela hits that level 4, you won't see the Angela on the map. The second way is to disengage when the hard guard is up. And that's not going to be possible because EVO's Holy, you see that they are much slower when it comes to trying to protect Krite. Eve does not have that mobility to easily disengage unless the positioning is godlike. And yet again, Krite, he has to be in that position to deal that damage. And lastly, the third way that teams use to deal with Angela is to burst down that members before, to make it a 4v5, right? Make it as hard for the team to be possible. And that's what EVO's Holy were going for. With that Joy pick, they wanted to burst down someone as fast as possible. When they bursted down Aaron, it worked out. One team fight worked out for them. But once they couldn't burst down anyone else, it became extremely hard. But let's just find out what they have in the next game. But before anything, we're going for a short little break. So see you guys after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Strip away at it and ignore the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Day 2. We had a dominant series coming out from Team Liquid Indonesia versus EVO's Holy. And yeah, we are feeling good about Team Liquid Indonesia right now. But whether EVO's Holy can actually ban out that Angeline combo from Team Liquid Indonesia. And just look at that. Rebellion.
Yeah, and we are seeing other streams result right now. Rebellion, who had meet off with Valhalla on the other stream, Rebellion managed to take 2-1 for their own fight. I mean, we saw how Valhalla was yesterday. I mean, talking about how they fought off with CFU Gaming, I mean, pretty much most of the picks was actually quite prominent on the side of Valhalla itself and how they fought off with CFU Gaming. It was a question why CFU Gaming was giving a lot of leeway for Valhalla. But as they meet off with Rebellion, this is where Valhalla was having a little bit difficulty, I think, because Rebellion wise they are not to be messed around. But congratulations to Rebellion, they will be maintaining that 2-0 in their hands, progressing on day 3 later on.
Yeah, Rebellion Esports is also one of the teams from MPL ID, right? If I'm not wrong, they were in the regular season. They didn't really get a good placing, but still, Indonesia is one of the regions that has very scary teams. Valhalla, they did win against CFU Gaming yesterday. So, well, I mean, they're not exactly out of contention yet. They are at 1-0, right? So now it's 1-1. So we will
So
be
they're
seeing
still
more Valhalla.
Yeah, we'll still be seeing the last glimpse of Valhalla tomorrow, unless they'll be able to prolong that and making sure that they will hold on to that last elimination. They still have lifeline. But on the side of Team Rebellion Esports, we are going to see Rebellions already joining off with the one and only who managed to shut down our team of Singapore, which is Evil. And hopefully this is going to be the same case to Team Liquid Indonesia, unless Evo's Holly has something to say going into the second round of the second series.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of banning and drafting itself, it's just very hard to ban out Team Liquid's playstyle. But, I mean, if you want to take out the Angela, you can do it. We see teams ban out the Angela. But it seems to me like Evo's Holy, they've been going with the same banning and drafting patterns for the past few games, and it has been working for them yesterday. But today, well, I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. You're in the big leagues now. You're playing against the big boys, and you have to start doing a lot of more homework, man. Team Liquid ID, once again, they do take out the Hilda, they take out the Fanny, and it's completely different from what we're used to seeing. No, I mean, this is Evo's Holy. And Team Liquid ID, they go for the bans that Evo's Holy were going for. That's why I thought they were there. They banned out the Chip and the Suyo.
Okay, all right, but at least now we finally see Evo's Holy knows that. I mean, not the best ban that we talked about, because I think that possibility we did saw. Yes, there was a little bit of menace coming in from Weedy's side, Aran's side actually, when he was actually holding off a lot of the positioning, giving a lot of pressure to Evo Soli. But then again, the one thing, oh yes, finally they put out another contender that needed to be banned off is Angela, because it is a side right now for Team Liquid itself. Like, you don't want to have the great sustainability on the side of Team Liquid. So once you take out Angela on the side, maybe there's a possibility you can be able to fight off with Team Liquid ID. But we do see that even though they don't have Angela, they might actually bring Dot and that Rafaela as well. So that could be another combination we might see from Team Liquid as well. But now there's one more banned off right here by Team Liquid ID.
Yeah, Team Liquid ID will be taking out the Holy Trinity, all three bans, right? The Chip, the Suyo, and the Jutsun. They do not want to do with that anymore. But for Evo's Holy, right now, they do have the Edith available if they want to choose it, right? We saw them going for that triple Edith pick yesterday, whether or not they will want to pull it out again, whether it's a comfort zone for them. And now, I mean, for them, the alpha is still on that pool, so they can take the alpha. That first pick, it will be very strong. And right now, Matilda is on the board too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, definitely those are the two choices that they want to actually pick out, unless Evo Soli, what are they actually prioritizing right now? They know for a fact that so much of those put out just now is pretty much on the line of mid lane instead. They pretty much picked out Eve.
And this means that Liquid ID, you have the Matilda Alpha, right? At this point, you can go for the Matilda Alpha, and yeah, it's pretty much secured for you. So whether or not they wanna pull it.
I mean, again, this is where the fine line of Evo Soli, they're still in their comfort zone. They're still playing off with what they are used to, what they are pretty much more sustainable or able to be familiarized when it comes to their own gameplay. But then again, once you move in to fight with Team Liquid, if you're too comfortable, that's giving the opportunity. And there you go. We got Matilda been picked out already, as well as Alpha in the side of Team Liquid ID. This is giving so much of space for Team Liquid to dictate how they're gonna move on into the next phase.
Yeah, and how are Evo's Holy gonna answer to this, right? Because usually you see the Alpha, he has been the answer towards the Suyo, but the Suyo is not available in the pool anymore. So Evo's Holy, for the jungler, you have to pick something crazy out of the bag. So maybe we might be seeing something along the lines of just going into that Hayabusa, playing for that backline play, but that Matilda is so hard to jump, so much mobility, and Eve is in so much trouble right now. So you either want to double down into protection for that Eve, where you actually pick up a Ruby, or they just double down on their gameplay. They're going for the team fight. So Fovia isn't the time. Okay.
I mean, we've seen this before. We do see some of the teams are prioritizing on the offensive side, and sometimes it falls really perfectly as they want to be. It actually comes down to a really good execution. So maybe Evo Soli is much more comfortable on that zone. We're not sure. Maybe execution wise it will be even better. But on the side of right now, I feel like pretty much they need to be aware of the situation where, even though with the offensive side, you have to have a really good front line, because it's going to be getting a little bit too squishy. That Team Liquid will be giving a lot of pressure, will actually do a lot of damage. And this is where the fine line, they put out high lows as well, even more for them to have a really good defense.
Yeah, I mean, very curious for me, because the Khalid was available, but Hylos, it still does its job very well. And Hylos, of course, with that glorious pathway together with the Spear of Alpha, you don't really need to use that guiding wind as much as the Khalid. So that guiding wind is secured for the Alpha, and most of the time. So they will take out the Hayabusa, which I was expecting Evo's Holy to pick up. So that's just denying away more space for them. And meanwhile, Evo's Holy, they yet to pick up the jungler. But for Team Liquid ID, gold laners are not there yet. So they take out the Ixia, the Moskov, one of the possibilities. You can take out the Harif as well. And meanwhile, for Liquid ID, Nolan.
Hmm. Okay. Somehow Team Liquid ID is much more prioritizing on the side of all the junglers, and I like the fact that at least Evo Soli at least take out easier, so they know because Team Liquid ID when they perform wise picking off easier, that was one of their potential win rate when it comes to their previous fight as well on day one. Now 1-1 also is out of the bag as well. Now Evo Soli, at least I feel on the banning side here compared to previous one, this is a little bit far better off.
But they can still disrupt that team fight as much as possible, right?
True.
Actually, here they can go for this high AoE B-Tricks if they choose to do so. Because Aaron Shiki really good on the B-Tricks. So, yeah, Team Liquid ID, I'm pretty sure that they can leave it for the last pick. So, yeah, they can still go for that mid lane priority to fight against the Eve. Aurora still in that pool if they want to go for the Aurora, and Vexana to fight that team fight as well.
Yep, and they picked out Aurora, so that's going to be a prioritization coming in from the mid lane. So now comes down to EVOS Holy. Again, yes, offensive side, you have already covered up, but the thing is, it's still not covering up your front line. You need someone to do a lot of the sustainability. You need someone to at least have that potential to survive long enough to fight with Team Liquid ID. So this is where the fine line that, okay, EVOS Holy. Okay.
That's a very good utility jungle pick, right? X-Borg, he has a lot of sustainability with the Faragra armor. He has a second life. He has iframes and very good damage if he can get the farm going. Now, what I'm more curious is whether they pick up the Khalid. Yes, they do. And now with the Khalid and the X-Borg, I mean, that's a very strong pick coming out from EVO's Holy. Whether they can weather this mid-game advantage coming out from this mobility of the Guiding Wind and the Spear of Alpha. Team Liquid ID, yep, left with the goal laner picks. They can pick any goal laner right now. It would do them wonders, but they have to fight the Nathan. They need to know that the Nathan is there as a late game insurance.
Okay, let's see. Team Liquid ID pretty much solid grounds already coming in for all the 4 picks. So any heroes can be used here at the moment right now. Pretty much, I mean, at the moment right now, I definitely see they can be able to pick out Harith as well. They can actually go in for even Moskov. So that's pretty much Team Liquid doesn't need to bother much, but they go in for Bruno. They bring in those massive damage coming in on the late games, even at the mid games. And we did see this previously on yesterday or day 1, right, where Jones managed to pull through with a lot of damage wise at the mid game itself. So Team Liquid ID, I think when it comes to Drogty wise, again, they are perfection. They had a really good structured game plan. Evo Soli, I like the banning. I think we do see the visions or the ideas that pull through. The question is, can they actually be in a better position when it comes to the execution? Because right now, timing is very critical for EVOS Holy.
Yeah, the response was good, picking up the X-Borg into the Khalid, right? You have that Raging Sandstorm, you have that Last Insanity coming out from the X-Borg, which deals a lot of damage, a lot of crowd control. But the thing is, they are still lacking that finishing damage. They don't have that final touch until the Nathan comes into that picture. This is where EVO's Holy's lineup is slightly lacking, right? They don't really have that finisher. And I think that X-Borg, very good utility, but Alpha, he has way more damage, way better cycles for the jungle. So it's gonna be whether you can disrupt the jungle patterns coming in from the Alpha. And with the Matilda, I bet you that Matilda will be either invading or hard protecting that Alpha. So Alpha is gonna have a great game, but now we have a little slight bit of technical pause, so you will have to hear us talking just for a while longer.
Yeah, I mean, like we wanted to join straight into the match number 2, but unfortunately we have to wait a while. So sorry for the inconvenience, but then again, we hope for the best. At least it gives at least a few times, or at least a little bit of time for Team Liquid as well as EVOS Holy to get really more prepared into their second round of the match itself. Because so far right now, drafting wise, we've already done it. We do see when it comes to the pick wise from Team Liquid itself, it's much more better off. They have already covered up the solid grounds. The question is, I mean, again, yeah, definitely I do agree on the note that Matilda will definitely defend wise, protect wise every win that is needed for Alpha itself. But then again, I feel like there's a possibility once they know for a fact that they got Xbox, maybe Xbox will try to mess around. Maybe Xbox will be helped out, and maybe in the meantime we know for a fact that they do still have Nathan, as well as the fact that, I mean, the question and the part of the side of Team EVOS Holy is that most of their equation is that at least Eve can help along the line from the back line. At least if nobody catches it off Eve, there's a possibility maybe the execution that EVOS Holy wanted could come true. That is if they don't catch off Eve off guard. That's it.
Yeah, but still, like, even if they don't catch Eve off guard, I'm very worried for EVO's Holy because they don't have any damage. Like, if you think about it, last Insanity, yeah, damage, but not enough. It's usually not sustained from damage. They have a lot of burst damage, right? It's where big AoE into big AoE. So it's very important where a hallmark of a good Eve player is that real world manipulation discipline. How well you can hold your real world manipulation until it's needed. Because we see a lot of Eve players where they will just pop their box extremely early, and it seems like Team Liquid ID, they are planning to just bait out that RWM because they have the high-lows. They already picked up that high-lows, and what they want to do with that glorious pathway is to weave in and out of their RWM. And of course, that glorious pathway is going to be used as a tool directly towards Eve if he pops that box. Yeah, so TLID, they have so many answers already.
Oh no, that shows how much of a lot of the decision making from EVOS Holy is not going to be easy. I mean, I want to give credit to EVOS Holy, but then again, I mean, Team Liquid ID is just far better off. And we're talking about the fact that, okay, you've already got it down on the early runs. You already put out a lot of the offensive side. This is where the fine line, if EVOS Holy, can they actually have that finisher that they needed to fight off with Team Liquid? Started out right here. This is already coming in to our second round, and it seems that Fabian already taking off straight away. I think this could be the moment, a little bit of a highlight actually. I thought it was a game. Sorry, my bad. It was just a highlight due to technical pause. Now we're going to actually see how it actually happened to Team Liquid ID fighting off with EVOS Holy on the first match itself. It started really good for Team Liquid. They really had a really good dominance on their side, no matter how much EVOS Holy tried to break down, and even with Witty comes through shutting down every attempt that EVOS Holy was doing, it's still not enough for them to defend themselves.
Yeah, it's just really a hard time for EVOS Holy because you leaked out the Angeling, and Angela, it's just very scary in the meta right now, especially in the hands of someone like Ezekiel, who knows what he's doing with the hard guard at all times. And everybody in TLID was playing for the hard guard, right? You can see that Aaron, no normal Hilda would run up 1v5 like that, because they know that, yeah, they're probably gonna die if you do that, but he has Ezekiel. So he can just play up in the front, just be that damage factor, just be that peel factor, take away so much damage from EVOS Holy. And TLID, they are a team that plays to their strengths. They know the strengths and weaknesses of the heroes. They know what to do with their picks. And right now, EVOS Holy, whether or not they know that their opponent is smarter than them or as smart as them, right? A lot of teams, they don't give the respect where, yeah, I want to play this playstyle, but your opponent is not stupid. They need to know that your opponent is not stupid. They know how to play against you. And yeah, sometimes it's gonna be about rock, paper, scissors, whether you can pull out the correct moves at the correct times. Sometimes even itemizations matter. When you're playing against an Angela, do you build towards that Seal Halberd? Do you build towards that Necklace of Durance? And yeah, we saw in the first game of the series itself, right? Even battle spells, the smallest of details, it matters. Like whether you have that Purification versus that Tigreal, it's a very crucial battle spell towards only one utility, but that utility might take you out of the game.
Agree, definitely. And coming off on the side of Team Liquid itself, we do see no matter how much that Evo Soli try to shut them down, this is where the mechanism of Team Liquid itself, they will try to actually make sure that you waste all of your resources, waste off all your skills to a point that you could not do anything. And when the time comes by, they will punish you for all those as overextension. Even so, despite the fact that we do see there were certain overextension coming along from Team Liquid as well, where they wanted to actually pull through to see what can they actually pull away from Evo Soli as well. It was still just a little bit scraps coming in for Evo Solis. Pretty much, again, Team Liquid still have all the grounds they already covered. The control still in their hands, no matter how much overextension they put out to Evo Soli. The question is, Evo Soli, what are your answers to that situation, to all the Team Liquid's strategies? Because so far right now, Evo Soli is being outsmarted by Team Liquid to a point that they could not have the better response or even the reflex they needed to have a good sustainable fights when it comes to Team Liquid.
Yeah, and these teams, there's still a lot of stakes here, right? Whoever wins this series here will move into that 2-0 bracket where they are going to join RRQ Hoshi that we saw from previous matches. Then, of course, we already have that other stream ending their game. Rebellion Esports will be there as well. So already 2 Indonesian teams there, right? So TLID looking like they will take that 3rd slot as well. So in the end, there will be, I think, a total of 8 teams. So we will have 4 matches in that 2-0 bracket, and whoever wins that 4-0, they will be able to get out of this Swiss brackets and get their slot in the challenge season. Oh, so,
and
yeah,
we're gonna actually drafting again. Unfortunately, we're gonna actually draft back again. So going into Team Liquid ID as the one to actually have the opportunity for the first pick. We got already our bans. Now we see Alpha been banned. Now Jushin, Vovius as well. Prioritizing on the side of Evo Soli is going to be Chip as well as Funny. So we did not get to see the potential of drafting that was put out previously. I mean, okay, never mind. At least Evo Soli can avoid the Matilda combo with Alpha. But Suyo now is in the open as they picked out Angela as the last ban. So now the respawn coming in from Evo Soli. You can still counter Suyo. So they picked up Hilda instead. Okay, at least I feel like there's some way that they know for a fact they can counter off Sunyo, that a possibility of messing off all the junglers that decided to the side of Team Liquid ID. I like Evo Soli. They're much secure. They know what they can do to respond well.
Do they pick up the Matilda though? Like, do they deny away it from Team Liquid ID, right? Matilda is still in the pool. Team Liquid ID, they can pick up the Matilda. Matilda Suyo is much more potent than Matilda Alpha because you know that Suyo is going to be playing like that. They pick up the Aurora, and now that seems to me like it's just a clear-cut pick where they go for the Matilda once again and they force themselves into the same situation.
Oh god, Evo's holy. I mean, you had that opportunity, could have actually at least get more of secure for your side. So now Team Liquid ID definitely gonna pick up Matilda. Not only that, I mean, they might be able to actually get another one for the mid lane as well. I mean, one question is that Evo Soli, are you prepared to the fact that the combo coming in from Team Liquid, can you actually hold off, have any of the backline? Yeef will be picked out and Cho ended up being picked out by Team Liquid ID. So still, there is a chance that Evo Soli might be able to pick out Matilda, since Team Liquid says that we're not taking off that Matilda. We're going to actually use Cho and Yeef instead. But it is going to be Nolan to be picked up by Evo Soli.
Yeah, I think they're putting a lot more priority in the jungler since the Suyo has been picked up. And meanwhile, for Team Liquid ID, it's just very lucky that Evo Soli went for the Nolan instead of going for that Ruby, right? Ruby would have disrupted that Cho really well. And it seems to me like Team Liquid ID, their game style is set. They want to be that aggressor, and with that Cho pickup, it's definitely like witty on that Cho. He's gonna be in the jungle the first half of your game, and whether the Hilda is able to respond in time. Now with the ban from Evo's Holy, they have to ban out possible EXP laners that can be in your face, which is one of them will be the Khalid. Whether they do take it out, that's gonna be huge. Matilda finally being taken out by Evo's Holy, I mean, Cho as a possibility goes in the EXP lane and they still go for that Matilda Suyo.
Okay, and we know for a fact that Khalid been banned off by Team Liquid ID. I was expecting at least they're gonna actually try to ban off Ruby, but then now moving on to EVOS Holy, they have another one to be thinking about how they want to actually make sure that the mobilization that Team Liquid ID will portray onto the next two last heroes they're gonna pick up.
Yeah, I mean, with the Matilda being taken out, right? One of the key factors that they need to worry about is something like a Gato-Kacha, something that can jump the back line. And yeah, they do take out the Gato-Kacha. Another one that they have to worry about, Tigreal, but Tigreal's not really a problem for Team Liquid ID. It's more on the disrupt. And Evo's Holy, I mean, if they want to go the full disrupt, they can still go pound for pound. They can pick up a Kaja if they want to do so. We did see the Jawhead as well. Jawhead is very good in disrupting that Cho's mobility, and Ruby as well. So one of these three might be very good for Evo's Holy, provided they know how to play it.
Okay, let's see. Is it going to be Ruby or is it going to be Kaja? They got to actually have one of the players that can be able to pick off Team Liquid ID. And they ended up picking Hylos instead for Evo's Holy. I think, yeah, definitely it could help burst out, try to move around and slow things down for Team Liquid ID. Not the best ideal situation, but I think Evo's Holy, they're playing off on their own comfort zone right now. They know maybe Hylos will be a better off defense mechanism for them to pull through or even counter off Team Liquid ID.
In the same way that how Team Liquid ID picked that Hylos versus Evo's Holy's Eve, because that Glorious Pathway is very good with dealing with that real world manipulation, right? It's an easy getaway path or it's an easy initiation path towards that Eve. So yeah, Hylos is really good, but only at level 4. And I really love this pick from Team Liquid ID, because a lot of teams, when they see a Hilda on the EXP lane, when they see a Hylos on the EXP lane, they kind of shy away from the fight. But one thing you can do is you can pick a Glue, you can pick a CC, bring the fight to the EXP laner, and just crush that lane. And with the stick coming out from the Glue as well, there's a lot of team fight potential now for Team Liquid ID. It's gonna be a very aggressive early game start.
Okay, even with Nathan been picked up, and this is going to be a great composition coming in from Team Liquid ID. Evo's Holy. Now, the question is, you've already got all your front line already been covered up. You know how to actually slow things down for Team Liquid ID. The one thing that you need more is the sustainability, and you have Harith to be picked out. And I mean, yes, definitely the combo between Harith as well as Hylos is a really good mechanism to be pulled through, and that could actually give the damage that is needed for Evo's Holy. I like the fact that they want to play around again with the comfort zone, with all the metas combos that we've seen so far in the scene of MLBB. But the question is it gonna be enough? Because so far right now, Team Liquid ID, again, the drafting wise is much more cover grounds.
And what's very interesting that we're gonna see, right? It's Aaron's choice of battle spell on the Glue, right? Whether he goes for the Revitalize so that he has that sustainability, or he goes for the Petrify in terms of having that aggressiveness, in terms of having that early game stun available. And this is one of the key things. If they want to go for this early game style, you will see him pick up the Petrify. But if he wants to go for more of a mid game to a late game power spike, you will see a Revitalization. But he goes for the sprint. Oh no, that's even more aggressive than the Petrify.
Oh, okay. This is gonna be interesting to see. Team Liquid ID versus Evo's Holy. Indonesia versus Indonesia. This is our second series and second round. And now attempts coming in for the mid lane. Ivan already having a lot of pressure. One more shot to go. Oh, managed to skirt away before becoming a casualty. But that was a really good attempt coming in from Team Liquid. Now Aaron try to push away Fluffy. Gets a lot of damage put out already, knowing for a fact that he can just push all of the attempts that comes in from Fluffy side. So far right now, Team Liquid a really good cover grounds to a point that again they know for a fact most of the plays, most of the heroes on the side of Evo so only are a little bit squishy in the early game, so they can do as much damage as possible if they need to. But time goes by, it might gives at least the holy Evo's holy time for them to breathe just a little bit.
Yeah, and the thing is, they want to shut down this Hylos as much as possible. Will be the first casualty of the game. Traded out for Witty. Roamer for Roamer, not too big of a deal, right? But still, Team Liquid ID, they are having that upper hand, having that first blood, and also Cho dying at this point is not too big of a deal because his ultimate is just a one-man pickup. Meanwhile, Hylos is much more impactful in the game because he has that glorious pathway. Now Fabian in a lot of trouble though.
Faven is a lot of trouble, had to pull away straight away before becoming another casualty. They spotted out. Cry shuts him down immediately. Now getting on straight away to Aaron as well. Now Cry needs to back things up, but as he slowed things down to Aaron, and now it seems that Maykis finds the opportunity. Maybe this is the opening they needed to get the turtle as well. But Ezekiel just overlooking. They find a way. Maykis will be able to get the turtle. Finally, Evo slowly looking a little bit better than they did on the previous game.
Yeah, both neck and neck at net worth right now. Only a 200 gold difference in this early 2 minutes. But they still have to worry about the power spike when Ezekiel does have that real world manipulation together with Fabian going in. And we've yet to see Witty hit level 4, right? The Way of the Dragon has not been used. And who's his target here, right? His main target is going to be Harith, does not have a Purify, or it's going to be either Ivan or Fluffy in that early game.
Let's see. Weedy overlooking, making sure that at least they will be able to allow Maykis to get the buff, the creeps that he needed. And it seems that will be covering up the ground. I think Evo's Holy knows how to get it done, at least for this matchup. They're not going to allow all the overextension or even the cover grounds that was done by Team Liquid on the previous game. But so far, we do see the movement momentum coming in, and Cried will be trying to pull away Ezekiel for now. But as we go along right here, right at the bottom side, we do see Fabian try to push away to Fluffy side. Does a lot of damage with the help as well by Aaron, but not going to be enough to pull any casualty.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of power spike right now, Evo's Holy, they seem like it's their time, right? They have all the AoE mechanisms to actually take this team fight. Now, Frigid Glacier being used on the Ezekiel.
And here on out, Joy managed to take down straight away Ezekiel. That's the good attempt coming in with Cry just freezing it out for Team Evo's Holy getting another body in their bag.
Yeah, and that Nolan 2-0 right now, that snowball is slightly starting to get going for Evo's Holy, but still they have to worry about the late game power spike. Evo's Holy, they need much more of an advantage than this. They need to keep forcing fights again and again and make sure they take objectives off of this, because currently right now, it seems like they haven't taken any gold plating despite winning the fights. And the turtle, I mean, it's only the second turtle of the game, but the glorious pathway being used right now, they're trying to fight.
Fabian takes the title straight away, but at the same time here, Ivan as well as Elan try to push in straight to the side of TL. But at the same time right here, it's going to be Fluffy to take down Weedy immediately, pushing in straight to Fabian. That Kratos also, even with the iceberg, will not be able to break through, but Maykis coming in. Cried, pushing in straight away with the icebergs again, but not going to be enough to shut down Fabian. So still, it's just going to be a trade-off for Team Evo Soli as well as Team Liquid.
And very smart coming in from Team Liquid ID, just separating the fight on two fronts. They are very strong when they are all five together because of the immense amount of AoE that Evo's Holy has. But once you split the team fight up, the AoE is all segmented away and they are just weaker, way weaker. And Team Liquid ID just take full advantage of that, and they do get some gold advantages going for Aaron Shiki. Now Fluffy, he might be in a lot of trouble here, but Aaron Shiki though,
but he's going in for the overextension, but unfortunately, he did manage to go in. Now comes through with Widdy as well as Aaron. Ezekiel will be the one to shut down Fluffy. Despite tried to fight off with Aaron Shiki with so much potential of Team Liquid to cover the grounds, Fluffy could not do anything. So that's a trade-off coming in from Team Liquid ID as well. But Fabian on the line as well at the bottom was taken out by Team Evo's Holy.
yeah, Evo's Holy really have to pump up the momentum right now. They did get that turret. Yes, that's step 1 out of the way. But there's step 2 and step 3 to this, which is the other 2 outer turrets. They have to slowly keep taking more outer turrets and keep forcing the fights out of Team Liquid ID's favor. And at the same time, they cannot get segmented once again, right? Team Liquid ID, that sprint glue, that's meant to just segment the fight away. They are wanting to just fight the fight on 2 fronts. But Winnie,
Winnie will be shut down by Aaron completely, shutting down Aaron as well. Ivan pushing in straight to Aaron, a little bit too ambitious as well as overextension. By the same time, Arishiki will be the one to shut him down. A trade-off, but at the same time, lose track of the target that they needed. And now, Fabian has already been spotted out by Fluffy. That's going to be an information trigger, but at the same time, Maykis knows it doesn't matter. They'll get the turtle for themselves. And even though they trade it off for 1-1, it's still a great neck-to-neck between the two teams.
yeah, and the good thing that Team Liquid ID is doing is making sure that Evo's Holy is always down 1 member. Like, we might lose 1 member, right? But we're going to force that team fight to the fight where we can trade that constellation and just keep the trades going, because they know that their mid game, the late game, really favors them because they have that nature, right? They have that glue, which favors them at the once they get to the sustainable stages. And Witty's just playing keep away, making sure that the Nathan has space, using that Wave Dragon onto Fluffy so that he cannot connect on the bottom lane.
And as we saw, we see at the top lane right now, we know for a fact that Fabian's coming in for a push. It's going to be Ezekiel to take down Arlan. And as we push in, we do see that shutdowns come through from Aran to shut down Maykis. 1 more play to go. It's going to be Cried. Aran pushing straight away, half of lifeline. Cried did manage to actually slow down the tempo. At least he will be able to pull away before becoming a death body in the hands of Team Liquid. As we progress, Team Liquid managed to trade off 2 of the kills in their hands, and now they looking a little bit ahead compared to Team EVOS Holy.
And what TLID did right there was Aaron Shiki on that bottom, applying so much pressure with the help of Witty. He used that Way of the Dragon, he used that Entropy. Now the Entropy is off cooldown, he can use it again to get out, and there's so much pressure, right? They don't have any lockdown. All they have is AoE, all they have is damage. Team Liquid ID, they know the extent of the heroes, so they force the pressure on the bottom lane, force a team fight on the top, and EVO's Holy, they're just looking like they're falling apart right now. They don't have the map control. They don't have the ability to control Aaron Shiki anymore. He's level 12, the same level as Maykis. That's the jungler, mind you.
Oh, this is tough. Definitely coming in for Team EVOS Holy. Now they're gonna actually try to contest or even try to push for the team fights here for the mid though. Not gonna allow it, gonna clear it off, and we do see that Fabian gonna tease the lot as well now. Make it just overlooking from a distance. It's gonna be Ivan who gets a lot of damage, but Glorious Path comes through. And here on out, Aaron will be slowed down a little bit tempo, but Arishiki takes down Fluffy immediately. And as time goes by, we do see Ivan trying to pull into Aaron, but Aaron is a little bit too slimy to a point that he could not do anything. And Team EVOS Holy could not break into the team of Liquid, and they're gonna get away with that win, and they will take that lot for themselves.
And EVO's Holy, their fight is, yeah, they're sustainable. They're not supposed to die in that kind of situations. And Fluffy just picking up that Radiant Armor, it shows how behind he is in terms of having that farm, right? In terms of just being squishy as a Hilda. It's just that glue effect, where glue is able to fight that Hilda one-on-one. This is such a great pickup from Team Liquid ID. Now, EVO's Holy, they have 1 more chance of a team fight. They can't force a 5-on-5 here when Suyo is not available, but can they withstand the damage from Aaron Shiki?
Ooh, almost try to close in, and Cried did manage to pull away, try to go in for that micro fights, but still not gonna be easy. Now they're gonna push in straight away for the next turret at the moment. Now turret for the second layer has already been done on the top. Even bottom is gonna be cleared out as well, and now pushing in into the second layer of the mid lane here. They're gonna go in for a fight. Fluffy try to push into Aaron. It's not gonna be easy. They had to pull away, and now opportunity arise for Team Liquid to come through even more further for those at the bottom lane as well. Now, Team Evo's Holy looking lost than ever, trying to find a defense or even try to break in. The only way they can try to do it, probably maybe try to pick off Yeezy kill first of all, or maybe even Fabian. But now it's not easy because with Aaron and now pushing in, even with that glorious path, Pride will be able to take down Aaron first of all, and now pushing in, Aaron Shiki managed to take down and was able to pull away before being taken out. Evo's Holy at least getting that micro wins, but coming along right here, they're gonna have to clear out the lot as well. And Team Liquid doesn't really matter. They lost one player, but at the same time, they've already done the damage they wanted for Team Evo's Holy.
And that's where the prime Team Evos is, right? You want that meat grinder, but Cry already instantly being taken out by Aaron Shiki. That's a mega kill coming in from him. Evo's Holy, they cannot answer. If they leave their base here, they are going to get shredded by Team Liquid. And they do disengage. Very good call from Evo's Holy and Liquid ID. I mean, in terms of having that farm, in terms of having that scaling in this late game right now, they are there. 7,000 gold advantage. Evo's Holy, yes, we did see what they can do, but Liquid ID, they have the damage too. And now...
No, they're pushing in. Ivan getting a lot of damage. They go in for the glory pass, but unfortunately, Arishiki takes down early, and Fluffy will be almost getting to be the victim, but nope, still surviving it out for now. Even so, right now, they clears out all the turrets, now only left with only the top, but they don't need better. They're going in for a fight, and Aaron pushing in straight to Ivan. Not to worry, no, because Team Evo's Holy still have it back, and Team Liquid decided not to go for an overextension. They know for a fact time is ticking. They don't need to push too much further as Irvin is coming in. So what matters right now is for them to get the next lot, and the fact that Team Evo Soli, they're bare. They only have the crystal for them to defend, and this is the critical timing for them to try to defend it out. But what can they do, as life is always been depleted with Team Liquid always shutting them down on that front side?
Yeah, it just seems to me like they didn't make full use of that advantage that they had in the early game, right? Where they were winning the team fights, they got the snowball going in Nolan, but there were no objectives being taken. And until now, there's only 2 outer tier turrets that were taken. Even before 5 minutes, there was no creep advantage at all. It just seems like Team Liquid ID, they read them on all fronts. Witty not even finding a good way of the dragon, but his way of the dragon is not to catch people, it's just to force the team fight away from the main character, which is Aaron Shiki in that background. That Nathan will be doing so much damage here.
Oh, coming in right for the box. Arishiki straight away get the kill first of all. And now Clyde trying to survive it out. Ivan takes down Mikis immediately. But Clyde, unfortunately, will not do anything as the lot already march in. Another win comes through into the hands of Team Liquid Indonesia. The next team to get the 2-0 here for our second series.
A clean series sweep from TLID, 2-0. They will be advancing towards next bracket. For Evo's Holy, it's not the last of them that you will see. They will be going into the 1-1 bracket together with Team Evo and Team Valhalla. So, I mean, for this game itself, right? We saw that Glue, he picked up that sprint so that he's able to join the team fight. He's able to segment the team fights as fast as possible. And that's just an extremely aggressive pick from Aaron. So because he did not have that revitalization, he did not have that vengeance, we saw the effects coming through when Evos did come together as 5. They were able to burst him down. But that's just a prime situation for Evo's Holy. They had so many opportunities, but Team Liquid ID, they just kept shoving the fight away from Evo's Holy. Witty, we saw him using the Whale of the Dragon on Fluffy just to keep him away from Aaron Shiki, and Aaron Shiki just doing Aaron Shiki things, getting all the macro in the world. 12,455 gold on this guy.
Crazy. Definitely, we do see even Fabian getting a lot of the damage-wise for the side of Evo Soli. I mean, the fact that Evo Soli could not get the respawn they wanted, I mean, even from the early games itself, it started out really good. They had a really good trade, and I think that the cover ground that was done by Evo Soli was there. But then, as they've passed through times, this is where the fine line of Team Liquid was able to break into straight to the fight itself. Now, going into the MVP itself is going to be Aaron Shiki with the 6 kills. We got Fabian with 2 kills and Makis with 3 kills. I mean, the fact that at least Team Evo Soli tried their best. They did try to actually hold out all of the offensive side during the early games. Coming into the mid game, what can you do when Aaron Shiki was already buffed out and leveled up to a point that you can sustain and fight with Makis?
Yeah, the funneling of farm, the way that they played that macro advantages, even when they were down, right? They went for the consolation prizes in the map. Their eye on the game is unmatched, especially in this series when it comes to Evo's high-lows. Evo's holy, sorry. They did pick up the high-lows after all, but still, Aaron Shiki, the way that he played around the map, he did not die too many times at all. The way that he used the entropy, it's just the chef's kiss from TLID. They had the eye on the prize. They knew the objective that they were going for. It's not an empty team fight. Every utility was intentional for the next step of the game. Everything that they do is to layer the next step, building the foundation to winning the game. It's not an empty brawl meta.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that no matter how much we do see that Team Evo Soli tried to back things up, maybe try to actually pick off anyone, and even try to actually at least get some of the damage that is needed for Team Evo Soli, Team Liquid was just too squishy, or not squishy, sorry, too slimy that can actually pull away, still survive most of those damage, and they still manage to be able to heal themselves up and not to be bothered at all with all the consequences that comes along when they Evo's Holy try to pull into Team Liquid itself. And this is where the fine line, we do see Evo's Holy did manage to shut down Weedy. First of all, there was also backline where we see Erlan was being pushed by Aaron Shiki, but as time goes by, we do see that the times it was critical for Team Liquid to even pull through, and the overextension by Fluffy here was unnecessary to a point that they punished for that mistake.
Yeah, and we just see that Witty is just buying so much space, right? Def and the backside, he doesn't even need to use the Way of the Dragon. He's just providing the threat, providing the damage. If you do come in, I'm gonna kick you in. So it's always that deterrent factor for Team Liquid ID. Having the one layer on top of each other and just having that Cho, I expected a hyper-aggressive Cho, but he was playing like a very defensive Cho, and a very, very good defensive Cho, because they had the Nathan, that was the win condition, and all they had to do is keep Aaron Shiki safe.
Agree. They have to keep Aaron Shiki safe, and not only that, Yezikel on the front side as well was able to do so much damage. They were able to cover all the grounds of Evo Soli to a point nothing can be done. And this is the wrapped up of Evo's Holy versus Team Liquid on our second series. Another Indonesia to be joining into our 2-0 matchup on day number 3. Congratulations to Team Liquid. Evo Soli, we're not saying goodbye just yet. This is also the same case to Team Evil as well, because they still have one more lifeline to go. We'll still see them for day number 3. The question is, going into the bottom bracket, whereby you're going to see those who have won and have lost. So those are the conditions they need to worry, because if you have those 1 loss and 1 win in their side, there's a possibility of 50-50 situation to fight off between the teams that are at the downside. Can Evo Soli be able to pull through once they push into day 3? We'll find out tomorrow. But for now, Team Liquid Indonesia definitely have been performing so well to a point that is perfection. Again, what we see from day number 1, it has been portrayed again here for day number 2.
Yeah, really, both teams performing very well. Team Liquid ID just having that mind games to be on top, right? But now that the two ID teams, Indonesia teams, have made it into that 2-0, we will see the next matchup, which will be Omega, right? I believe Omega versus Team Liquid Academy Indonesia. So whether or not Team Liquid Academy Indonesia can replicate the same success from Team Liquid ID, right? Whether they have learned from their big brothers, right? Because yeah, of course, like Academy Indonesia, you want to be in that ID. But now we take a look at the heat map of Aaron Shiki, and you can see that yeah, of course, he's the goal laner. He's gonna be there at the goal lane. But the fact that he's able to traverse the entire map and get so much objectives for himself as a Nathan. Oh, it's just disgusting because as a Nathan, you're not supposed to be able to get so much space, but this is the rest of the team enabling him, right? If you take a look at how Witty is playing, it's always around Aaron Shiki. It's to a point where the Whale of Dragon, I'm just gonna kick you out and just have make sure Aaron Shiki is safe. If I die, it's okay.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree on that, seriously, because so much of a control coming in from Aaron Shiki to a point that Evo Soli did not even expect that. If you give that leeway to the side of Aaron Shiki, and not only that, you have so much of the resources being taken out by the one and only Aaron Shiki, is going to give more buff on the side of Team Liquid itself. And this is where the fine line of Evo Soli, or even those who might meet off with Team Liquid on the next round on day number 3, are they going to allow this to continue on? This is where the fine line, they got to make sure to check out Aaron Shiki. What are the things that they need to counter also to deny the movement of Aaron Shiki moving into the next day or day number 3?
Yeah, it is always great to see when another region faces off against each other, and it's whether you've done your homework, it's whether you did research on the opponents that you're playing against. But TLID is just looking like a team where you can do your research, you can ban their heroes, you can ban Angela, it's okay. They still have a lot more things in the belt, and this is one of the coolest way that I've seen how Cho was being played, how Glue was being played. It was all for one person, right? It was all for Aaron Shiki. Like, we can lose the team fight in the front with the Eve, it's fine, as long as Aaron is able to use that sprint, run behind and join Aaron Shiki and win that team fight for Aaron Shiki. As long as he has the farm, it's fine, everything is fine.
Everything is fine here for Team Liquid, definitely. I mean, talking about how, yes, the kill, he did go in for some of the overextension, even though it doesn't matter because they want to make sure they connect the thought, they get the kills that is needed for Team Liquid, and that was the buff that was put out for Team Liquid. Now, coming into Smart Omega, we've already seen them yesterday. Can they continue their momentum meeting off with Team Liquid Academy from Indonesia? We'll see you guys after this because the next series will be right after the break.
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, faster, faster.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on to match 3, where we will have Smart Omega Esports going up against Team Liquid Academy Indonesia. How are you feeling today, Fast Bunny?
I'm feeling great, super excited, definitely. I mean, we've already done with 2 series. Great job coming in for the side of both Indonesia teams. I mean, talking about RRQ Hushi on the first run, and then on the second round, Team Liquid ID taking down the Team Indonesia as well. And this is where the fine line we say, like, is it going to be the same case here for another Indonesia team, which is a brotherhood, or even the other side of Team Liquid, which is the Academy, anyone to fight off with Smart Omega. But here's the thing, Smart Omega, the Philippine teams, I mean, we saw them yesterday already and they were phenomenal. Let's take a look on the roster again with Ryota as the EXP, Underryu as the jungler. We got Uker at the mid lane, Chakdu as the roamer, and Jom as the goal lane. And we know for a fact that in controlling the map wise, it's not gonna be easy. I mean, even the fact that Uker was one of the MVP on yesterday as well is one of the reason why Smart Omega needs to be watched out very carefully here for the third series of the game.
Yeah, they play a very, very clean game, and the way that they play is divided we stand, but together we stay, right? It's really, they're getting the map objectives differently, but at the same time, it's a common objective where they are playing separate units, and it's a very different way and technical way of playing. But on the other side, we are going to have Team Liquid Academy Indonesia. We're gonna have Super Gents on the EXP lane, Good For You in the jungle, Siren on that mid lane, Chizumi on the roam, and Kill on the gold lane here.
Oh, okay. I mean, a little bit mysterious that we don't have the pictures of TL Academy ID, right? But nevertheless, they're not a mystery inside the scene of Indonesia itself, because we've known how they were. They have their own achievement up their sleeve as well, and they are also rising off to be at the same length. Maybe not as close enough at the same level as Team Liquid ID, but at least Team Liquid Academy also have what it takes as well. I mean, talking about even though during the matchup yesterday, I mean, they are coming off from the open qualifiers, and then on day number 1, they had a little bit difficulty with JP Niners. Started out really good, and this is where the front line that we're thinking of Team Liquid Academy. You have a really rough time with JP Niners. Are they going to be able to have a better composition when it comes to Smart Omega? It's not gonna be easy, I know for a fact, because Smart Omega, I mean, they are tough. This is also a perfect team to compare with Team Liquid ID as well. So academy wise, they need to be very careful. But on the side of prediction, we are the same page.
Yeah, okay, we're on the same page. I mean, yeah, both of us, I think we feel that Omega will come on top just of the fact that they have been in that meta a lot longer, right? They're much more experienced, and really experience is very important when it comes to these kind of international leagues. And Team Liquid Academy ID, sure, they've produced champions. They produced, I mean, Ezekiel, Fabian, Aaron Cheeky, they were all from Academy before they went to Team Liquid ID. So Academy, it's the birthplace of these champions who come out from this academy, this school. And I want to test what they have learned in school so far. Like, have they done their homework in school? Yeah, that's important.
Agree. The homework has been done. Can they actually pass the test as well going into fight with Smart Omega? This is the third series. We're going in straight to the drafting wise. How they're gonna actually put that. So far right now, we do see bans up already been done. We do see Fanny, Matilda, Phovius, as well as 1-1 been banned off. And here on out, we do see on the side, we have Suyo, Chip, the Holy Trinity, as well as Jushin, and we have Valentina also been banned out.
Yeah, the funny thing is, right, the Angel Link is being used by TLID Academy. So it's gonna be one of comparison, right? How are you compared to your big brothers? Like on the other side, are you gonna be able to play it as well as your counterparts? And now with PHI, they went for that Gato Kacha into the Hilda and Alpha. I mean, the Matilda is not on the board. Alpha not that strong without that Matilda, but still, Suyo will not be there. So utility jungle-wise, you can be a very tanky frontliner for the side of Philippines.
Agree, definitely. Smart Omega, okay. There are a certain amount of the assistance that you are needed is been denied, but at the same time, we do see the last ban out being put out. Farmers as well as Airtel has been banned out, and I like the fact that Team Liquid is trying to actually mirror out their big brothers in the scene, and even so, they even had Cho on the side. Now picking off another heroes, they can actually have another composition when it comes to their EXP, right? And not only that, the fact that we do see there's a possibility of maybe picking up. Oh no, maybe on the side of Roger or even Moscow. I don't know. Maybe that could be a case. But here on out, Nathan will be picked out, and it gives even more a sturdy movement for the team of Liquid Academy in the scene here to fight off with Smart Omega.
Yeah, and one of the picks that usually we see fighting against Smart Omega, I mean for against to the TLID side, would be that they are gonna pick up possibly a Moskov to fight that Nathan, but they do pick up the Harif, right? They do pick up the Harif. That's what we saw right before we headed into our faces. That was the other stream. That was the other stream. Surprise, by the way. It's us.
That was the multiverse of us streaming in every single place, guys. But here on out, this is the drafting, and we do see now they're picking up Aurora as well as Harith here for the Smart Omega. Now they already closed it off. Team Liquid Academy ID. Now, what are their response here to fight it off? They got already Nathan. What they need to actually put out so far, I mean, in all the bases right now, I do feel that the fine line of Smart Omega having a really ground system for their front side is already been covered out, and even with Harry to give a lot of the burst, it could actually potential be a good fruit. But at this time goes by, I do feel that Angela League could be that question, that answer that Team Liquid Academy would be expecting more.
Yeah, they've yet to pick up an EXP lane or roamer depending on where Cho is going to go. And
Yeah.
in terms of having the Khalid, yeah, the Khalid is going to be one of the picks. Yeah, so Phovius was out, so it had to be either Khalid or a very strong roamer, right? You can pick up a Tigreal still. It does work quite well against Smart Omega when they want to force these team fights. That implosion would put them under the threat of death, or you can choose to pick up Purify on your Harif, which might be the case. So Khalid will be the stronger pick here, who will be on the hands of Super Gen. So it's an EXP Khalid and a roaming Cho, which I really much prefer over the roaming Khalid and the EXP Cho.
Okay, Team Liquid Academy has a better idea right here to fight it off. The question is it gonna be enough to pull through? Because so far right now, I do feel in the drafting wise, it's even out for both teams. The respawn was perfect. It was needed on the side of Team Liquid Academy as well as from Smart Omega. But when it comes to the persecution wise or even on the positioning wise, I feel like once we do go in, we have Alpha, we'll be trying to actually pull in, and we need Hilda to help along the side as well. And going in right now, hopefully Smart Omega can outsmart again Team Liquid Academy, unless the boys, the little brothers of Team Liquid, will make a game changer here to fight off with our Philippine teams. Our third series of the days. This is our first round. Smart Omega Philippine versus TL Academy ID.
Yeah, and really, in terms of that sustained team fights, right? Having that Angel Link, it's always that early game pressure. And Chaknu, he's really putting the pressure onto Chizumi right now. If he gets the first blood here, it's gonna be huge, but he does not actually convert it towards a kill. But still, that's a lot of space given. You want to take away that space, and Andrew, he might be in danger here.
He might be in danger as well as Siren. Siren had to pull away. The fact that the cover ground's already been done by Smart Omega, TLID is giving that runaway for Team Smart Omega. I mean, they gave a lot of pressure to the side of Team Liquid Academy. Now they can cover a lot of the grounds as well. Now Ryota coming along to fight with Good For You, giving a lot of damage here. They will try to actually get the grips as well, but it seems that it's going to be in the favor of Good For You, despite the invasion that was done by Ryota.
And Smart Omega, they are making moves slowly, but still, in terms of having that team fight, yeah, I feel that Omega, they have the burst to deal with this Angela early on, as long as they keep Angela's farm low, right? As long as Team Liquid Academy, they don't get this snowball going, Omega, they have the tools. They have the Zaven Spores, they have Ryota with the damage, and Andrea with the true damage from the Spear of Alpha and Beta as well. So there's a lot of damage coming out from Omega, and this first turtle fight, it might be the start of everything.
Going into Andrew straight away, it's going to be Super Gens, but he had a lot of damage putting out. He had to pull through it. Chizumi coming in for a fight, but as it go in, we do see Andrew manage to steal away the turtle, and Rico, okay, managed to actually stain off two other players as well. Team Liquid, no, make it a double kill coming in from Uke, with three of the players from Team Liquid Academy was traded off. That win rate is just giving more support coming in for Team Smart Omega.
This is the first 2 minutes of the game paying off for Smart Omega here, because they made that early game move to actually invade onto Siren. So he did not have that level 4. At 2 minutes, 30 seconds in, he was still level 3. And now he does have that hard guard, but it might be too late, right? Omega are playing off of this snowball momentum as long as they can control this Nathan. Now the name of the game here is whether you can consistently pick off kill, despite the fact that there might be a hard guard available.
Looking at this as was just perfect. Getting the turtle, shutting down every movement, even despite the fact that that was the part. Even with the perfect last hit from Uke itself. And now coming in for the next game fight, we got Jom taking down Chirin. Now pushing in straight away, which Chizumi did manage to trade it off, but at the same time, Uke make the difference. Shuts down, good for you. Had to flicker away, but at the same time here, has been spotted out by Ryota. Ryota finishing the job, shutting down, good for you. And now Super Gens will try to get the trade, need to defend as well as punish Ryota for the overextension, session, but could not do anything, and Ryota managed to move away. But here, Super Gen doesn't spot it out, unfortunately, mixing the opportunity and giving more leeway to Smart Omega Philippine.
Very good identification from Jom, right? That Harith onto Siren, right? You don't want that hard guard to be committed to anyone at all. And the fact that they managed to pick off Angela at the start of the fight, that's one of the ways to deal with this Angela Link. And Omega, they are really executing it very well. And Ryota, I mean, that jump into that mid lane is calculated madness. Knowing that the Link does not have the Tempest of Blades available, and him just shoving him forward. And now he's doing the same thing to make sure that the purple buff is not being able to be taken. Now the hard guard is forced onto Good For You.
Hard guard coming in right now, and we do see that Jens as well as Chizumi try to pull away to save away Chart. No, at the same time here, Andrew coming in for Super Jens. Jens will be taken off first of all, but at the same time, we do see Chizumi a little bit too slow to try to push in into the fight, and it's going to be Team Liquid still covering the grounds, dominating all the baseline of Team Liquid Academy. Now, Smart Omega, we do see getting all the buffs they needed, and they're going to push in straight away for that second layer of the turret as well. Clearing out, and the turtle will be open for Andrew to take off. Team Liquid Academy still haven't found the respawn they want to get into Smart Omega.
Yeah, Omega, they have very calculated team fights. That was a very well calculated team fight, and that mid turret down right now, that's so much map pressure. That mid turret is the most important thing in that first 8 minutes. Now Chaknu, he gets found out by Chizumi. Spear of Alpha is being used.
Interview takes down Kyo immediately, going in for Chizumi. Chizumi was shut down by Jom. Even despite the overextension, they tried to punish it out. Smart Omega still come through to the top to take him down, and that's gonna be the top turret to be targeted off again to clear out. That's the first layer of 2 lanes already been covered up by Smart Omega. TL Academy doesn't look so good. Ryota coming in for a fight with Super Gens. Try to pull away, try to make sure that at least they will be able to cover the grounds of TL Academy. So far, Ryota all by himself, he's doing so much disturbance that TL Academy could not do anything.
Yeah, and it feels like Siren does not have enough farm at all, because the hard guard, that timing is not able. Without that fleeting time, he cannot do anything. And Ryota, he's just being a crazy menace right now, is just because of the fact that he wants to force out the hard guard time and time again, right? You saw that Chizumi, he was in so much danger, Kyo was in so much danger. Why was the hard guard not used? Because Ryota has been forcing it out multiple times. Now, he's doing it again.
He's doing it again, straight to good for you, and had to actually go in for the hard guard. And now, again and again, Siren has no time and space to take a breather. Team Liquid, again, giving the opportunity of Team Smart Omega to cover all the grounds. And with all the turrets almost depleting into the last layer, we do see Team Liquid Academy still in the lost situation. Andre going in for the push. It's gonna be Super Jets try to pull in, try to make sure, but he has so much damage. Taunt comes in, and now they had to pull away Flickers straight to the side of safe because the fact that Smart Omega was doing so much damage, but at the same time, Discipline comes through, and they say that not to worry, they're not gonna go over extension. They did what they need to do all the damage they need to TL Academy.
And the thing is, right, Omega, they are playing with intention. There is so much layers behind this. They are fighting team fights based off of the fact of the hard guard cooldown. Once the hard guard's on cooldown, yeah, we send Harif to take that bottom lane turret. Now they lose macro advantage, they lose map control, and now again, once again, they are finding these segmented team fight where they can force out the hard guard, and they will not fight the hard guard. They will disengage, then they will take an objective somewhere else on the map because they know it's on cooldown right now.
And look at this, getting all the cover they need, invading all the territories of TL Academy. Lot will be spawned, and this is the time where Team Smart Omega will know for a fact that they already cover all the grounds. They don't have to worry much of Team Liquid Academy will try to disturb them. So this is open for the take, but they spotted out at least good for you, and they might going in for the fight and ganging up. Changno goes in for the opening. Good for you will be denied with the hard guard coming in from the side of Chirin. He still survived it out, but still, this is a potential of Team Smart Omega pushing through, giving the cooldown that he needed, and Ruker shutting down straight away Chizumi. And this is the opening for Team Smart Omega. They pull through into the top side. Q giving so much damage here. Chirin doesn't have what it takes to cover things out, at least sustain. But the minion comes in. This is where the top turret, they will try to contest it out. They try to hold on. Q, the turret is done. And now they're pushing straight to Super Jets. Shutting down straight away by Jom. And now Chirin doesn't have any opportunity. Try to cover the grounds. Had to pull away from the fight by Jom. Shuts him down immediately. And as they come through, they shade down Qs as well. Now Shizumi has already been stunned. Good for you. Had to pull away from the stun. But the damage has already been done here with minion comes through. But we still have Chizumi still guarding the guards right now. The minion marching through. They want to finish it off. Is it going to be the end? It's going to be good for you. Who managed to be taken down as well. Now Chizumi will be in the scene. Chagno having a lot of potential, but unfortunately, it is the first win to be given to Smart Omega. Such a fast game on this third series.
Omega just dismantling the lineup of Team Liquid Academy Indonesia right there. They might have gotten the Angeline, they might have gotten the Khalid, but it's the skills behind the heroes that matter, right? Having the intention, having the objective mindset, the win condition in their heads whenever they go for the team fight. They are really sly players. They know what they're going for. Making sure that the hard guard is permanently on cooldown. That hard guard was never used in a team fight. It was always to save good for you, because 90% of the time you see Rilda running into good for you, making sure that his HP is definitely low. And 4,700 gold on Ling versus, I mean, Alpha with 7,000 gold. And this is a 9-minute, 26-second game. So that's just 50% just itemization advantage towards Andrew at this point. And he went for a Winter's Crown because he wants to force it out even a lot more, because he now can go for the Spear of Alpha, force out the team fight, and yeah, with the hard guard gone, you can take more team fights.
Agree, definitely. And this is where the fine line. Yes, Jom was the MVP, Andre as well as Uke did so much of the damage that Team Liquid Academy could not do anything, but it has to be given out an honorable mention as well to Ryota, because he was a disturbance. He was so annoyed to the side that Team Liquid Academy was pushed, was forced to do all the survival attempts to make sure that they will be able to survive it out. But as time goes by, once you have been pushed to use all your resources, this is where the fine line of Smart Omega will punish you and will take advantage against you. And I really like how Smart Omega was just, again, smart as they are, they will be able to shut you down. And I mean, good for you did manage to try to pull away the fight, and they try to go in for the back lane, but still he was denied immediately and gave so much potential to Smart Omega to just immediately take down that crystal on the first run.
Yeah, and the fact that John was able to be so aggressive was very much enhanced by Ryoda's presence, right? Ryoda was always in the enemy's face, making sure that hard guard was used. But when it came down to the game-making decision, John, he flat down the Zayman's force whenever he sees Siren out of position, or anybody out of position for that matter. And the fact of the matter is, he took so many towers, he took so much objectives when Ryoda was doing this. So it's just a matter of just winning that game or winning the team fight, and they're doing both for Omega right now.
And this is coming off. This is where the fine line. They had the first solo in their hands, and they even managed to get 3 of the players, Team Liquid at Academy, straight down to be shut down. And they push in straight away. Shizumi did manage to take down Andrea, but as Uke comes along, the double kill, the trade-off comes true, and it was just not enough for Team Liquid Academy to do anything. And even Ryota going straight into the mid lane turret to get what is needed to be done. It was just that moment of critical thinking and the micro decision making that was done by Smart Omega that was just perfection to the touch of this game.
Yeah, and just breaking down the highlights alone, you can see that John, he went for Siren when the hard guard was being committed onto the lane. So there was no hard guard available. And in that first fight, right, why did they win? TLID, what did they do right? How did they counteract that Ling and Angela? It's because in that first 2 minutes, you saw the aggression coming out from Alpha and towards the enemy jungle. And that's just the power of the Alpha. Because you have such fast jungle rotations, you can apply the pressure into any lane. And which lane is the priority? Angela will be the priority because you don't want him to get the level 4. First turtle fight, no level 4 on Angela. And that's just surprising. 2 minutes 30 seconds already, no hard guard. Wow.
Agree. That was a really tough positioning coming in from Team Liquid Academy. I mean, when it comes to the cover grounds of all the maps controlled, definitely Smart Omega was there, and you did see how Ryota, like every single time when at least Sirens tried to actually go in for the buff, try to actually get as much as needed creeps that can actually give at least the boost that's needed, the resources that is required for Team Liquid Academy, they always messed around. They always give a lot of disturbance. They denied any resources in the hands of Team Liquid Academy to the point they could not do anything.
Yeah, I mean, that farm was a bit too far gone. If Ryota is not dying at that point, it's gonna be very scary, right? He was able to run amok, and 90% of the time, I just felt like they had the answer. They had the answer. They had the Cho. So I felt that the Cho had to be present instead of just protecting Angela. He had to protect Good For You as well. But of course, we'll have to find out what they do in Game 2 as we're heading on for a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. Stay tuned, and we'll catch you guys shortly.
Here we go!
Seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in. So I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster,
picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just wrapped up the first game of Smart Omega Esports versus Team Liquid Academy Indonesia, where Omega took a decisive victory against Team Liquid Academy Indonesia. And now it's back to the drawing board for Team Liquid boys, right? They have to think about what they're going in for the next series. And yeah, we saw the Angeling. Didn't really work out. So might be a new perspective this time. Maybe go for something else. What do you
Maybe.
think?
I hope so, because again, the idea was already there. The problem is that why weren't they able to actually control what was happening throughout the map wise? Because the fact is, you talked about this, they were focusing on the wrong objectives, and it's giving a lot of the opportunity for Smart Omega to punish that for mistakes, like Ryota coming along to disturbs and giving a lot of pressure to good for you. And this is where the fine line, not just good for you, there was even fine line that even Siren had to actually be all over the place to cover up or to give an help to the side of every single players inside the Team Liquid Academy. And hopefully they think through about it and they won't make the same mistakes, not to be too ambitious or even too overextending themselves and worry enough to go in for the team fight. But coming through right now, the drafting for the banning phase is done, where we got 3 of the normal popular choices. We got Jushin, Matilda, Alpha been taken out, and on the side of Smart Omega, Fanny as well as Chip also been banned out.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid Academy ID, I think it's not just one facet that they have. They do have other playstyles. They might not be too familiar with that playstyle. I'm not too sure. Because that Angeling, I think, yeah, did get shut down, but they did win with it right yesterday. But now it's just being tested by Omega Esports right now. But they have that Suyo available, so they will pick up that Suyo. Omega Esports, though, they don't have that to Sin, but usually they respond with an Alpha, and that's also being taken out. So Omega Esports, do they go for the Assassin instead of the Utility Fighter? right? Don't go head to head versus that Suyo. Maybe pick up that Hayabusa. Maybe still you can go for the Angeling yourselves if you want to.
Yeah, agree, definitely. I mean, oh, but instead they pick up Yves instead. Okay, there's a possibility they might actually go. Oh, I was probably thinking of Gacha Gacha, but ended up they picking up Phoveus instead. So still, so far right now, the response-wise coming up from Smart Omega, they're prioritizing much on the damage. They're feeling more on the offensive side when they respond to Suyo. Now the question is, Team Liquid Academy. You got Suyo. They need at least someone on the front line, so they put out Gato Kacha. One side that they need to actually right now, can they actually have Aurora? Do they actually put out maybe Vexana to cover things out, to help along the line, to get that crowd control they needed along the side where they push in when it comes when they put out and fight with Smart Omega. So they ended up picking up Aurora instead here to fight off for Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, if Omega, they do opt to go for the Nolan instead. But yeah, one of the heroes that just completely leaked that pool is gonna be Khalid, right? Both teams not opting to go for the Khalid, instead going for that team fight. And yeah, securing that jungler for themselves right now. Yeah, they didn't want their potential pool of junglers being banned out. I mean, Omega, they know and play to their strengths, right? Right now, they want to take out the Tigreal so that it does not disrupt the RWM from Eve, but still there's a lot of potential to disrupt that RWM. They can go for the Khalid still with the Raging Sandstorm. They can also go for the glorious pathway of that Hylos. So Tigreal might not be priority here.
Okay, let's see. On the side of Team Liquid Academy, so far we know for a fact they need something to guard off for the side of Team Liquid Academy. And somehow, I feel like more to the side of Team Liquid, they will prioritize more on the safe zone. Are they gonna allow Hylos to be picked up for now, or they're gonna actually deny even more further or Smart Omega? So now Nathan been banned off. So Smart Omega, they have another choice, Hylos, for them to be given a little bit of insurance and security for Eve to be surviving it out.
And yeah,
But they ended up picking up Hilda.
yeah, they banned out the Hilda, right? They banned out the Hilda. It's really strong against Nolan because, yeah, Nolan, you also require some sort of space to keep going. And if you are able to defend your jungle where Nolan gets that snowball, Nolan gets that level 4, the fracture is available, that's a lot of damage. But meanwhile, TLID, they have to take out the gold laners, right? They're already on that route. Do they take out the Harif here? Because it will be a very strong takeaway from Jom. Because Smart Omega right now, they can double down by picking that Harif with the Nolan. That's gonna be a very strong mid-game power spike if they don't ban it out.
So let's see, can they actually portray it off, not deny it? But they actually picked out Harvard, which kind of counters back what they supposed to do. Actually, pretty much Hylos should be given the opportunity for them, but I guess at the same time, that could also be potential on the side of Smart Omega. If they have Hylos in their hands, it might give them all the necessity, the movement of them to be shut down, the mobility wise of them to be honed out a little bit more Smart Omega. Not the necessary move, but sure, why not? But at the same time here, it gives the opportunity of Smart Omega to pick up the Harith.
Yeah, I mean, Harif was just, if you don't pick it, TL Academy ID, they're gonna pick it, right? So right now, it's much more of whether you want to go with the Nathan to have that late game assurance. It did get destroyed, right? Kill, he got destroyed the last game, but does he it's much more of a different game. Now you have the Gatokacha. You have the Aurora to defend you way better. And Suyo has a better power spike timing when you compare it to the Angel Ling, because Ling is still a very farm heavy hero. Meanwhile, the utility-wise for Suyo would be much more on his utilities instead. Now they do go for that Lunox and that Glue. Yeah, I really like this from TLID to just take the fight to Smart Omega. Yeah, we picked the counter to Harif. It's gonna be a Lunox versus Harif gold lane. Then we have that Glue to combat against the Phoveus. Meanwhile, Omega go for the Grok as the final pick. I don't really like this Grok, but the thing is, like, it's just all down to execution, right? If he can get that barrier wall before the after the jump utility has been used by TLID, then he's essentially gonna just section them off. So it's very much on timing here.
Agree, definitely. Could be a critical thinking coming in from Smart Omega. Then again, I do feel like they also might use Grok to potentially to try to separate it out because so far right now we do see some of the tactics coming in from Smart Omega. They like to at least make confusion wise to TL Academy wise, right? Because this is where the fine line of can they actually confuse TLDD, focus on the objective? Will they be able to actually pull through? And that's where Grok comes along into the picture. And maybe Smart Omega knows this, and this is where they will try to pick even more further the weakness of TL Academy Indonesia. We're done with the first round. We're pushing it into second round of a third series. Will Smart Omega also come clean with 2-0, or will TL Academy Indonesia make a change here for their brothers as well? Here on out, second round.
Yeah, I mean, Omega, they have a very scary lineup in that mid-game power spike. Academy ID, they will have to push the issue early on with Suyo to make sure Nolan doesn't get the snowball going. At the same time, right, they cannot give up too many lives, right? And Glue should be on Phoveus duty, like 100%. You want that Glue to be on that Phoveus. And I'm curious about what did Glue pick up. He went for that Flicker, which is kind of just surprising to me. It feels very defensive, even though, yeah, you can flicker in, but it's not really what you want to do as a Glue.
Okay, let's see. I know for a fact that maybe there's a possible way that Glue will be a little bit slimy on the side of Team Liquid Academy, and that's what they need right now, at least mobility-wise, so that they can move away as quickly as possible. This is what they need. But then again, it's not the orthodox way that we would expect it. But here on out, coming in for the top, we do see Team Liquid Academy be a little bit aggressive, but to the side of Jom, it's not going to be in their favor because no matter how much of potential they try to pull in, it's still not enough, and they had to back away. Just a little bit of tease, just a little bit of attempts, which not going in their favor for now.
Yeah, still Omega, they are wanting to push the space for Nolan just to make sure that he has the farm available. And right now, since already he's at level 4, he has reached his power spike in terms of that Suyo as well. So both are neck and neck still. But first turtle
was going the way of the side of Smart Omega. They're gonna get it off straight away, and Team Liquid Academy could not do anything, but at the same time they're gonna pushing into Ryota straight away. Ryota getting a lot of damage, stun it immediately. They gang it up, giving all they want, but unfortunately the push comes through where Ryota still survive it up no matter what it is. Chizumi finally breaks it in. So much resources had to be put out just to take down Ryota in that process. Is it going to be enough investment? No, because at the top lane, we do see Jom comes through with taking down Kyo for the trade.
Was that a 1v1? Yeah, I think that was a 1v1, right?
I think it was 1v1, but it had help with Andrew as well.
Yeah, but oh my god, Lunox should not be losing. But Ryota, you see, at this point, right, it's just very scary for Team Liquid Academy ID. The fact that, Ryota is able to survive so long is gonna be that storyline for the next few team fights as well. If Ryota's able to survive this long, and his team members can actually join the fight in time, Omega is gonna be in a Academy is gonna be in a hard situation.
Agree, definitely. I mean, like, you took 4 heroes to just try to take down Ryota, and it was not even a great composition. I mean, it took too long, and now they try to do it again. They try to actually see what was the mistake, and maybe they try to cover it up again, forcing it down straight Ryota, mobilizing him as well. But finally, it's looking a little bit better, but still that gang up still takes a lot of time to shut down Ryota. But at least this is the marker wins that TL Academy is focusing more. But right at the top, we do see the engagement coming in from Jom, try to do again the attempt to the side of Kyo. Will he be able to do so? Unfortunately, Kyo had to back off, and this is going to be the opportunity for them to try to cover up that only. But with the help of Chatnu as well to cover things up, this is going to be interesting whether or not that top lane can be measured up. But good for you, taking down the turtle. That's going to be a win for TL Academy for now. And Kyo making a really comeback right now to shut down Chatnu. And we do see now it's going to be a critical thinking whereby Lunos finally make making a little bit of difference to fight off with Smart Omega.
Thing is, right, TLID, they have been getting this fights going where they take down Ryota. He's 0-2 right now, yes, but they lost so much gold turret plating. And in terms of macro, in terms of just net worth alone, they are up by still 760 gold. And Omega, they've been doing this time and time again where the lane priority is much more in their favor. The creeps are in their favor. If TL Academy, they want to take these fights, they have to make sure that the lane priority is in their favor first, but then the timing is just slightly off for them. So getting harder and harder to manage Smart Omega. And now they will be facing that power spike where Jome will be joining that team fight, right? That Zamon's Force is another issue that you have to deal with, especially once Harv joins the team fight. But Jome, he can't play that macro game as well. He can't take that top tier turret.
Can clear off already the top turret for themselves. That's already one level up for the side of Smart Omega, but now pushing in right into the mid lane. It's going to be Chatnu again as the one to be giving a lot of pressure, but it's not going to be enough though. It's just a little bit of attempts coming in from TL Academy, but Ryota comes through straight to Toronto, and nope, not going to be able to connect the dot even more further. But Andrew, on the other note, 1v1 situation with good for you, but they back off, and here on out, most of the Smart Omega gets the input, and they try to go in. They close off Toretto, but Toretto managed to pull away from those fight, and still the team on TLU looking a really good composure, try to create some space so that they can breathe a bit, but it's still risky as Andrew managed to take down that first turret of the bottom lane as well.
I mean, that turret is just a consolation prize for Smart Omega. They are just doing so well in terms of that macro game, right? Having the two outer turrets being taken out, the turtle is just free of charge because this is the map control that they got while Ryota was dying. While Ryota was taking all these team fights, they were slowly getting the map advantages towards their direction. And yeah, the kills might be in TL Academy ID's favor, but the map advantage isn't TL Academy ID right now. They have to play as 5, and Toretto, he has to start leading the charge, but there is no initiation, no prime initiation for TL Academy ID's lineup. There's no catch.
There's no catch, no initiator, so that they can actually try to pull away Smart Omega. Even despite that, they had so much of the engagement recognition coming into Ryota's side, but still not enough. Spotted out Chizume. Definitely Smart Omega cautioning every single awareness here into the map territory. But at the same time, we do see Kyo going to attempt to fight with Andrew. Not gonna do anything. It's gonna go in for the moving in on the Chaos. As we pull away, it seems that TLID Academy still in the loss in idea of how they want to actually go in fight with Smart Omega.
Yeah, thing is, they want to fight, but this is not really a fighting or catching lineup for TLID. What they had to do was win the lanes, and really they didn't really win the lane because now the macro is on Omega's favor, and it's their power timing right now. This is all favored for Omega.
Oh, coming in to fight with Ryota, we do see some of the damage is already done, but at the same time, right here, the pressure comes through as Ryota pushing in straight. Toretto had to be stunned off, and he did manage to have the help for the side of Good For You to take down the kills, but at the same time, the trade comes through, and he also had to be sacrificed to Chizumi. But at the same time, right here, we do see Smart Omega pulling a better off stunt to the side of TLI Academy, and even though with them taking down Ryota, it was a lot of resources, a lot of things that they had to done to shut them down, and Smart Omega looking even better when it comes to those team fights.
Yeah, it's the team fight really not in the favor of Omega. They did lose their EXP laner, but that amount of map space that they got, right? Behind that, Andrew is just farming. He joined the team fight late, and he could take his time because Ryota survived for so long. If they had a 5-on-5, I think Omega, they are currently just way ahead of having that map advantage already. They will be looking to take this Lord. Then they want to just progress on this mid-tier turret here. And the fact of the matter is that barrier wall has been distracting them so much. And Chaknu, he can just run around because he's just controlling me.
Okay, let's see. We do see now the potential of them going into the lot. They tease it off, but nope, it's not gonna go in their favor. Somehow, even TL Academy separating all the players wise, they're not trying to actually center it out. And this is the point of time where TLID, at least they're better off to separate things. They try to pick off the players, not allowing, denying any movement coming in from Smart Omega to pick off one from the side. And now it seems that Chizume was almost been inside the territory, into the fight of Smart Omega, pulls away, and good move coming in to TLID, but it was a little bit too risky. At least it was just in the right timing for them just to retreat for a while.
Okay, key itemization picked up from Kill right now. The Holy Crystal is up. They can fight if they choose to, right? But there's still that problem where who's going to be the one going in first? And if Smart Omega don't make that first move, if TL Academy ID, they don't get that counter initiation, they don't exactly have a prime catch tool, right? They don't exactly have someone to just pull someone in or lock someone down. It's always that AoE damage, that counter initiation from TL Academy ID that's going to destroy Omega. So Omega, all they have to do is just either pick someone off first or don't really fight into them as 5.
Yeah, definitely. And Changnu try to go in for the barrier walls, and here on up, pushing it straight to Toretto. Toretto trying to pull off. Andrew takes down with the lot itself, but as they come through, it's not going to be a trade-off. As they push in, they still manage to get the lot without any casualty, and TLID, they didn't overextend. They know for a fact that they don't want to mess up and give more bodies into the hands of Smart Omega. Good move, great space to breathe, but at the same time, they need to be watching out for that lot marching in into that top lane. And pushing on forth, we do see at least Good For You had enough time. They are level up on their side with Andre. It's just that a matter of whether or not he'll be able to put the stun here when it comes to the team fights.
And there we see the cracks in the small little decisions that TL Academy ID, they have set for themselves. That flicker on that split, right? That glue using that flicker, it's not really the initiation tool because they can just run away from that flicker target. And Smart Omega, they have done a very good job of disengaging away from that split, making sure that their team members are not pulled in. And now with the Lord already up, Omega, they can potentially end this if they choose to use the Zaman's Force. But Andrew, with the solo pickup on the Suyo here,
Oh, coming in straight away with the barrier pulling through, and it seems that Chizume unfortunately didn't manage to actually pull out them, and with the fact that the turret has already been destroyed, this is another opening coming in from the top lane. Overextension that was needed, and it to a point that TLID Academy could not do anything.
yeah, it seems to me like it's very hard unless Omega makes a mistake right now. It's Omega's game to lose, and Academy ID, all they can do right now is wait for a mistake, right? Play this high ground defense, just defend for days and wait for a mistake. They do have that late game just by a slight bit still.
Q had to pull away with the Order of Chaos. Almost managed to be taken down, but it's okay. Still surviving it out so far. Yes, it might be in the lead of Smart Omega, right? But I like the tenacity, the persistency that coming in from TLID. It's a little bit risky, yes, they are, but on the defense-wise, they're doing. But Chizume has already been tagged out. Ryota will be the one to take him down, and now it's going to be opening as Toretto coming in for a fight. The Zaman Force has been pulled out by him, but at least Toretto managed to pull through with the glue, and at the moment right now, they're pulling in straight into the bottom lane turret as well. And now they are bare on both sides of top and bottom. This is going to be giving a little bit more struggle for TLID Academy to even defend their base.
And this is really just Omega just playing so well, right? They take these calculated fights. It's not exactly throwing 5 members in, but they know when TL Academy ID are weak. And now with the Zaman's Force up, they don't have creeps to push in that mid tower. They are going to disengage, wait for the next Lord, play it smart once again. Don't push their luck here because TL Academy ID, they still have that very strong team fight mechanics.
Let's see. They know for a fact that they don't want to be very aggressive or even engaging too early on. And it seems that TLID is also on the watch. They have their eyes with Toretto on the sideline. If anything happens, at least they got the call out they need. And somehow, it's not gonna be easy, but if they can pull this off, at least try to make sure that they can steal away with the lot. It could be Smart Omega as the win it off, but somehow here, gonna tease off the lot. Schroeder gets the info, but still denials come in with a barrier as well as coming through. This is where the fine line of Smart Omega will get away with the lot, and TLID Academy could not do anything to push through. Smart Omega getting better and better, and TLID Academy, can they actually do the second layer of defense? First layer was already pushing to a point that the bottom and top lane had to be bare. Now they only have to hold on to the mid lane to rid.
It's very hard, right? It's all on this glue. Toretto, he hasn't been finding that space. Sure, he hasn't died, but he hasn't killed anyone either. So now they are jumping in for the first turret. Jome already making moves with that Zaman's Force. There's nothing to catch him. And TL Academy's ID's just lineup here is really meant for the team fight, yes, but there is no way to pick off Omega if they're out of position, if they're playing aggressive. They can easily jump back, and nothing will be done by TL Academy ID. Right now, Omega, it's just barring them jumping in there and just making the mistake, the worst mistake of their lives, to fight into that Frigid Glacier, to fight into the Avatar of the Guardian. There's nothing that TL Academy ID can do unless Omega makes a mistake here.
Okay, let's see. Okay, they got the AoE done. Let's see how they can actually pull out here for the team fight. Coming in straight away, this is going to be Q's win attempt. Tried to be taken out, but unfortunately, with so much damage been put out by the Crystal, despite they were contesting for that team fight, it ended up giving the objective in the hands of Smart Omega. So again, another series to be clean swept by the team of Smart Omega with 2-0. TL Academy ID, unfortunately, even with such a really good persistent defense, is still not enough to break off Smart Omega.
And yeah, you can see, right, the kill count. It's just 4-4. 16-minute game, 4-4. There were no kills going the way of each team, right? But it's all about the objectives. It's all about the macro control. It's all about the map control as well. And Omega Esports, they show how big of a map advantage they have, how big of a grasp of the game that they have. This is winning without killing. And it's so amazing to watch them just destroy the map control of TL Academy ID, just slowly but surely, just taking away one step at a time. They might be losing Rilda, but it's not for nothing, because Riku at that mid lane, he was taking that gold turret. Jome, he was getting that farm up, and at the same time, if you take that last team fight into consideration, Andrew was not dealing damage towards the enemy heroes. He was just straight up aiming for that crystal, knowing that they do not want to take a 5-on-5 team fight.
And looking on the side of the goals, right, even despite the fact that Team Liquid Academy, they did try their best to at least guard off their ground, try to actually cover up the map's control for themselves, but it's still not enough, because as Smart Omega, always focusing on the objective, and despite that TL Academy thought that maybe by winning all those team fights they can actually turn things around, it was just still not enough. Andrew as the MVP here with 25% of kill participation, but more on the side of Jome with 75%, but the kill wise is going in for Andre. I mean, it's not much. I mean, you talked about it. It's 4-4. When it comes to the team fights, kill wise, it was not much to be seen, because prioritization of Smart Omega for now is pretty much focusing on the objective, and this is what TL Academy is lacking of. They didn't realize it. They were pretty much more on the defense side, to a point when they try to go to the offensive, there was no one to lock on as much as they did to Ryota on the previous, or even the first early game state of this round 2. But then again, Andrew will be the MVP with 1 kill and 824 GPM.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game where it's not really about the kills. It's not really about the GPM. It's not about itemization at all. This is bare fundamentals of pro gameplay, right? This is bare fundamentals where your creep management is very important. Lane priority is very important. Why are you taking these team fights? Whether you capitalize, get the objectives off of the kills. This is the cleanest playstyle that I've seen, and this is the purest form of this mobile playstyle, where gold is the winning factor. Whether you have the itemization or not, whether you fight into S5 or not, they were up ahead by a lot in that net worth. But yet again, Omega Esports, Smart Omega, they are smart. They don't take that 5-on-5 knowing that they are going to die. And look at this early game, right? Ryoda was doing this. He was doing this time and time again. But what was going on in that mid lane? You see that Eve was taking that goal lane turret over here. And yes, this is Ryoda dying, but 1-for-1 trade, yes. And we saw that Andrew on that bottom lane, he already took that gold advantage for themselves. And slowly but surely, they just rack it up, take away all that inhibitors. If you take a look at Andrew, he's not even going for the team fight. Just go for the crystal, right?
Yeah, he's pretty much focusing on the crystal itself. And the Team Liquid Academy, the front line when it comes to Chizumi was been separated. There was the opening that Smart Omega was looking forward. And as the lot marching in, Andrew didn't even bother because they know for a fact they're focused on one goal only. And the goal is get the crystal, and that was it. That was done. And even the rest of the Smart Omega giving the leeway of Andrew to just finishing the job. And this is where the fine line of Smart Omega again outsmarting their own opponent. And TL Academy ID, the first drafting, it was amazing. Definitely we expected that maybe they can mirror out their big brothers from Team Liquid Indonesia itself, but unfortunately could not be able to do so. But then we got another result also to be pulled out. We're done with Smart Omega with Team Liquid Academy as well. But on the other streams, Team Vamos is making a game changer here for the Malaysian fans as they managed to shut down RRQ Kaito with 2-0. Wow.
Yeah, wow, that's just amazing, right? That's just amazing. And now we all have that winner bracket already in 2-0 brackets. So Vamos will be joining the likes of Omega Esports. They will be joining the likes of RRQ Hoshi, who is also in there as well. So yeah, that's gonna be quite big of a brawl going on in that 2-0 brackets.
Agree, definitely. I mean, we've already seen two of Indonesia teams joining in, one Philippine teams, also as well as one from Malaysia joining up into that 2-0 bracket. The question is, those who still have one lifeline left, can they actually survive it out? So far right now, most of the teams, the big names that we expected to be amazing, has proved themselves very well. Team Liquid Academy, we're not saying goodbye just yet. They still have the opportunity for day number 3. The question is, can they survive it off on the long run with getting 1-1 in their lifeline right now?
Yeah. The way that PH has played really showed a new facet of game style. But of course, the next match we have lined up will be another top tier PH team, right? It's the top tier. Fnatic Onyx PH will be going up against Rift Esports in our Series 4 of today. But before that, we're going for a short break. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll catch you guys shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last series of the day. Fnatic Onyx, Philippines going up against Rift Esports from Singapore, the champions of the Philippine region, the first seed against Rift Esports all the way from Singapore. My heart, I can't take it, man. I can't take it. Oh my god, buddy, just take over, man. I can't. It hurts.
It hurts because, I mean, Fnatic Onyx PH, this is one Giants that is gonna be tough to deal with. I mean, yes, Rift Esports had a really good run yesterday. It was beautiful. I mean, at the start of the day, we didn't even expect that Rift Esports was gonna be able to shut down immediately on the first day series itself, whereby we saw how Rift Esports managed to get 2-0 straight away to Team SV. But then coming into day number 2, this is the fine line. If you are in the bracket or in the groupings of teams that are also from their own success on day 1, you're gonna meet with those who have the potential to have a great, amazing teams as well. And now you're meeting up with Fnatic Onyx Philippines on the start round of day number 2. You still have the 2 lifeline on the call, even though if you maybe possibility, not to jinx it, if you lose to Fnatic Onyx today, you still have tomorrow to look forward to. But I don't want that to be the case. I mean, it is your Rift Esports, your team that we want to spot out, and hopefully that will be a potential or even a precedent to be upheld here for Rift Esports if you can fight off with Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Moving forward into the challenge group stage, at least you can have that potential to fight off as well. So a good run to fight off, at least 2-1 is always a good condition to fight off for both of the teams, for Rift Esports as well as Fnatic Onyx PH. But then again, Fnatic Onyx PH, come on, let's go into the roster straight away. The lineup itself can be scary. We got Kirk as the EXP, we got King Kong as the jungler, we got Super Prince as the mid lane, Spider Miles as the roamer, and Kelra as the gold lane. I mean, they are the champions. You don't want to mess it up when you're fighting off with them. They have the most perfect lineup as well as perfect gameplay when it comes to whatever that you try to ban out, they will always come rise to the top.
And Kelra just being that MVP, right? He was the MVP of that PH region. He is the most versatile goal laner that we've ever seen. They went to that best of 7 series. They played all 7 games. And yeah, it has been the best of 7 series for almost every single region that we've been at. But for every single one of those 7 games, he played almost a different hero. And meanwhile, on the other hand, we have Rift Esports from my country, from Singapore, right? We have Bear on the EXP lane, Kev Swan on the jungle, Melon on the mid lane, Lucian Cutie on the roam, and FMM on the gold lane. Well, I would say that they are the young guns. They are going to have a hell of an experience going up against one of the titans in this industry. In the MLBB industry itself, everyone dreams of going up against Fnatic Onyx PH because of the amount of experience that you can get, because of the amount that you can learn from them in their gameplay as well. So even if Rift Esports, they don't really get away with one game, maybe hopefully they can win the series, but that's just my theory, right? That's just my theory. It's never gonna happen. But for my own prediction itself, if you're curious about our predictions, we I think we both put Fnatic Onyx PH, right?
Yeah, we did. I put Fnatic Onyx PH, but I did give at least an idea that maybe Rift Esports can come through with a miracle hope with one pull through here for the last series, because again, we've been served 2-0 throughout the 30 series that we've seen so far. This is the last series. At least maybe Rift Esports can make a little bit of game changer. But the banouts already out here. We got the 2 typical banouts. We got Fanny as well as Ling. We also see Hylos and Chief early on the runs to be banned out by Fnatic Onyx PH.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of just having that versatility, not too sure what Rift Esports is gonna bring in, right? What I know about FMM as a goal laner, he's not really that flexible when you compare him to the likes of Kelra. But the thing is, he has a lot of things in his back pocket. In terms of being one of the gold laners of MPLSG, he is still, I think, I would put him at second best, just below Vanix. And right now for Fnatic Onyx PH, well, that's a stat for the entire world. They are the best. They are one of the best in the entire world. So it's just not a country alone. They are really experienced on that international stage. So they're going with the knowledge and leaving both the Zusin and Suyo open in that banning and drafting part.
Two of the Holy Trinity is open up, and Rift Esport, this is the timeline. Are you going to actually take up the bait? Are you going to actually pick it up? Because at the end of it all, if you don't pick up either side of it, there's going to give it a potential to the side of Fnatic Onyx. So now they picked up the Suyo. What will Fnatic Onyx PH will actually try to respond? Are they going to actually deny it with taking out the Juicin, or will they actually? Nope, they will pick up the Juicin. This is a typical banter or even the response that we already spotted out. But as Juicin been picked up, who will they prioritize to actually hold it out? Is it going to be Gato Gacha or is it going to be Hilda? It is going to be Hilda for them to pull through here for Fnatic Onyx PH.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx PH with that Hilda in preparation for what Rift Esports might bring, right? Already knowing that the Suyo needs some kind of early game momentum to go in, I would compare him to an Alpha. I would compare him to Julian in terms of that playstyle, right? Where you want to be hiding in that bush, or you can go for that fighter utility playstyle as well. He's sort of a pseudo assassin fighter, very similar to what the Alpha brings. But now with the Matilda out of contention, they have to deal with the Zusin. This Zusin, you don't really want to fight on one front, right? Many teams like to fight top to back and back to front. And this is a situation where, yeah, having something to jump in the backline will be nice. Raging Sandstorm, perhaps Kev Swan can steal away not really much here from Valentina, actually. Which is a surprising pick, yeah.
Yeah, very surprising pick coming in from Rift Esport. But again, this is them try to play on their comfort zone, and we do see Fnatic on it also picking up Alpha as well. So this is giving them more long-range security for themselves. I mean, they already got Juicin, and now Alpha is on the lead as well. So more to the side of Fnatic Onyx, I'm liking their drafting already. They know what they need to be done. But again, on the Rift Esport wise, they covered the entire back line, and they cover up also in the mobility wise. The question is, what can they bring out with the Valentina? The question is if this is going to be enough to pull through to take down Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, both teams yet to pick up their goal lane right now. I mean, in terms of how Fnatic Onyx PH want to play the goal laner, they can just ban out every single goal laner and just put Kelra on anything, right? You can put it on Lunox, you can put it on Beatrix, you can put him on 1-1, and he will still perform. Meanwhile, FMM, he is known for that Harif. He is known for a very good Lunox as well. So you can actually ban out both of them from what he has taken out. But the Cho already taken out from Lucian Cutie. So Fnatic Onyx PH, they're not going in blind, right? They're not arrogant to the point where, yeah, we're not even gonna study the other team. And this is from a top team, mind you. So even a top team, you have to do your homework. You have to research on your opponents and know what their tendencies are, what their play style is when you're going into this banning and drafting phase.
Agree, definitely. So at least maybe possibility of the ban out coming in from Rift Esport. They already see that, okay, Tyrus is out of the deal, so FMM, he has to be smart with this. And we do see coming rise on the top as well. This is a possibility of maybe they want to actually have more defense on the side. Moskov will be banned off. Possibility of they want to make sure that no much of the mobility more coming in from Fnatic Onyx, because they know for a fact that if you give more of seclusion of backside or even the front line to be given out for Fnatic, you are giving all the open space for Fnatic Onyx to punish you. And they picked up the Gacha finally, and now Rift Esport, what can you do?
I mean, it depends on what Lucian Cutie wants to play, right? Whether he will pick up that Khalid, or do they require another roamer? So if they want another roamer, actually against the Gato Kacha, there's a lot of responses. You can actually go for the Tigreal here if you wish to do so, to fight the fight very early with the implosion and try and force out these early game team fights, and also threaten the Zusin at the back. But of course, Rift Esports, I feel that their Khalid will be on the EXP lane, then Lucian Cutie might... Oh no! Okay, they switched things up. Yeah,
They
it's a new Rift Esports.
The new Reef Esport picking up not only the Benedetta, they picked up the Nathan as well. So this is really interesting on the side of Reef Esport. Okay, so now it seems that they had a fine line, and we got Fnatic Onyx picking up Aerytil as well as the last option.
Yeah, so Irithel really strong in dealing with this kind of high mobility lineup, right? Because she has way more mobility than any one of these gold laners, any one of these team members combined. So Rift Esports, the worrying thing about them is the same problem with Team Liquid Academy ID in the previous game, where they don't have any catch to begin with. The way that they want to start the team fights, it's really unknown to how they want to initiate a team fight. They don't really have a set someone to fight.
I mean, at least they need something to lock on. Those are the things that we saw when it comes to Team Liquid Academy, right? They couldn't get the lock on, they couldn't get what they want to actually have the target properly, and those execution will not be able to pull through if Reef Esport can find one opening they needed. But let's see if they can prove us wrong here. This is the last series of the days, guys. Reef Esport Singapore versus the team of Fnatic Onyx PH, but we have a technical pause coming in, so again we'll be holding off for a while before the match started off. Let's take it back again to what we talked about on the drafting wise. So far right now, it is in the favor of Fnatic Onyx. They have the potential to be in control of the game itself on round number 1. Reef Esport, unorthodox picking wise, but it is shining a little bit more, or probably a little bit opening up a little bit of their opportunity to say that maybe there's heroes that are up their sleeve that they haven't actually shown off to us just yet, and this is something to put on a hold, whereby maybe Reef Esports can surprise us coming into this round number 1. But yeah, we actually kind of missed out the opportunity of the caster prediction, right? So let's take a look here. I actually give a little bit of hope on Reef Esport, while you gave so much hope to Evil Esport. But Evil Esport, your Singapore team, but you didn't even give Reef Esport a chance here. Why?
You have to understand their standings, right? Rift Esports, they're completely new when it comes to these kind of international scenes. Yes, they were don't have as much experience when you compare that to Team Evil, Team NIP Flash, and yeah, within my region itself, I really feel that there is a very big disparity between the top and the rest. Meanwhile, I feel that other leagues it's much closer. And Rift Esports, yeah, they need all the experience that they can get. They need to grow as much before they can take down this top titan, right? This is the final boss that we're talking about. Fnatic Onyx PH. It's not an easy opponent. And with already the lineup, with the drafts and bans, I feel that it's not really in their favor, right? Where they have a lot of damage, right? They have the Lecto Final Blow, the coming in from Vendetta. They have the Entropy, yes, Raging Sandstorm. A lot of skills available. But who is the one who will start it all? Who will be the one to start the team fight? Do you go in with a Raging Sandstorm? Do you go in with that Lecto Final Blow? Because on a Fnatic Onyx PH, if the fight is not favorable, what's stopping them from just running away?
Agreed, definitely. But coming off right now, finally, we're going in straight into our first round of last series. Fnatic Onyx PH is going to meet off with Reef Esports Singapore. As we do see, they try to push in straight into Kirk and Bear. Really aggression all the start, but it's not going to be easy as Kirk making his way all the way to the bottom lane, still surviving it out. But as we see here, it seems that Bear still not giving up, gonna try to pull away Kirk as a process. And we do see here Capswan will be making a really good movement to actually invade into the space of Fnatic Onyx, get the crabs, but at the same time he has to be aware of the positioning as well. We do see that Spider Miles do has the eyes on the side, but on the side of top here we do see King Kong going in for the first blood, taking down Lucy Kitty, and FFM could not do anything to back things up, and King Kong will come in for the fight. FFM flicker away, just barely making it alive, but this is only the great win opening for the side of Fnatic Onyx PH.
And that's just so much macro advantage, right? Kelra is gonna get at least half this gold turret, and that's at least half a small item that he is gonna secure. So with that, their macro advantage will be going towards Kelra by a long shot, because once he reaches his level 4, he's going to be able to destroy FMM in terms of having that mobility, and the flicker has already been burnt. So Fnatic Onyx PH, with that small little move, they won so much of the lane and so much of the game for themselves. Now, they don't need to worry about the top lane. They can just focus their sights on the turtle here. But Kurt going in.
Melon will be taken out by Super Prince immediately, and Super Prince try to pull away another one, but managed to bear away. And we do see that we're gonna go in again into another technical pause, unfortunately, but that was a really good move coming in from Fnatic Onyx. You got the macro wins already on the top lane, and now they left it all behind and they move into the mid lane, where they managed to shut down another player of Reef Esports. Barely coming alive, Bear had to pull away, but if it wasn't for the opportunity rising out, a really good backup coming in for Reef Esports, could have been another kill and triple in the side of the account bank of Team Fnatic Onyx PH. So Reef Esports looking a little bit more messier right now, as Fnatic Onyx giving so much of the aggression that Rift Esports could not do anything to shut them down.
Yeah, and this is very worrying, right? When there is a lot of momentum going towards the way of Fnatic Onyx PH, you know that for sure they're not gonna let that momentum go, and now it becomes a movement on Rift Esports. What's the decision making going into the next few stages of that game? And for them, there's not a lot of options. Meanwhile, Fnatic Onyx PH, they know that there's not a lot of options, so they can prepare for what's coming on next. So in that kind of moves, you already secure yourself that early game, you secure yourself that mid game, and now with Lucian Cutie not being able to get that level 4 even before 3 minutes, you know that there's no Raging Sandstorm. So you can secure so much of the map for yourselves and don't need to worry about that huge AoE ultimate coming your way.
Agree, definitely. And now, pushing in, they already got invasion into the territory of Rift Esports. And as they pull through, we do see the testament coming in from the side of Fnatic on the top lane. They got a lot of pressure there. Lucian QT as well as FFM is on the hole right now. And FFM is had to let go of that turret, the fact that having a lot of struggle. But at the same time, we do see at least Kev Swan coming in for the backup. They know for a fact they're not going to allow it. Kelra was trying to pull in into the bush side, but still at least FFM will be able to move away safely. And somehow the respawn was coming in from Respawn. Even though it has been a little bit of struggle, they still make it alive so far. But King Kong coming in to see what can be found into the bushes of Team Rift Esports. Spot it out, FFM trying to actually pull away. Super Prince is just trying to find a way to pull off anyone from the stun of Re Esports. We do see Melon. Melon had to pull away as fast as possible and try to actually make sure that they can farm it up without the disturbance of Fnatic Onyx. And as we progressed it off, at least they did manage to actually farm off properly, and Fnatic Onyx is just giving a lot of disturbance, and pretty much Rift Esports is just at least at a struggle at the moment right now.
I mean, you can see that they forced that team fight on the top lane, right? Kev Swan is going to be denied this space right now. It's because Fnatic Onyx, they are doing such a great job of taking this lane priority. And now, Irito gets a solo kill, and King Kong with the follow-up on to Kev Swan. And Raging Sandstorm is being forced to use defensively here by Lucian Cutie because of the fact of so much pressure coming through from Fnatic Onyx PH. The fact that all 5 members were at the top lane, and still there was no macro play that could have been done because the lane priority was so good. They cleared out the entire creep waves. They proxied the wave together with the Hilda. Kirk was playing proxy, making sure that Bear cannot be on these rotations.
Oh, Lucian Cutie also pulling through right now, trying to have a lot of damage, but at the same time, right here, we do see Kevzon coming, pulling in. Super Sprints still looking on the eyes, try to actually pick up anyone, but somehow that was too close. Definitely overextension to the side of Lucian Cutie, but it's okay. Still barely making it a good
Look at where
combo
Hilda
coming in,
is.
but at the same time, we do see here where Hilda try to pull in and pushing on straight away, and this is where the fine line, Lucian Cutie having a lot of pressure. Prince try to pick him off straight on the off guard, but at the same time right here, overextension coming in from the side of Kurt, and Team Reef Esports had to pull through, and FFM finally makes it way, taking down Kurt immediately. But then again, this is just an overextension because top lane Prioritize is already open, at least for Kara to finish off the job to shut down that turret.
Yeah, and this is really the lack of macro advantage coming in from Rift Esports, right? The fact that he is able to proxy the waves as a Hilda, and I just don't like the fact that Bear is unable to proxy that wave because he's scared of the threat coming from that alpha, that spear of alpha coming through. There's a control factor where you're not gonna be able to get out if there's enough damage. And Fnatic, Onyx, PH, they're using that fact and they're abusing it so hard by putting the Hilda in the worst of locations, knowing that there's no catch available with esports.
Oh, Bear going to be picked up, but it's okay. I pretty much see a lot of the potential coming in from the side of Fnatic. Onyx try to split things up. And this is where the fine line of Reef Spot, they're a little bit too cautious and they're a little bit too emotion, but they did manage to take down Kurt again. This is the confusion-wise, because again, you're giving the leeway to the side of Iritel and Kurt to actually have the potential to just disturb every motion. And Team Fnatic Onyx, they had that confusion side of Team Rift Spot to a point that they're getting away with that objective they need.
And this is a calculated move, right? Kirk on that top lane. Why was he on the top lane? Because Turtle was spawning on that bottom lane. And if they respawn, Rift Esports, they kill, but at the cost of a turret, at the cost of a turtle. They measure out the opportunity cost before even fighting. Now Kev Swan dragged in a bad situation here.
But here on out, we do see Bear comes in straight away, try to go in for the airborne side, but not gonna be enough. But as we do see Super Prince a little bit too low, had to pull away, but King Kong coming in to push in. We do see Kellar gonna actually insert himself into the equation as well. Lucian getting a lot of damage. Melon had to pull away in the situation, but indeed, we do see Rift Esports still making the way. Kelra overlooking to decide whether they want to actually pull into Lucian Kitty or they want to actually pick up Melon as well. But as time progresses, we do see Team, after coming into that close fight, we have Kelra just messing things up, always putting on objective, shutting down every single turret in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different from Rift Esports. I mean, they have a lot of damage, a lot of AoE damage, yes. But they're going to be able to dive your towers because you don't have the control. Once the ring, that's it. That's the only control that you have, and there's nothing else you can do, barring that FMM jumps behind the enemy lines and just disrupts everyone, which in no way a Nathan is going to do that, even with a flicker, because you value your life so much as your Nathan, right? But already, just the gold advantage, 7,000 gold advantage at 8 minutes in, and it's a slow roll coming in from Fnatic, Onyx, PH. Death by 1,000 cuts here because they have so much map advantage. They're able to take away the purple buff. The next Lord is spawning already, and now Lucian Cutie is going to be in a lot of danger.
Lucian Cutie will be taken out by King Kong immediately. Now looking for Cap Swan, but Cap Swan managed to flicker away, going off straight into the movement of trying to actually hold off the position. This is where the fine line of if Rift Esport will be able to contest it off or even try to defend it off because of the fact that Lucian Cutie was been stuck or been pressurized by Fnatic Onyx. But at the same time, Lot already spawned out, and we know how Kurt can be a trouble, can be a menace, will try to pull away that focus into the scene. But as time goes by, they're going in straight into the team fight. We do see Spider going in for the overextension. We do see Melon also pulling in. Bear try to actually pull it out, but seems that Fnatic Onyx, the overextension, just pull away some of the defense, all the resources they needed into the Rift Esports hands. And now most of those utilities was already put out. But FMM right in the open, nobody saw it, nobody was trying to defend it wise, and Kiara takes him down. And as time goes by, they even managed to do so much damage to the rest of the Rift Esports players. And now they give so much pressure, they might be able to crumble into the fact that this is it. Rift Esports right in the open. They can take away all the cover up of the map itself.
Yeah, this is very, very much a very big disparity coming in from Fnatic Onyx PH, right? 10,000 gold lead at 10 minutes already, and Super Fresh just solo kills. I mean, with the team, of course, gets the kill on Lucian Cutie. This is a Khalid, and Khalid supposed to have that high mobility, that high sustainability, survivability. Well, but I mean, if your highest survivable hero is dying like this, then yeah, it's not a good look for you at all. Fnatic Onyx PH, they fully taking advantage of the fact that once again, they don't have any form of control. Multiple times, they're able to jump your towers because you got nothing to keep them in the tower. They can jump in and out and just spread the damage out and keep taking that space away from you. And what are you gonna do, Rift Esports? Because I feel that you had that Valentina, yes, but there's nothing. Only a stolen Spear of Alpha, maybe?
That's a possibility of that, but then again, with all the defense lines are down to the last bar line, this is not going to be easy now. Lot already marching in into the mid lane is already open for the take. Now right at the top, it's going to be Bear as well as Melon trying to survive it out, but Cook comes in. That's another turret to be destroyed as well. And as they progress it all now, they come down to the team fight as well. Now Lot will be denied immediately, but as the time goes by, we do see Fnatic Onyx not going in for the overextension when they could have, but they are very disciplined. They're trying to figure out how they try to move into Rift to utilize all the utilities, all the resources they put out. But it seems that Rift also being disciplined with all the triggers they needed, but somehow that's the last turret they needed. Now King Kong trying to find a way, trying to break it off. It seems that Bad did manage to go away into the scene. Now they go in for the back line. Seems like they have the opportunity to try to steal away the confusion or even the focus wise. And I'm not sure what Rift Esports idea right now. They did manage to do some damage to Prince though, and now pulling in, Spider managed to take down Cap as well as FMM. Lucian Kitty was taken out. Now the moment where Bear was out of the scene, this is where Fnatic Onyx just damage as well as punish the teams of Rift Esports, and they get the win for the last series of the day.
Yeah, this is where you are a Benedetta and you are going for that proxy play, and it was the correct play, right? It was not Bear's mistake. He was trying to proxy that wave. But the thing is, Fnatic Onyx, they're not stupid. Fnatic Onyx PH, they're not stupid. They know that the Bear is not in a team fight. They're gonna force the team fight again. You're lacking a member. So now it's just scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Once again, you already show your hand, and Fnatic Onyx, of course, they're gonna show the better hand once you show your weakness. And it really falls down to a very confusing draft from Rift Esports, because I feel that, yeah, you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of answers. It felt very reactive to me, where you are reacting to what Fnatic Onyx PH are playing, but you don't have a synergistic playstyle. You don't have a set playstyle where we're gonna do this, then step 2 will be this. Because it seems to me like, yeah, we pick Valentina because we expect them to go for a big team fight, but when they don't go for a big team fight, you suddenly, the Valentina pick becomes extremely null and void.
I'm looking on the gold side, right? That's the fine line. Even during the 5 minutes already, we saw how Fnatic Onyx was much more superior. They were conquering most of the GPM on themselves. And then moving along to the side of the MVP wise, King Kong. was such a menace. He was already covering a lot of the grounds that Team Rift Esports could not do anything. You try to go in for defense-wise, it's not in the favor of Team Rift Esports because Fnatic Onyx, every single time we do see Kirk always try to make a confusion, try to take away all the focus of Team Rift Esports to a point that it allows Kara so much mobility, so much movement to just focus on those OBJs.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's much more easier on the Alpha to really initiate because he has that Spear of Alpha, right? There's a control factor there. There's an initiation factor there. And the fact that FNOP, they can run towards you. It's very scary. And King Kong just thriving off of that lack of control because he doesn't need a Matilda to save him if there's nothing to be saved from. There's no Cho to kick you in. There's no implosion that you're scared of. There's nothing to lock you down. The only thing that can possibly lock you down is a stolen Spear of Alpha, potentially from Melon, but that has to be the outplay of the century if that's gonna happen.
Agree, definitely. Take a look at the side of how Fnatic Onyx had a really good movement, conclusion, or even control-wise. I mean, this is where the first blood comes in. Lucian Cutie, a little bit too ambitious over extension or trying to actually have that right at the top where FMM was already at down low precise, but Lucian Cutie unfortunately was denied immediately. And this is where the final also, where Lucian Cutie was always been tagged up. They gang up against him and to a point that there was nothing could be done on the side of Rift Esports.
I mean, if you take a look at the map control as well, right? Bear is doing his best to push the map control out, but his team is dying in the back line because they're getting jumped in the turrets. They're getting jumped underneath their own turrets. And why is that so? Because first thing, Fnatic Onyx PH, they always do a great job of the creep priority. They proxy the waves, they do whatever it takes to make sure that their team fights are happening at a timing where the creeps are not there to be farmed for them. All the creeps are ready farmed, then they go for the team fight. And it's a very simple thing to say on paper, right? But you have on the EXP lane, which is the longer lane, you have to go and proxy it. Then afterwards, you have to choose a lane where you are gonna fight, which is the gold lane as well. So there's a lot of steps being taken by Fnatic Onyx PH to be at the correct points of the map at all times. And they look like they were never making a mistake. Even the deaths from Kirk, they look calculated because he died at the top lane just as the bottom lane turtle were spawning. And that just gave them a free turtle and a free turret as well. So yeah.
I feel like pretty much all the decision making that was done by Fnatic Onyx was not read properly by Rift Esports. They kind of fall into all the traps that was put out by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And coming into the next matchup, this is where Rift Esports, how can you actually better out? How can you actually execute, or not only execute, try to actually pinpoint, can we actually figure out, is this a trap? Is this a bait that been put out by Fnatic Onyx, or will we be able to actually distinguish what was the decision making, not to actually go overextending themselves, just to play around with the timing that Fnatic Onyx would pull out? Because so far, again, we don't see much of them going too much aggression, just pretty much them just finding a way, just pulling all the focus of Rift Esports to the wrong side of the map. And this is where the fine line of Rift Esports, they gotta be better going into the second match itself.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of drafting itself, it just felt very reactive to me. So they have to change their mentality going into the game. So it's going to be very hard for them, of course. They have to disregard the name tags and, yeah, just play their playstyle, right? Play Rift Esports, play what you're known for. And now we're going to head for a short break while these players, they do need to take things out. So right now, we'll see you guys shortly after the break.
to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Double the waist and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, I'm the type of girl.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a clean match from the Philippine champions Fnatic Onyx PH against Rift Esports. And it just feels to me, right, really like the draft, there was already so many small little mistakes where Rift Esports didn't look like themselves. It felt like they placed too much respect onto Fnatic Onyx PH, and at one point, I feel that they gotta disregard the name tags, right? We were just saying that they gotta disregard the name tags, go into the game, play your game. If you lose, so be it. But now you know at least how your playstyle matches up.
Agree, definitely. And coming off on how the critical thinking is coming from the side of Fnatic Onyx, you don't want to actually be interrupt with all the decision making, because some of the times you're letting yourself being pulled into the wrong direction. That Reef Esport is allowing Fnatic Onyx to just get away with what they want with their own goals itself. And this is where the fine lines of all of the pro players itself. Like we saw how Smart Omega did their fine job on focusing on the tourists, just not pretty much carrying on the team fight itself. This is also the portrayal that Fnatic Onyx is putting off to Reef Esport as well. You want to go for the aggressions, yes, you have all the damage you need, but now coming into the match side, are you gonna allow those damage to cloud your judgment when fighting off with Fnatic Onyx? Now going into the banning wise, we do see now the Fovia's been banned out. Chip also definitely been banned ran out Alpha, been taken out of the Pro portion. Instead, Fnatic Onyx is the one who actually banned out when they were the one who had such potential, maybe possibility. They don't want to let Reef Esport to be uphold on the positioning making as well. Suyo, Jushin, as well as Fanny have been picked off as well by Reef Esports.
Yeah, Fnatic, Onyx, PH still have a multitude of heroes to work with, right? The Khalid themselves, they can now pick it up if they wish to do so. Matilda, yes, still in the pool. They can pick up the Matilda as well. The Alpha and the Suyo might be out, but Matilda can really just enable a lot of these utility jungles. Even the assassins can be enabled because you can jump in, no need to worry, and guiding win out. But Rift Esports, let's just see how they respond, right? Usually the normal way of responding against Matilda is to have that solid singular CC where we see either the Cho, where we see either the Kaja, but definitely Rift Esports going for the bigger gameplay here. They go straight for the Eve and the Hylos.
Okay, they prefer on. I think this is pretty much the setup that we see so far, the comfort zone of Reef Esports. So yeah, definitely better off because we did saw how the control wise of Team Esport when it comes to high-low. So okay, I liked it. It's on their comfort zone, but again, the respawn wise coming on Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines. So now, what are they gonna actually prioritize? They got already the Matilda pushing on for forward of Fnatic, Onyx. Can they actually have a good response to Reef Esports?
Yeah, I mean, Rift Esports, they have a lot of AoE right now. Fnatic, Onyx, PH, I mean, if they want to disrupt this playstyle, they can go for even more AoE, right? They can go for that Vexana, they can go for the Tigreal, but instead, they go for the Gato Kacha, and a very surprising pick, right? That's Joy here. Joy, I would say, in a normal situation, I don't really prefer it, but now that you have that Matilda, that Joy can be in the worst situations. You can run into 4 or 5 enemies and try and burst someone down, and if you don't do it properly, it's okay. There's always that secondary factor.
And it seems that Reef Esport responded really well, and I was expecting actually Hayabusa, and now we do see they picked up the Hayabusa. The mobility wise, they can actually pick up at least going in from one angle to another angle, getting the Shadow Slash, and I think this is a really good composition coming in from Reef Esport itself because they know for a fact they need to find a way where their junglers can pull away from the fight or come into the fight and shut down most of the damage into Fnatic, Onyx, PH.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that damage as well, very nice way of segmenting through the damage, but still, they don't have really much of a synergy, right? Hayabusa is really much more of a kind of an individualistic gameplay, and there's nothing much to enhance that mobility. I mean, Glorious Pathway is there, yes, but I mean, it doesn't really go too well with the Eve and the Hylos. So it's very surprising to me that they have yet to pick up the Roamer and still go for the Hayabusa. Very high priority on the side of Rift Esports. And now, very good ban now. That Tigreal ban is very strong with that Eve because you want to keep everybody in that box, right? That RWM, once you set up that real world manipulation, that's just a lot of magic damage. Now, Rift Esports, they can take out the gold laners if they choose to do so.
Let's see. They ended up actually picking up Aurora instead. There's a possibility maybe the fact that they don't want Aurora to actually step on the toes will try to actually push on into Yeve's way. So this is also another Rift Esports attempt to try to make sure that Fnatic, Onyx will not try to actually disperse any of their attempts to be more sustainable. But then again, it's not the best option, but it's okay. But pushing on to the ban side, we have Fnatic, Onyx banning off Hilda immediately.
Yeah, banning off Hilda, very strong if with dealing against the Joy, right? Joy needs that level 4 to get going. So if you have that Hilda to play Disrupt, it's going to be very strong. With Esports right now, though, they have yet to pick up the gold laner. They have yet to pick up either the Roam or the EXP laner. But most likely, right, I've been seeing Bear play a lot of that high-lows EXP lane. So it might be a Roam and gold laner. And for that side, they are able to pick up the Harif if they choose to do so. And it will be quite good. But instead, they go for the Edith.
Okay, they put out Edith instead into their priorities here, and Fnatic Onyx Philippine. They already got Matilda, Gado Gacha, they got Joy. Now for the goal laner, I mean, pretty much they know for a fact that they picked up Benedetta for their own and Claude as their own team. So this is partly saying that Fnatic Onyx, they already got the picture, they got the gameplay already. It's not the typical type, but it's still gonna be beneficial on their own game plans.
Yeah, I mean, Rift Esports right now, they're left with the choice at gold laner, right? I mean, in terms of picking that late game assurance, you can go for the Nathan right now if you want to go for the Nathan. It's very strong in dealing with the Claude as well because you deal magical damage instead of physical damage. So there's a lot of shred coming through, especially in the mid to late stages of the game. And there's a lot of objective priority. But whether or not they choose to do it, I mean, they already have that shred coming in from Edith. So, yeah, they're going to have to pick either a Harif or a Nathan, which is Harif.
Yep, Harris will be one to fight off for Reef Esport. I think, yeah, it is, again, not the unorthodox picked off coming in from Reef Esport yet again, but still, it has the potential to cover the grounds that is needed. Somehow, from the side of drafting, I do feel Fnatic Onyx has already the big picture that they wanted. So the question is, how will Reef Esport respond well? Because so far, again, most of the individual fights that we put out from Reef Esport, it can be trampled from the side of Fnatic of Onyx itself. So Reef Esport, they gotta be careful. Most of the team fights they want to actually portray it off, they gotta be careful with it.
Yeah, I mean, Rift Esports, they look like they have a better lineup than Game 1. Definitely, in terms of just having that lockdown available. It seems to me like right now, they have at least the RWM and the Shatter coming in from Edith. But let's just head on into Game 2 in the Land of Dawn. Fnatic Onyx PH versus Rift Esports, the champions of Philippines, going up against SG representatives.
Let's see. Is it gonna be a full set of series of 2-0, or will Reef Esport makes a difference? Now, the question is whether or not Lucian Cutie will find a way to break it off. And we do see an overextension coming in from the side of Kirk. So they are denying some of the farm comes through. But here on out, Spider has already been into the tag. They stun him immediately, going in for the airborne as well. And Bear pushing in, but at the same time, it's not giving as much pressure they need. And Lucian Cutie getting a lot of damage. Kirk comes through, giving even more damage in, and it's gonna be the first blood coming from Super Freezes up, and Bear will be the next victim. He did manage to actually scare away the Fnatic Onyx before he was taken out. And with Spider, Mouse trying to pull through in, and we do see at least the extension of Caswan try to push them away was needed because they don't want to have any more casualty. But Fnatic Onyx, they will make at least one win for now.
And this is the Benedetta that I was expecting to see from Rift Esports in that earlier game, right? But now that they don't have that Hilda to proxy the wave, the fact that Benedetta is able to proxy the wave and be there at the start of the team fight, how is the Benedetta there? Because he does not have the creep waves to be worrying about. And it's so amazing that positioning coming out from Fnatic Onyx PH to secure that first kill. Now that turtle is gonna spawn and they want to take a team fight. They want to find something before that turtle spawns.
Let's see. So far right now, we do see that King Kong gonna actually test the turtle out, and we do see Lucian Kitty and Melon getting the input as well. But Fnatic already ganging up, already covering up the ground, and it's giving a lot of the leeway for the side of King Kong to get the throw ready. And Kirk overextending, giving an opportunity for Keswan to at least get the trade off. But as time goes by, we do see that Lucian Kitty getting a lot of damage. He will be backing off, but he did help off along the line to back things off for the team of Rift Esport. Good composition, win off for the turtle for Fnatic Onyx, but again, Rift Esport get their minor win as well.
And good response coming in from Lucian Cutie to be at this bottom lane where FMM is going to get ganked, right? Well, now it seems like Rift Esports, they have a better grasp of the game. They understand what Fnatic Onyx PH are trying to do. And Bear, it's not like he can withstand the damage of that Benedetta. I want to see him try to trade the farm as much as possible. He does have the Primordial Wrath, can pop that ultimate and just potentially threaten him. But there is no lockdown coming in from the side of Bear right now.
Yep, no lockdown whatsoever. But there is gonna be a top lane fight here as Kevzwan was already being tagged out. Super Prince shuts him down, and FMM managed to take down Kara. 1-2 right now between the Reef Esport as well as Fnatic Onyx. Looking on the top lane, they push away Kevzwan, and then we do see FMM going for extension to shut down Kara.
Yeah, very nice trades of kill going on. The Carol at the bottom lane had to be taken out right now because as a Harif player, as a Harif, you want to have that advantage against a Claude. And already the Claude has taken up so much space at the bottom lane, right? Despite the fact that Rift Esports are doing so much to respond, it's still neck and neck. And this is not exactly what you want with this lineup, right? Even though you have that slight late game scaling with the Hayabusa, it's not as hard as Kelra. The Claude will be dealing a lot more damage even with the similar amount of farm because of the Blazing Duet alone. And that's why I really favored the Nathan pick instead of that Harith. But right now, they are going to win the team fight because of the Zayn's force.
And not only that, they will be able to actually take the turtle for the second time. And the fact that right this instant is open. Team Reefy spot, not even realizing up under their nose, the team Fnatic Onyx was just trying to actually hold off their positioning, just making them confused or even drifting all the focus on the other sideline. And this is where Fnatic Onyx is just in a far superior length or even in the better form. But Reef Esport, there was a lot of good response coming in. Now, coming into the mid game, this is where they need to pull through. We do see Bear try to tease a bit of Super Friends, and we do see that they try to actually get the info they need, all the response they need coming in from Fnatic Onyx.
Oh no, they're diving onto Melon right here. Real manipulation has been forced out, but Hayabusa on the top lane. He's getting a lot of solo damage onto Kirk, but that might not be enough. He's getting caught out. Kev Swan might have overextended here onto Kirk and Bear. He's trying to get a consolation, but it's not going to find anything. They have flickers. They have the mobility to get away. And if you're not going to pop your ultimate, you might not be able to get the kill.
Not easy at the moment right now as the overextension coming in from Kev Swan, and the fact that we're looking as the rotation wise of Team Review Spot. They're moving as one. They're trying to make sure that not other players will be caught off guard, but they left Kev Swan all by himself. And this is coming in for the mid lane. We do see Spider will try to overextend straight to try to disturb Kev Swan on his farming, but it's not going to be anything as Bear will be there to cut it out.
And King Kong already with the constant evasions, Kev Swan will not be able to get this orange buff, but look at this.
Coming in for a fight is going to be the airborne. FMM takes down Kirk immediately. Now looking for the next one. It's going to be Spider. Spider pushing in, moving away, pulling from the side. Not going to allow Rift to do any more disturbance. But here on out, we do see the fight comes through into the mid lane. As Melon getting a lot of damage. They're going in for a fight. We do see Bear making through. Takes down another player from the side of King Kong. And we do see pushing into the side of Fnatic. They have a lot of micro wins for Reef Esport. But it's still at least the straight off is just not enough as the currency still stand for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, net worth not going their way, but slight evening done with the third turtle of the game being taken out right now. The next one will be the Lord though. And it's very easy to jump on to Kirk right now because he is a Benedetta. He's a bit weak, yes, but in the later stages of the game, he's going to be much more slippery to deal with, especially when he has that revitalization up. And he does have the iframe. So Rift Esports, they are going to have to commit a lot more harder, especially if they want to win the next few team fights. But I've yet to see them capitalize on these kills, right? They might be winning in team fights, but they're not taking the towers. They're not taking away the map space. And Fnatic Onyx PH, they're just thriving off this space that they're given for free.
Agree, definitely. And pushing on straight into the mid lane right now. We do see now there's a contention. They are trying to gang up against Kirk as well as Spider. They try to actually team up, try to actually spot it out. There's an opening right here. Kirk going in for a fight with Lucian Cutie, but not unless they will find the opening. But Lucian Cutie, it seems that will try to actually be spotted out. We do see Melon coming in with Cap Swan and Kirk moving away as quickly as possible. Super Prince is on the sideline, doesn't match actually all the connection they need, despite the fact that they tried to tag off Kirk all by himself. Fnatic Onyx still on the eyes on the map, not allowing Rift to move as easily as possible.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx, they've been doing a great job of keeping these waves pushed up. Right now, you see the Joy's positioning all the way on the top lane. It's so that he can cut this wave off and keep Kev Swan there. And then they fight this bottom lane. Lucian Cutie, he's in quite a bit of danger, but with this, even if they lose, they know that the Hayabusa is on top lane. Now, if Joy can rotate towards his bottom lane, it's a 5v4.
But coming in right now, it's going to be Bear to pick up Super Prince first. Melon, right in the open, is going to be at a tough time. But at the same time, right here, Bear getting a lot of damage. And Fnatic had to pull away, even though they had the potential, but they don't go for the Obsession for the display. But here on out, we do see Kevzon finally gets into the seat. And they know the timing was just the critical thinking. And Fnatic Onyx, great discipline, great choice making, despite the fact that they know that they could have actually gone in for that kill.
Yeah, very good discipline right there. And now with the top lane slightly not in their favor, right? They will have the lane priority to work with. But if you take a look at how Joy is playing with the map right now, he just took away the orange buff once again. And now the team fight is going on.
Teamfight's going on, stun comes through, Bear is really airborne, he cannot move, will be denied in lead by Spider Miles, and pushing in right now, it seems that Kirk having a little bit of damage here is going to be helped by Cap1. Cap1 takes down Kirk, FMN shuts down Krillra as well, as they're pushing in. King Kong going to actually take down FMN, but he doesn't manage to actually connect the thought. He managed to actually pull out, at least going away before Fnatic Onyx will try to trade it off, but still, it is a good win coming in from Rift Esports to get that 2 kills.
Yeah, small wins coming in from Rift Esports. They need to keep it up, right? The moment that they see the Joy doing this kind of macro plays, they have to punish it. And the fact that Rift Esports has not been punishing it enough, Fnatic Onyx PH, they are still taking that advantage in the map control. That's why you see their gold advantage is still shooting up, despite the fact that Rift Esports, they're winning these team fights. Now, with this Lord fight, though, Shadow Kill onto Super Friends.
Shadow Kill over to Super Prince, taking him down as well. And now coming in right now, they know for a fact this is the opening that is needed for Rift Esports. Fnatic Onyx, Kirk seems like going into the backline, looking for a way to break into Cap1. But as he progressed, it seems that we do see Lucian Cutie going in all out to Spider Miles and Bear, almost closing in, but Cap1 on this Lord, and now Kerr pushing into Melon. Melon is almost close enough to be shut down. He had to pull away, but Kerr is not giving up. He ended up pushing out to King Kong, taking down FMM. We do see Lucian Cutie overextension will be denied by Spider Miles, and Bear taking down Kirk as well. But Kara pushing in right this instant to shut down with the help of the fact that teams from Rift Esports did manage to get the lot, but at the cost of 3-2 from Fnatic Onyx themselves.
A very good trade coming out from Fnatic Onyx PH, right? Despite the fact that they lost the Lord, they got that outer turret because of that lane pressure that they have set up. This is the precedent, that the lane pressure that they keep setting up on the top lane with King Kong. And now that the Lord is being taken, yeah, never mind. We are still going to take the fight because we know that Kev Swan, he's unable to join the fight. He had to recall back to base to get his HP back up to par. And now with that Lord, you suddenly feels like you don't have a Lord, right? It suddenly just feels like, yeah, you're playing the game in status quo.
I mean, pretty much it's just stalemate right now for Rift Esports. Those little wins that expected to actually boost them up is still not in their favor because Fnatic Onyx still have a really good cover. And the fact that no matter how much we do see, at least Bear did manage to utilize or even try to neutralize the situation, it was still not in their favor. And much of the utilities that's put out, the resources, was not putting into Rift Esports lane. And now coming in right now into the mid, we do see clears out all the waves. Top lane is going to be much more breeze. They've already put out, and we do see bottom lane also will be cleared out by King Kong as well. So cover of the map itself still in the hands of Fnatic Onyx PH.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx PH, if they wish to go in that team fight, they still can, right? They have that double revitalization from Kirk and Spider Miles, but still, if Rift Esports itemize properly, they buy the correct items, they can stop this regeneration coming out from this revitalization so they can take a head-on team fight. That would be the Necklace of Durance timing, possibly coming out from Melon, or if FMM chooses to get it, but I'm not too sure, right? Harif usually doesn't itemize towards that item. Maybe somebody can buy a Sea Halberd. Like, I'm hoping Kev Swan, he just itemizes towards that Sea Halberd to just make sure that this healing is stopped.
Agree, definitely. And they did manage to try to actually give a lot of pressure to Kawa, but at the same time, right here, Super Prince and going in for the airborns, we do see Bear giving a lot of pressure. FMM, a little bit overextended, had to pull away, but we do see Kevzon coming in, into inserting himself, stun off straight away Spider Mouse, but at the same time, it was not in their favor. Bear had to pull away, but this is where the fine line that King Kong pushing into Bear straight away and taking him down. And that's the opening that Team Fnatic Onyx is looking for, despite the fact Rift was the one to instigate, but here Capswan pulling in, but no, he didn't manage to pull anyone from Fnatic Onyx. It's still a loss, and King Kong comes through to punish for his mistake and putting off 2 of the kill points in the hands of Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go and shadow kill my Matilda, you're not gonna get away alive, because Joy is one of the most mobile heroes that can hunt you down. And the fact of the matter is, Fnatic Onyx PH, they played them like a fiddle. Right, Rift Esports, they were trying to take the team fight, and they had the damage to take the team fight, but the way that they dance around that team fight, Fnatic Onyx PH, they disengaged when the Primordial Form was up. And once that Primordial Form was used, the Real World Manipulation was used, Glorious Pathway was used, those are big ultimates. Once they're gone, then we re-engage. And it's just so beautiful to watch. They were playing them just as on the edge.
Yeah, definitely. Here on out, they're gonna actually pull away. Capswan coming in for the shadow kill. Doesn't get the kill that he's needed, and Super Prince having a lot of damage, but at the same time, we do see the RWM being pulled out, but it's not gonna get anyone. But it did manage to take down Prince immediately for the connection they needed. But Reef Esport on the other note right here, they got a defense. While Lot is already marching in top lane, they got it covered out. At least at the mid mine right now, we do see Fnatic Onyx. They cannot push on. They cannot overextend themselves. So Rift Esport still have a really good defense hold on themselves.
Yeah, the good thing is they have this siege lineup, right? Harif really good at clearing creep waves, Melon good at clearing creep waves as well, but still they will wait for Super Friends, and they have the initiation tools to take out Melon, right? This is the primary target for Fnatic Onyx PH if they want to win the team fight. And yeah, definitely the Eve is going to be prime priority, but it's more on Kev Swan and how he responds. Does he go for the macro play? Does he answer? Is anybody on Kirk duty here? Because this man, he has been pushing creep waves time and time again. He might have died 4 times, but he's buying so much space on this Benedetta.
Agree, definitely. The cover coming in from the map itself. But Caps 1, overextension will be denied. But at the same time, oh, that was just too close for Reef Esport. I think Caps 1 was just ambitious and overconfident to a point that you do see King Kong was able to punish it off, but again, they are in a tie right now. They're still in the lead for the kills, but somehow here on out, Fnatic Onyx, they're getting it even more serious. 50 seconds on the clock. Lot is about to be spawned. The question is, can Reef Esport hold out all the waves that have been put out by Fnatic Onyx?
Yeah, they might have been dealing a lot of damage, but still, that revitalization, that healing factor coming out from Fnatic Onyx PH, it's something that they will eventually have to fight. And given their lineup, they can't just cruise into that late game. They have to force a team fight and win the team fight before they take the objectives, because they're working with a Harif, they're working with the Eve. It's not as simple as just taking turrets. It's not going to be that easy of an execution. Meanwhile, the only macro factor that they have, the mobility that they have, it's all on Kev Swan, right? He has that quad shadows, that slight bit of mobility to just play safe, play sustainable, play as an individual. But currently, there's 2 members of Fnatic Onyx doing the same playstyle. You see Kirk on one end, you see King Kong on the other end. And King Kong, he has damage to take these objectives.
And coming in right now with a lot will be in the hands. Even with Rift comes through, he will be able to take this lane now. Glorious Path comes through from the side of Reef Esport, try to make a break. But at the same time here, Fonete coming in. Bear will be the first victim inside of Kelra, and they're pushing in straight to Lucian Cutie as well. Lucian Cutie barely coming in out alive, but Salmon Frost comes through. And this is where the team line comes in, but it's not going to be in the favor, because as time goes by, FMM, a lot of damage coming from Kelra, and he will be the next victim. Even Lucian Cutie tried to back things up. It was not enough, and Melon is going to be the one to be shut down as well.
45 seconds on Melon. Right now, the Lord is being spawned up. This will be the super creeps that will be pushing into your turrets. You are definitely going to lose one of these inhibitor turrets, but it's on how good Kev Swan can respond to this defense here. And it's going to be, yeah, he did pick up the Sea Halberd, but it might be slightly too late that the team fight is already over and he's already getting shut down.
He immediately been shut down by King Kong. That overextension, it was just superb. King Kong right now is just too much to bear. And now Bear try to actually defend that mid lane with Lucian Cutie, but now coming in to progress, we do see Lord already munching in. King Kong clears out the last turret, and now they're moving into the Crystal Wise. Bear holding on for dear life and knowing for a fact that at least Melon has already been spawned out. They're gonna pull away, try to push out the team of Fnatic Onyx away from this Crystal. But at the same time, Lord is in the mission of FMM, but now King Kong already spotted up FMM. He's going in for the Zaman Force, but at the same time, he's going to be pulled away because of that, and King Kong had to pull away. But at the same time, right here, FMM also managed to give a lot of pressure to Kerr, but RWM was open up, and this is where Fnatic Onyx, so much damage been put out, they had to be pulled out from the baseline of Rift Esports.
The fact that they all survived, despite the fact that they were so deep in the enemy's base, it just shows how much mobility Fnatic Onyx PH had for this team fight. And just taking a look at this instant replay, right? You see that the Avatar Guardian being used, but if you take a look at Kelra's positioning, he has not used that Blazing Duet yet. He placed that BMI there, waits for FMM to finish his skills, then goes in with that Blazing Duet, that timing coming in. Melon did get the shutdown on Kelra, but all the damage that coming out from Rift Esports is already gone. It's already too late.
Agree, definitely. And this is where the fine line of how they're going to actually put out, because so far right now, Rift Esports, yes, it was a good defense. There was a really good positioning where they managed to pull away or push away Fnatic Onyx away from their base. But within 80 seconds, the Lord will be spawned out. And that's going to be for the team of Fnatic Onyx to pick it up. And they're doing their best to clear out all of the wave, but it's still not going to be enough, as if the Lord will be pushed out by the team of Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, the Enhanced Lord, this is going to be the 18-minute Lord, the Radiant Lord, that will be having such a high HP bar. But already, Kelra is at this power mass where he's shredding down everything. Rift Esports, they do see this, and they go for the 50-50. They get it!
Bear stole the Lord! Managed! That was just a sacrifice that was needed. They took the Lord in their hands. They denied the opportunity for Fnatic Onyx. But then again, at what cost? Bear was already been taken out. Now, Fnatic Onyx, they're annoyed, they're enraged because of the Lord itself. They will be able to clear out the wave. They will be having the help of Lord to marching through into the lanes, at least making a close, long gate of this game itself. But at the same time, Fnatic Onyx PH, as they clear out the wave, are they going to push in for the team fights? We do see now Kirk is already setting it up. We do see also Spider-Mouse already overlooking, trying to put out his own target into the scene of Rift Esports.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, Kelra is dealing so much damage. He just dealt with that Radiant Lord in a matter of 10 seconds. Now, Rift Esports, they managed to steal that Lord, but now it's becoming more of a lineup problem where, where's your damage coming from now, right? FMM, you have that burst damage, but there's no sustained damage. That's where the traditional gold laner, usually the Moscovs, Nathans come in, and Rift Esports, they are facing this issue right now. And usually, if you're running this Harif, you have that link to have that sustained damage with the Tempest of Blade, with that first skill as well. I mean, that reset is just a lot of sustained damage. But Kev Swan, Shadow Kill is just one button.
Agree, definitely. Now, they had a time for them to breathe. Finally, at least a space for Team Rift Esports to pull through. But again, this is critical. 80 seconds on the clock, that would be the enhanced lot that is looking forward to be even more sustainable into the scene if they march through. If they can pull away again the stunt, which is a miracle stunt actually, that they stole away with the sacrifice of Bear itself, it is a perfect decision making coming in from Rift Esports, but that is if they can find a target or even an opening for that steal.
Yeah, I mean, as we head on into the late 24 minutes, right? 23, 24 minutes, it's going to be a very long game. And Fnatic Onyx PH, this is where, like, their itemizations shine because you have so much mobility, you have so much damage. Kirk is free to go for that damage build if he wishes to do so. And Joy is just going to be a menace to deal with. But the fact of the matter is, there's always one person that they have to worry about, which is Kelra in that back line. He's going to be able to deal so much damage, and if he chooses to go in the Blazing Duet, he might potentially shred your entire team.
Okay, since that Reef Esports spotted out Fnatic in their territory, are they going to actually try to push this team fight, or are they not? Because they know within 6 seconds, they're going to actually try to go in for the lot. And Spider Mouse is just going to overlook, will give that call out they need. And even so, right here, Super Prince is alongside. Now they tease first the lot, and we do see Lucian Cutie looking for a way to make the path for Team Reef Esports. Kevzon is just on the back line, just waiting off, clearing out the wave as well. But as they tease it off, we do see that Lucian, Cutie, and Bear pulling in, and Spider will be overlooking. Super Rings push in straight to Lucian Cutie first of all, but switch it off to Bear instead, and Bear will be the victim of King Kong's. And now Kim Sven tried to actually pull through with the Shadow Kill, but didn't make it through. And now Fnatic Onyx finds the opening, goes in back to FMM. FMM right in the open. Zaman first had to be pulled out. He had to move away for the defense-wise, but Kirk is in the scene, and now Super Prince also will pull out. They're gonna actually get the slate, and they pull into Melon as well, but King Kong overextension will be needed as they go in for Capswan, almost damaging into the utilization of the side of Reef Esports. This is where Team Fnatic Onyx is just on top.
Yeah, two members of SG already down. Make that 3 as they have the damage to pull through for the Crystal. Fnatic Onyx PH, they take a clean 2-0 series. They did it up, but still, they forced their fight to their advantage, right? The way that Kirk was playing, he had that mid lane priority. He kept FMM in the base to clear out the creep waves. They had the inhibitors turrets already down, so they knew for a fact that they had to play behind. Rift Esports, I mean, you can steal the Lord once, but you're not gonna be able to take it the second time.
Yeah, definitely. That's a miracle play. Definitely that was a miracle play. And I like the fact that they went to Lucian Cutie. That was the disturbance that was done by Fnatic on it. But then they ended up switching their target straight away to Bear, where he knows for a fact that that was the opportunity for the opening. Bear was immediately shut down. Front side already been closed in, and they push in straight to Cap Swan as well as FMM, and FMM had to be forced to use that Zaman Force as the defense mechanism, but it was still not enough because every separation that was done by Fnatic Onyx ended up in the favor of them, and Rift Esports was just faltering into the pieces that Fnatic Onyx wanted to be.
Yeah, I felt that Kirk was doing so much of the dirty work from the early game all the way to the late game. It just felt like his Benedetta was, just the man that was setting things up, right? In the early stages of the game where King Kong was able to get that invasion for Kev Swan, and he kept that invasion going, it's all based off of Kirk's rotations alone. He was there in that team fight, in that 4v4 team fight, where Bear, he had to come late. Yes, but Bear, you're an Edith. Without that Primordial Wrath, you're not going to be able to deal as much damage as a Benedetta. And this is just Kirk just styling on Bear, just showing that, you give me the Benedetta now, I'll play it slightly better than you. No, I'll play way better than you. And just showing what the limit of this Benedetta is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was so flexible how they played off, and coming into the MVP wise, King Kong with 616 KDA. I mean, talking about how he mobilized every movement when it comes to clearing out the wave. They actually had off such a good golf. No matter how much Cap Swan tried to pull in, King Kong was just so tanky. He was just so powerful that even Kevzon cannot do anything. There was not enough damage to shut down King Kong on his own path.
Yeah, I mean, this few team fights, right? King Kong He was doing so well, and I don't think this is the match that we'll
Yeah.
want to see
This
because
is-
it looks like two different teams. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
this is Smart Omega versus Team Liquid Academy ID because I didn't see a Phobias at all, but now
Okay, this is the right one, but this is actually the first game though. So still the wrong highlights for our first game. Our second highlights was pretty much how the movement of Team Fnatic on it was just super. I mean, the defense wise. Oh, finally, yeah, this is the highlight that we're looking for on the second round.
yeah, I mean, this is where Rift Esports, they should be winning these team fights, but it is already to a point where they're segmenting these team fights, and if you take a look at the top lane, the waves are crashing down, and Bear, he did steal this Lord here, but that was the only highlight for Rift Esports,
Yeah.
I feel, because yeah, once that Lord was stolen, I mean, they couldn't even take advantage of that Lord.
True. Agree, definitely, because coming into the defense mechanism wise, they clear out the lot, they managed to they actually clear out the wave with the lot, but moving into the team fight itself, those are the successful storylines that was pulled off by Reef Esport, because they put out the RWM, even with the Zaman Force tried to lock on to either one of the Fnatic Onyx players, it was still not enough because they managed to freely move away, pulling away themselves from those team fights, and in the end they survive it all out. And this is where the predicament of Reef Sport is still not in their favor even into that late game, and it actually put a toll whether or not, if you can't even do anything after stealing that lot, what can you do once Fnatic Onyx in that late game already having all the items, all the resources they need to fight off with that team fight?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to show how much of a level these teams are on, right? All the professional teams that we've seen today coming from PH, the way that they played, and even Team Liquid Indonesia themselves, right? They are on a different level. They are basically in their own playing by themselves. They understand the game way better than most teams. And it's a matter of fact where you got the Radiant Lord, but you're wondering why. What are you doing wrong to the point where you're unable to push out from the base? And it's just a layer of foundations that they've been setting along the way. They have a lot of steps to reach there in the first place. That choke heavy game style that they are used to playing, and why are your resources not there? Why is your farm suddenly so low? It's because they've been denying it from the get-go. From the 0-second mark, they have already set their eyes on what they want to do.
Agree, definitely. The invasion wise coming on from Fnatic Onyx, that was the reason why there was so much cover grounds of map control was in the favor of them instead of Reef Esport. But this is it. This is the wrapping of our last series. So let's take a look again, recap of what has been. If you guys missed out the action, first of all, from our first series to our fourth series, is that started out with the team of RRQ Hoshi meeting off with Team Singapore. They managed to get 2-0, and then pushing on to Team Liquid Team Liquid ID, Team Liquid ID meeting off with Evo Soli. Indonesia versus Indonesia, still in the favor of Liquid ID as the champion. They are definitely really putting out a really good performance as well. Smart Omega continue on with the streak as well with 2-0 against the brothers of Team Liquid Academy. And then moving on to our just recently last series by Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a fashionable style, also 2-0. So we got all out 4 series with a clean sweep win in their hands. And now pushing on to those who did not manage to win it all for the day, we're not saying goodbye just yet. We're still holding on to Evil Esports, or Evo's Holy, Team Liquid Academy ID, as well as Reef Esport on the line of 1-1 for their own round for day number 3.
Yeah, and they are in a very dangerous situation now, right?
Yeah.
They've been put down on 1 loss, and if they lose another game, they are potentially out. And now we have the other stream where I think Rebellion versus Valhalla. Rebellion, they did manage to come on top. Team Vamos, congratulations to them for beating RRQ Kaido. And Aurora, of course, taking a 2-1 victory against Duck Rice Esports. And Ultra Ego X and AI Esports, they've yet to be played. So if you are interested to catch that stream, you can just hop on into that other stream, which is, I believe, is going on right now.
Yep, you guys can definitely check out the social medias of all of the SBS MLBB because they're just about to start right now. So you can still catch the game fight between Alter Ego X versus AI Esport. So for right now, for English streams, we are done. We're good to go already, but you can still catch up with the rest of the streams to see all of your favorite teams. Are they able to actually have a really good, clean win streak from day 1 to day 2? Pushing into day 3, or will they be pulled off and having that lifeline depleted into one more chance of elimination here inside the SBS Open Finals?
Yeah, and I'm wondering, right? I'm really wondering how this 2-0 bracket team is gonna be because it looks like a complete bloodbath in there, right? It feels like a mini M6 that's gonna go on over there because you have RRQ over there, TLID over there. I mean, Omega Esports over there as well, and Fnatic Onyx PH just joining them. And for tomorrow itself, we will have Perta Legends going up against OD, right? If I'm not wrong, these are OD.
Yep.
Yeah, this is OD. Yeah, and Monster Vicious will be going up against GMPA, and we will have, I believe this is JP Niners going up against Alter Ego Esports, and of course we have Lazy Esports. I think this is YAD, right?
Yacht Esports.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Dangerous. Yeah. So this is, I believe, it's going to be the low brackets, right?
Definitely, because they were the one who was taken off from the 0-1 bracket, and Monster Vicious also lost today. So this is something to see how they're gonna actually head off, manage to get that 1-1 on their side, but they still have one lifeline. So at least they still survive on day number 2 to push into day number 3. But again, it's still a long journey for them. So there's another streams that you can also catch up for tomorrow because again, we have a lot of games. I mean, taking on a note right now, we're not saying goodbye just yet. There's still 32 teams to be put out. We got Team STV meeting off with
Pro Esports.
Yeah, Pro Esports. Yeah, and we got also teams from Vampire X as well meeting off with the team of
GMYA. Yeah, this is GMYA. I think. Yeah, that's
GMYA.
Games Malaysia Ace.
Yeah, Games Malaysia Ace. And we got CFU Gaming meeting off with IQ Phoenix, and then we got Mythic Seal versus the team of Game Pack Chiefs.
Yeah.
Gamer Pack
Chiefs. And these are all teams that are already in the lower brackets. So this is where they are fighting for tournament life here, right? If they lose tomorrow, they will be eliminated from this competition altogether.
Yeah, definitely. So again, those are the two the 8 teams or even 8 matches that need to be watched out because day number 3, this is where we say goodbye to them if they don't sustain their one lifeline left for the elimination. So far right now, 32 teams still surviving here for the SBS Open Finals. But then again, congratulations again to those who managed to have a really good win streak. 2-0 in their sides, and they still just need two more on the win for them to secure that slot into the top 4 to qualify into the challenge group stage. On the other note, for the rest of the teams, they have a long journey up ahead again for them to survive here for the Open Finals.
Yes, well, as I was saying, right, 2-0 bracket really looking like a mini M6 already, and we're gonna even be going into that 3-0 bracket, right? 3-0 will be that best of the best, so there's a lot to look forward to as the days progress, and you get to see whether these teams make it out from these lower brackets as well, because it's a very hard fight. Everybody is going to pull out their best strategies, especially if they're down 1, because you can't lose another series. If you do lose another series, you're completely out, and there is no more chance for you to make it to the challenge season. And when you go to the challenge season, there are better teams waiting for you there. So it's a never-ending journey, but already these games are of the highest caliber here.
Agree, definitely. And it's already potentially putting out all the ideas or the expectation, the prediction wise, moving into the challenge season itself. Because so far, right now, those big names, the big giants, have portrayed themselves the reason why they are the invited teams, why they are in the best of the NPL's rankings themselves. Because the fact is, in their own regions, they are their giants, they have from prominent success achievements on their sideline, and when they push in with those who are from the rookies and who are rising off, even though yes they have the potential from the open qualifiers as well, but still there's a lot of things they need to learn here from those who are experienced inside the SPS Open Finals.
Yeah, just taking a look at the 2-0 bracket alone, right? RQ Hoshi, Team Liquid Indonesia, at Fnatic Onyx PH, Omega Esports, Rebellion Esports, Vamos,
Oh.
and Aurora. Aurora.
Oh.
Wow, that's just a very stacked roster, right? You don't get to see these games anywhere but like possibly an international series. And right now you will be able to see them as we head on into the next few days of the Snapdragon Pro Series. But this is it from us at the English stream. I hope you have enjoyed the games. I'm your caster Moment, and join with me is Bunny. Do you have any closing words for the stream?
Tomorrow is gonna be even more exciting. The last day to say goodbye to those who have the last chance. So don't miss out. SPS will be continuing on day number 3. See you guys tomorrow.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Inside your head, yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, XOX cutthroat code. Run it again,